Cretaceous, from Tyrannosaurus Rex to WarGreymon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Awakening of the Modified Form. The End of the Doomsday Sweeping the Earth. 4K, monthly ticket requested. Tier. The female Muto's long, blade-like claws tore open Liu Xing's abdomen, leaving a deep bloody mark. Bang! At the same time, Liu Xing's allo-mechanical arm in his right hand also hit the female Muto's head hard, almost smashing the latter's skull apart, and a deep hole was sunken in the ground. Gah! Seeing his beloved wife injured, the male Muto screamed again, suddenly opened his pterosaur-like membrane wings, and rushed over quickly, cooperating with the female Muto to attack Liu Xing from the front and back. The female Muto's vitality is extremely tenacious, and this injury does not affect its combat effectiveness at all. For a time, Liu Xing, who was sandwiched between the male and female Mutos, fell into a situation where he was attacked from both sides. The male and female Mutos cooperated tacitly, but at the same time, they attacked Liu Xing from different directions. Liu Xing only had time to deal with one of them, so the attack of the other side took advantage of the flaw and caused him various fatal injuries. Liu Xing's melee ability is far inferior to that of the experienced male and female Mutos. The long-range shooting of the ultimate destruction cannon and the Yiga storm consumes a lot of energy, and the male and female Mutos always detect it in advance with their keen perception, so they can easily avoid it. In a short time, Liu Xing's body was covered with the wounds, blood stained the ground, and even his light wings were torn, unable to fly. Although he was still able to support himself with his strong will and determination to protect the hanging bell, it was only a matter of time before he was exhausted. The male and female Mutos were also very cunning. Not only did they know how to attack from the front and back, they also found Liu Xing's weak spot, which was the hanging bell that had fainted and had no resistance. So the male Muto deliberately turned the target of attack to the hanging bell, forcing Liu Xing to go forward to block it, exposing his unprotected back, thus creating the best opportunity for the female Muto to attack. Cabin. The female Muto was like a spring with compressed power. Its hideous and terrifying body was ejected forward like a cannonball, stepping on the wind pressure that was like an explosion and approaching Liu Xing. Then she opened her bloody mouth with fangs in horror, and her powerful jaws bit Liu Xing's non-mechanized right arm. As the female Muto twisted her neck, half of Liu Xing's right arm was bitten off with skin and bones, and blood gushed out like a spring. Roar. The pain of the broken right arm went straight to her heart, and Liu Xing could no longer bear it and roared wildly. Her already seriously injured body fell to the ground under the heavy burden, unable to continue. Seeing Liu Xing finally fall, the male and female Mutos screamed excitedly at the same time, and came together to rub their ears intimately. After killing Liu Xing and Xuanling, the couple can occupy their bodies and rebirth together. From now on, the sea is wide for fish to jump, and the sky is high for birds to fly. How happy! However, just when the male and female Mutos were about to take action, they suddenly saw a group of moths gathering together, and like many stars supporting the moon, they brought a snow-white silkworm in the center to Liu Xing's location. Buzz buzz buzz. The next second, an amazing scene appeared. The body of the snow-white silkworm turned into dots of starlight and completely merged into Liu Xing's body, causing his originally gurgling wound to stop bleeding instantly, and his weak breath rose again, rising step by step, so that it broke through the original limit. Roar. Liu Xing suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, and the falling dragon body stood up proudly again, and the broken light wings stretched out again, and the only remaining half of his right arm was also mechanized and transformed into a brand new alloy arm. Unlike the alloy steel claw-shaped trident arm on his left hand, Liu Xing's right hand was a giant energy cannon of the same length as his body, which could concentrate energy to release a sublight-speed artillery, positron shock wave, which was far more powerful than the ultimate destroyer cannon and Yiga storm. The giant energy cannon can also transform into a blade, positron sword, which can fully maximize the long-range and close-range capabilities. This is the modified form of Blue Machine Tyrannosaurus. The combat power is several times stronger than the original Blue Machine Tyrannosaurus. The male and female Mutos couldn't help but scream in fear when they saw this scene. What kind of creature is that snow-white silkworm? It was able to integrate into the body of the semi-mechanical dinosaur, not only restoring his injuries to their original state, but also making him even stronger. Roar! What a strong power! Ryusei, who was resurrected in full state, was full of fighting spirit and confidence. The giant energy cannon in his right hand was the first to aim at the male Muto. After a flash of light from the muzzle, a columnar energy cannon parallel to the ground and reaching sublight speed blasted out. Although the power of this positron shockwave is not as strong as the Gaia energy cannon of WarGreymon, it is definitely a unique lethality in the field of perfect form. Although the male Muto had sensed the danger in advance and flapped its wings to escape, the speed of the positron shockwave was far beyond its imagination. Boom! As the deafening roar sounded, the male Muto's body was directly vaporized in the shockwave. It could not last for more than a few seconds before it was completely reduced to ashes. Seeing her husband being killed, the female Muto let out a heart-wrenching scream. The violently vibrating sound waves had strong penetrating power, forming a strong air pressure, which violently vibrated in the forest for several miles, causing countless scattered pieces of rubble to fly all over the sky. Rumble. Under the sound wave shock wave that was like a heavy artillery bombardment, Liu Xing's huge body seemed to have turned into a train running on the rails, and was forced to move backwards for more than 10 meters. The soles of her feet in contact with a rough surface burst out a large number of dazzling sparks under the sharp friction. Taking this opportunity, the furious female Muto turned into galloping black lightning and pounced on Liu Xing again. A pair of sickle-shaped secondary arms raised shock waves in the air that were difficult to capture with the naked eye, as if even the air was split in two. Bang! However, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms, the black lightning-like female Muto tore a long scar in the air, unstoppable, but suddenly stopped in front of Liu Xing as if it was stuck in a quagmire. The giant energy cannon in Liu Xing's right hand has been transformed into a giant sword, which steadily blocked the fierce attack of the female Muto. Go to hell! Liu Xing roared, and the whistling sword wind rolled up with a swing of the heavy giant sword. With just one sword, the female Muto was split into a flawless longitudinal section. The slash happened in just a moment. From the visual effect, it was as if the female Muto took the initiative to hit the blade of the giant sword wielded by Liu Xing. The huge body dissection plane that was split into two was affected by the inertia of the forward rush, brushing against Liu Xing's body and flying straight back. With a snap, it fell hard on the ground. Killed with one sword. As the desperate Mandarin ducks, the male and female Mutos have already transformed into a large amount of digital energy and merged into Liu Xing's body. Roar! Liu Xing also felt the unprecedented powerful force emanating from his body at this time. He could kill gods and Buddhas, and he couldn't help but roar excitedly. Unfortunately, the experience card for this power expired soon. Liu Xing's body once again slowly dispersed with stars of light, and finally combined into the form of the snow-white silkworm Mothra. Liu Xing's original inflated momentum also subsided and returned to normal level. But the modified form of the right hand was still retained. Thank you. Liu Xing also recognized the snow-white silkworm. She was the queen of the Zerg that his elder brother had subdued, although he could not remember her name. You're welcome, because we are allies. My power is still too weak now, so I can only help you in this way. Mothra's ethereal voice rang in Liu Xing's mind. Your girlfriend is fine, I will help you wake her up again. Mothra slowly crawled towards Xuanling on the other side, and sprinkled dots of colorful light on the latter's body. Soon, Xuanling, who had fainted, woke up again and found that the two terrifying monsters had disappeared, while Liu Xing was standing in front of him with blood dripping. Liu Xing, are you okay? You are seriously injured and bleeding a lot. Xuanling was startled and hurried forward to check Liu Xing's injuries, with a look of tension and concern. Although the bleeding of Liu Xing's wounds had stopped, the hideous scars and dried blood were still there, which was shocking. It's okay, they are just minor injuries. I said, as long as I am here, I will never let those monsters hurt you. Liu Xing grinned and waved his hand nonchalantly, his words full of heroic spirit. Suddenly, Liu Xing saw Xuanling sticking out his tongue and licking his wound gently. The hot pain was mixed with a tingling sensation. Does it still hurt? No. It doesn't hurt at all. Although the wound was itching, Liu Xing still kept a calm expression and shook his head. Not far away, Mothra watched this scene silently, her big sapphire eyes as clear as water, and seemed to evoke some similar memories. The Mutos have already landed on Earth, so, it should also appear, right? Long wandering soul, you have returned to the hometown where you grew up, Don't get lost like I did. Liu Xing, this guy, is a blessing in disguise. The entire Hell Creek forest and even the vast North America are within Chu Xu's telepathic perception range, so he had already noticed when the male and female Mudos appeared. Chu Xu didn't take the two complete forms seriously, but intended to let Liu Xing face them alone. With the help of Mothra, it shouldn't be a problem. Even if Liu Xing was defeated in the end, Chu Xu would be able to arrive in the first time. Fortunately, Liu Xing finally activated the modified form with the help of Mothra, and his strength increased greatly. Not only did he kill the male and female Mudos, but he also completely captured the heart of the dragon in his heart. It can be said that he killed two birds with one stone. After confirming the safety of Liu Xing and the others, Chu Xu immediately planned to leave, and would not disturb Liu Xing and Xuanling's two dragon worlds. But his telepathic perception soon fed back new information. Unknown giant monsters suddenly appeared in digital metal mines, plant nurseries, western inland seas and other places. These giant monsters are all titans from the Permian period. There are not many of them, but their individual strength is very strong. They are basically all above the complete body, and can easily cause damage of more than 10 kilometers in radius, posing a great threat. The Royal Dragon Riders led by Long Ma also rushed to the scene at the first time, and had a fierce battle with these titans. Is the real storm coming? In the sky, Chu Xu's eyes seemed to have crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, locking onto these titans that were wreaking havoc one by one. The storm is coming, and they are just the prelude to this storm. Chu Xu closed his eyes silently, his body and mind were in a completely empty state, and his telepathic perception turned to go deep into the ground, from the crust to the mantle to the core, feeling the frequency of seismic waves, as if listening to the heartbeat of the earth. Gradually, Chu Xu also heard the sound of his heart beating violently, keeping the same frequency as the heartbeat of the earth. Plop. 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 It was unknown how long this state lasted. Chu Xu seemed to have fallen asleep, just like he had dreamed of the asteroid hitting the earth. He dreamed of a titan beast that was destroying the world under the bottomless trench. Its body was as tall and majestic as a mountain, and its raised spines pierced the sky, as if it was about to tear the sky apart. Its black scales were flowing with hot molten lava, as if it had transformed into the apocalypse, exuding an extremely oppressive atmosphere from the inside out, madly devouring all the life around it. Zzz. Soon, its spines flashed with dazzling blue and white light, which was the manifestation of the air being ionized by gamma rays. Then a large number of strong magnetic fluctuations like lightning particle clusters gathered in its mouth, forming a plasma with a core temperature exceeding 100 million. It was as if tens of millions of birds were screaming in unison. The blue and white light became more and more dazzling, and the particles vibrated faster and faster. Roar, boom 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 boom. Finally, it suddenly raised its head, accompanied by the terrifying roar of the angry thunder god and the angry lightning goddess, and the violent trembling of the air. The blue-white rays gathered in its mouth soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and the sky, and even rushed out of the earth, bringing a roar that resounded throughout the world, representing endless disasters and the end. And beside it, the other titan beasts that were huge and enough to dominate one side seemed to have become tiny and weak ants, and did not dare to bow down to the ground without any rashness to express their submission. When Chu Xu in his dream saw such a visually impactful scene, he also felt a great sense of oppression, and his heartbeat accelerated sharply along with the pulse of the earth, and it was difficult to stop. Chu Xu had already vaguely felt that this dream would come true in the near future. This might be a kind of omen given to him by the earth. This doomsday that truly swept the entire earth is coming. Chapter 102 Titan Rebellion. Godzilla awakens from his slumber. 4K, monthly ticket requested. Digital metal mine. Boom boom boom. With a violent vibration of the surface, a whole piece of consolidated rock crust was lifted up abruptly, as if it were a fragile piece of thin paper. Under the ground, a titan beast nearly 100 meters tall appeared, like a towering mountain, with huge rocks and dense vegetation covering its back, and two bull-like curved horns on its head. Methuselah, one of the Permian titan beasts, has the peak strength of its complete form and has a natural camouflage ability. It can hide on the plains or underground and blend seamlessly with any rock environment. Attack. The dragon mother who came upon hearing the news and the four royal dragon riders, Xia Fen, Ben Li, and Xianshu, launched a siege on Methuselah together. Methuselah is bulky, slow, and lacks the ability to output long-range damage, so the Dragon Mother quickly formulated a war of attrition tactics to attack it with long-range artillery output. For a moment, Dragon Mother's missiles, Xia Fang's machine guns, Benli's electromagnetic guns, and Xianchu's air-to-ground bombs were all released on Methuselah's body. The artillery fire that covered the sky was like a huge meteor shower. Boom! Boom! The explosions and flames that rose from the ground like a swaying mirage were connected in the air. The rumbling sound of the explosion pushed the air to vibrate violently, causing the originally smooth airflow to be pushed, forming a series of shock waves with terrifying momentum. Even Methuselah could not resist a carpet-style artillery bombardment of the 4 royal dragon riders. A large amount of broken stones on its surface splashed wantonly, and rumbling dust and smoke kept rising. However, it still raged in the mine for nearly half an hour before it was finally killed by the 4 royal dragon riders. The digital energy converted after death was also evenly distributed. The crisis was finally resolved. The dinosaurs that had been working in the mine area were transferred in time, and the casualty rate was not high. However, the entire mine was completely destroyed by the bombardment of Methuselah and the 4 royal dragon riders, and it was unknown how much precious digital metal was lost. Plant nursery. Bang, bang, bang. Another titan beast that was over 100 meters tall was rampaging in the huge forest. It had thick black hair like a carpet and a very thick fat layer. It used a pair of huge and curved fangs like a bulldozer to cut down the towering trees in front of it. Behemoth, one of the Permian titan beasts, was in its peak form. Its appearance was similar to that of the later mammoth. Its hair had the function of resisting fire attacks and had the ability to restore the vitality of natural plants. However, it was now parasitized by the electronic virus and had become a destroyer of forest vegetation. Stop it. Soon, Taishan, Zirin, Zuanti, Jianmu and Dike, the 5 royal dragon riders, arrived at the scene. After discovering countless destroyed plants, they were all extremely angry. Dike, whose size was comparable to Behemoth, groaned and collided head-on with it. The fierce wind pressure like a razor was detonated in an instant, and spider-web-like cracks spread rapidly from the surface, immediately causing a strong earthquake. Dike was restrained from the front, and the other 4 royal dragon riders launched a siege on Behemoth from the side. Howitzers, armor-piercing shells, light prism rays, and bursting sound waves were released at the same time, which immediately made the latter's thick skin and flesh become riddled with holes. It also took nearly half an hour for the 5 royal dragon riders to join forces to kill Behemoth, who had a tenacious vitality. However, most of the forest garden had become a mess under its destruction, and it was unknown how long it would take to restore it to its original state. Western Inland Sea. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying cold wave that roared and froze a large area of seawater into ice, forming a typical death icicle effect, further spreading to a larger area of seawater, ruthlessly devouring all living things in it. The one who controlled this terrifying cold wave was a titan beast that looked like a spider and had 6 huge and slender limbs. However, its head was shaped like an octopus, with several thick and sensitive tentacles extending from its mouth. The trunk of its body was a hard shell similar to that of a nautilus, rotating on the plane with its dorsal edge, forming a disc shape. Scylla, one of the Permian titan beasts, was a monster with a peak strength of a complete body, like a mixture of king crabs, nautiluses, octopuses and spiders. It had the ability to release liquid nitrogen at a temperature of -196 degrees Celsius, enough to freeze the ocean. The 2 royal dragon riders Guangchun and Kangming who were stationed here were responsible for dealing with Scylla, and the first to come to support Xianyu and Beihong. The 3 royal dragon riders attacked together with the York-era Agumon. Boom boom boom. Guangchun continuously released lightning javelins from the blade horns on his head, and Kangming fired mosasaur torpedoes from the belly bomb bay, blasting the frozen large area of sea ice to pieces, thus locking the position of Scylla hiding in it. Taking this opportunity, in the layers of white clouds, Xianyu, flying at high speed above the sea, descended from the sky with Beihong and confronted Scylla in close combat. Extreme cold storm. The extreme cold storm released by Xianyu, the ultra-low temperature and bone-chilling coldness were no less than the liquid nitrogen released by Scylla. Layers of rapidly climbing thick ice quickly wrapped around the latter's several limbs, restricting Scylla's movements. And Beihong cooperated very well with Xianyu, and flew towards Scylla with agility. While the body was still in midair, Bai Hong instantly spun at high speed and applied twisting force, and the strong muscles on the body changed into a spiral-like tense state, and a pair of slender animal legs kicked out in succession at an astonishingly high speed that cut through the air. The vacuum-slashing waves formed in the air, like a raging storm, completely engulfed Scylla's huge body, and in an instant, dozens of kicks broke out continuously, releasing the sound of blasting like a shotgun. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. The sound of air bursting was endless, as if a large amount of explosives were detonated at once, and Scylla's several slender limbs were torn and cut into countless pieces. With the protection of the crescent moon, Wang Chuan, and Kangming, Bai Hong continued to roam around Scylla swiftly until all 6 of the latter's limbs were cut off, and finally harvested his head. The entire western inland sea gradually returned to calm, except that the bodies of marine creatures that had frozen to death in the terrifying cold waves soon floated to the surface of the sea, densely stacked in layers. Shocking. Asia, kindling mountains. In the long Mesozoic era, the role of magma under plate movement, coupled with a series of volcanic eruptions and rock fractures, formed the current kindling mountains. Boom. A crater somewhere in the kindling mountains suddenly erupted on this day. A bright red flame shot up into the sky, and rolling volcanic ash formed a towering eruption column, like a magic hand covering the sky and the sun, completely covering the sky. In the kindling tribe, the dinosaurs led by Longba Pajin followed the sound and looked, and a shocking picture came into their eyes. The kindling volcano, which is more than 1,000 meters above sea level, a large amount of hot magma gushed out from the crater, the flames flew, the waves of fire splashed, and almost ignited the floating clouds on the horizon. But just above the crater, a huge black shadow appeared and crouched. Looking closely, it was a giant bird that spanned half of the volcano, with wings over 300 meters long burning with flames, and a huge sharp beak and head raised high. Its body was immersed in the rolling magma gushing out of the crater. The high temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius, which was enough to instantly burn and melt countless creatures with skin and bones, seemed to it as comfortable as a hot bath. Rodan, one of the Permian Titan beasts, was at the peak of his full strength and was known as the Fire Demon. The rolling magma flowed through his body wrapped in rock-like scales, forming an indestructible geothermal armor with extremely high temperatures, and it was able to fly at supersonic speeds, generating extremely terrifying cyclonic shock waves, and all objects in its path would be sucked away by the cyclone, leaving no grass behind. Hula! Soon, Rodan, who had just finished his bath on the crater, spread out a pair of flaming wings and flew into the air. In an instant, he accelerated rapidly with a sound of sonic booms in the air like a galloping arrow, and his speed far exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. As Rodan flew at supersonic speed, the spiral airflow that rolled up like a storm was like a tornado, sweeping up a large number of trees and rubble along the way. The ground along the way also cracked inch by inch, and the broken soil and rock layers were thrown high up, and then fell down like falling raindrops. I don't know how many creatures in the range fell into despair of death. Roar! Pojun roared, and rushed to Rodan, who was wreaking havoc in the kindling mountains, single-handedly, and fought with him fearlessly. Rodan, who had gained air superiority, didn't take Pojun seriously at all. After locking onto his position, he swooped down with his wings, and with a supersonic impact force, he directly knocked Pojun's skeleton body several kilometers away, completely shattering it into pieces. Swoosh, boom. But before Rodan could react, the fragments on the ground reassembled, and Pojun fired a zero cruise missile from his spine, hitting one of Rodan's wings. In the deafening explosion, the geothermal armor covering one of Rodan's wings was blown to pieces, causing it to fall to the ground unsteadily, eat a mouthful of mud, and be even more confused. What's going on? Wasn't that ugly skeleton dinosaur smashed to pieces by him? How come it's intact again in the blink of an eye? After failing to hide him, Pojun attacked Rodan again, and Rodan also angrily used his sharp beak and claws to attack. Although Rodan had no means of long-range attack, his body with a molten hot temperature was the most deadly weapon, and it could even melt the skeleton of Pojun. But what made Rodan crazy was that this skeleton dinosaur could recover as soon as it was full of life, not to mention that its bones were smashed. Even if its bones were melted, it would not take long for it to recover and become full of life. What a fart! Cry. Seeing that the situation was not good, Rodan wanted to flap his wings to escape, but Pojun, who had recovered again, grabbed his wings tightly and suddenly spewed out a purple magic flame from his mouth, which completely covered half of Rodan's body in an instant. Rodan, known as the fire demon, has a strong resistance to fire, especially a geothermal armor that completely blocks high temperatures, and ordinary flames have no effect on it. But facing Pajin's cursed breath, Rodan inexplicably felt that this purple magic flame was like a thorn in the bone, which directly penetrated his geothermal armor and even the surface of his body, reaching the inside, making his internal organs seem to be ignited. Cry. Rodan suddenly let out a shrill wail. I won't fight anymore. Can't I just admit defeat? If you don't give up, I will worship you as my boss. As early as the end of the Jurassic period, Rodan, the three-surnamed slave, worshipped Ghidorah as his boss. Later, after Ghidorah was defeated, he worshipped Godzilla as his boss. Anyway, whoever is more powerful will be the boss. It's a pity that the two sides don't speak the same language. Pajin can't understand Rodan's language at all. Even if he understands it, he will never forgive Rodan's behavior of wantonly destroying the Kindling tribe. Kill. In addition, more dinosaurs joined the battlefield and besieged the panicked Rodan with Pajin, pouring out the sadness and hatred of the destruction of their homes on him. Except for North America and Asia, Titans appeared on all other continents. Their appearance brought disaster to the local ecological environment and biological races. Not every place has a fully formed dinosaur warrior guarding it like the Hell Creek tribe and the Kindling tribe, who can stop the Titan beasts from wreaking havoc. So Chu Xu sent the royal dragon riders to the dinosaur tribes on various continents to temporarily take charge, commanding the local dinosaur tribes to fight against the incoming Titan beasts, and also training fully formed warriors who can stand on their own. Chu Xu himself was not idle either. He occasionally hunted Titan beasts to earn some energy points, while continuing to concentrate on cultivation, digesting all the excess energy produced by the microplanet in his body. Although the dinosaur civilization that had just taken root was still swaying in the storm, with the dragon god as an indestructible and unshakable pillar, all dinosaurs were fearless and continued to move forward unyieldingly. Until one day, under the 10,000-meter deep sea of the Pacific Ocean, in the Mariana Trench. This is a high-pressure, dark and cold world, almost a biological forbidden zone, and it is unknown how many years it has been silent. But on this day, this forbidden deep-sea world suddenly stirred up a turbulent undercurrent, as if a violent undersea earthquake had set off. Huge waves surged, tsunamis arose, and they washed over the nearest seabed with overwhelming force, submerging large tracts of land. At the same time, the instigator of all this tore open the sea level with its peaks and thorns that pierced the sky, slowly rising to the horizon, and finally fully showing its huge body like mountains and hills to the world. The king of the Titan beasts, Godzilla. It has awakened from its slumber, representing the end of the world and the end, and will bring true destruction to the whole world. Chapter 103, The End. Godzilla, I, the god of war Tyrannosaurus, am willing to call you the strongest. 4K, please subscribe. Breakthrough. In the Hell Creek tribe, in the Dragon Temple. Chu Xu, who is immersed in cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a golden light flashing in his pupils. Planetary level 6. Half a year has passed since the asteroid hit the Earth, and in this short period of time, Chu Xu has soared from the planetary level 1 to the planetary level 6. Such a speed is estimated to make those previous guardians of the Earth's will, who have lived for tens of millions of years to barely reach the planetary level, ashamed. Even if it is cheating, it can't be done like this, right? Chu Xu's mind moved, and he was the first to call up his attribute panel. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 3 years and 9 months. Race, WarGreymon. Male. Growth stage, ultimate. Level, planetary level 6, 1/60000. Source energy points. 100. Skills, Dragon Claw. Instant move, Dragon Fang. Ultimate impact, special moves, Battle Tornado, Gaia Energy Cannon. Achievements, Overlord's Talent, Advanced Telepathic Perception, Advanced Fluid Armament, Advanced Subspecies Templates Exchanged, Shining Greymon, Battle Greymon X, Lightning Greymon. Next evolution form, Omegamon. In terms of size, Chu Xu's height continued to grow to 350 meters, and his tonnage reached 1.2 million tons, which was more than 10 times higher than when he just evolved into Battle Greymon. Inside his body, 5 microplanets revolve around planet number 1 in the center. As the level continues to rise, the volume of planet number 1 is also expanding, almost several times that of other microplanets. And some subtle changes are also taking place inside planet number 1, with rising surface temperature, increased luminosity, and increased core density. All signs indicate that planet number 1, which first appeared in Chu Xu's body, is gradually undergoing a qualitative change. The time is just right, it has already appeared. In an instant, Chu Xu has appeared above the Dragon Temple at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even though he is tens of thousands of kilometers away, he can feel the terrifying aura that once appeared in his dream has already appeared. Are you here, brother? Welcome to the 9th era, to my Cretaceous dinosaur empire. Boom. 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 The roar of thunder like dry land resounded from the North Pacific Islands. When the end Godzilla stood up, the more than 300-meter-long body formed a large area of terrifying shadows, and a huge amount of seawater poured down from its red and hot body like lava like a waterfall. Its extremely strong hind legs crushed the land surface, and its powerful tail swept down the forest vegetation. Almost every simple movement of walking and wagging its tail could cause everything to wither and all living things to be destroyed. Countless dinosaurs living on the coast fled in panic. Apart from the great dragon god, they had never seen a monster of such a huge size, as if a black mountain was moving. Swish bang. Suddenly, the dinosaurs saw the mountain-like titan beast suddenly spurt out a blue-white ray from its mouth, and a series of violent explosions occurred wherever it passed. Forests, mountains, canyons, rock formations and animals. The gushing high-temperature heat waves and death shock waves ruthlessly destroyed everything on the surface. Soon, the blue-white ray sprayed from the surface to the sky, cutting through the clouds, tearing the air into pieces, and making the sky wail heartbreakingly. The sky and the earth seemed to be under its control. Even if the asteroid fragments really hit the earth, the damage caused would probably be no more than this. It was unknown how long it had passed, but the mushroom cloud formed by the radiation smoke still covered the sky, and the red molten lava and charred burn marks were still all over the land. Demon. This was simply a demon god descending to the world. The dinosaurs who had survived by chance fled all the way, but they didn't know where to escape to get away from the demon-like figure. At the same time, the royal dragon riders who were temporarily stationed in various continents, and even the dinosaurs of various tribes, also felt the existence of this terrifying aura. Looking up, looking at the large area of dead and silent dark clouds in the sky, they were also approaching them at a speed visible to the naked eye. What on earth is that? The mother of dragons, who was stationed in Asia, could see this scene clearly. Although she was too far away to know what happened, her intuition conveyed an extremely dangerous signal to her. This intuition seemed familiar, just like when the asteroid hit the Earth half a year ago. She was still insignificant and weak in front of it. What a terrible aura! Liu Xing and Xuanling, who had already achieved success, were sitting together in South America. When they looked at the direction of the dark clouds in the sky, they could not help but feel shocked. Don't worry, Xuanling, I will protect you. Liu Xing lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Xuanling's, comforting her emotions. As he was about to become a father, he not only had to protect Xuanling, but also the unborn little dinosaurs in her belly. This was the duty of a male dragon. The dragon god has left the dragon god temple. Xian Yu and Bai Hong, who were still in North America, found that Chu Xu had disappeared. They looked together in the direction of the dark clouds in the sky, knowing that Chu Xu must have gone there. Just like half a year ago, he would once again transform into the sun and light to dispel the dark clouds and darkness for the world. Cry. In a volcano somewhere in the Kindling Mountains, Leighton, who felt a familiar aura, let out an excited cry. The boss is here. I finally don't have to hide in frustration anymore. It turned out that when the Kindling tribe was besieged by dinosaurs, Rodin gave up half of his wings in order to escape, and was able to escape. He returned to the volcano to sleep and recover his body. It was not until the big brother Godzilla was born that he dared to show his head. With the support of the big brother, Rodin was no longer afraid of being bullied by those damn dinosaurs. After that, he would find a suitable body, and then the fire demon Rodin would be able to welcome the rebirth of fire. However, while flying, Rodin suddenly saw a golden stream of light in front of him. In comparison, the speed he was proud of was as slow as a snail in front of it. And when the golden stream of light suddenly slowed down and blocked in front of him, Rodin was even more dumbfounded. At that time, a huge and majestic golden figure appeared. The opponent's body was even more exaggerated and huge than the big brother Godzilla. The pressure formed by the majestic breath was like a deep sea. He became a tiny fledgling in front of it. Another titan beast has come. Chu Xu turned around and looked down at Rodan, who was trembling with fear. The next second, he saw Rodan hurriedly folding his wings, and his huge body slid to the ground without any hesitation. Cry. Rodan opened his mouth and let out a terrified cry. Chu Xu could understand what it meant. It was probably that he had been wandering for half his life and only regretted not meeting a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I would like to worship you as my king. It was still a rare titan beast that knew the current situation. Unfortunately, Chu Xu was in a hurry now. Chu Xu's figure flashed, and in just 1 second, he passed through Rodan's body like a ghost, returned to the original place, turned into a golden stream of light without looking back, and continued to rush towards the destination. Did it let me go? Rodan watched the golden stream of light disappear in an instant, and thought he had saved his life. But just when he wanted to get up, he found that his body was out of control. With a gust of wind, it finally turned into countless fragments that fell and scattered. At this point, the fire demon Rodan died. North Pacific Islands. Boom. Blue-white flashes and explosions continued, mushroom clouds covering the sky and blazing seas of fire continued. The sky turned from day to night, and from night to day, it has become a purgatory of deep water and fire. Everything withered and died, only the devil stood in the world. Destruction. Destruction. With a blank mind and an uncontrolled body, Godzilla's mind was left with only the purest animality and killing instinct. The extremely violent energy in his body gathered again, bursting out with strong radiation power like a huge thermal radiation source. This time, Godzilla wanted to make the entire land under his feet sink completely. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the sky in the distance that made the sky tremble. Just at the moment of hearing this dragon roar, Godzilla felt an extremely powerful pressure, and the energy that had just accumulated from his mouth suddenly dissipated. This could not help but make Godzilla feel angry. The huge and ferocious lizard had turned around and looked in the direction of the sound, looking at the golden light that suddenly appeared and rushed towards him at high speed. From the opponent, Godzilla felt a deep threat. At the same time, Chu Xu, who rushed to the purgatory scene, finally saw the figure that was exactly the same as in his dream. It was indeed it. The King of Titans, Godzilla. It is also the fourth guardian of the will of the earth born in the 6th era, Permian period, and it can be said to be the strongest guardian besides the mother tree of the world. Soon, Chu Xu calculated its data information in front of his eyes. Name, Godzilla. Growth stage, ultimate, level, planetary level 6, attributes, virus, data, body length 300 meters, weight 1 million tons, skills, radiation heat ray, internal radiation, super spiral heat ray. Powerful. Chu Xu also had to admit that the opponent was definitely the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. This also gave him the opportunity to go all out and fight for the first time in a long time. Roar. Godzilla had already locked his eyes on Chu Xu, raised his proud head, and roared at him demonstratively from a distance of several kilometers. Chu Xu in the sky remained motionless and did not respond, but the aura between them turned into two violent storms, which collided with each other, generating large-scale airwaves that continuously swept the sky and the earth. At this moment, Chu Xu represented the sky, and Godzilla represented the earth. This was a battle between heaven and earth. Boom. Godzilla was undoubtedly powerful, and its normal combat power was comparable to that of Godzilla Red Lotus. From the tip of its tail, blue and white light flashed along its dorsal spines, and then it gathered destructive energy into its mouth and burst out. Radiation heat rays. Its speed also reached the astonishing sublight speed. As the end Godzilla twisted its head, the radiation heat beam in its mouth was like a laser that cut through everything. When it crossed a mountain, the mountain was cut open. When it crossed the earth was torn apart. When it crossed the sky, the clouds were easily split, and the final target was Chu Xu. Shield of Courage. The two shields of courage behind Chu Xu merged into one and blocked in front of him at the last moment. Zzz. When the indestructible radiation heat beam touched the shield of courage, it did not split it in half as usual, but only left a deep burnt mark on the surface of the shield. What a terrible attack! However, Chu Xu also felt the horror of this radiation heat beam directly. Although the direct damage was blocked by the shield of courage, the impact still forced him to retreat again and again. But soon Chu Xu adjusted himself back, stepped his feet suddenly in the air, stabilized his body, and performed instant movement, flashing to the back of the head of the end Godzilla. Gaia Energy Cannon. With his hands raised high, Chu Xu gathered the energy in the atmosphere to form an energy cannon with a diameter of more than 5,000 meters. The power was at least 50 times higher than the original 1,000-meter diameter energy cannon, which was comparable to a nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of more than 5 billion tons. If it were thrown into the human society of the future, a small country with an area of about 50,000 square kilometers would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Boom boom. The End Godzilla had just found the disappeared Chu Xu through his unique perception, and turned around to meet the Gaia energy cannon, which was truly a small sun. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, leaving only a violent explosion that echoed for a long time. The strong light and fireball like a nuclear explosion completely enveloped the End Godzilla. The surface rock layers with a radius of hundreds of kilometers were vaporized and disappeared, revealing a huge pit that collapsed downward. In the mushroom cloud formed by billowing smoke, the End Godzilla was unknown whether he was alive or dead. But Chu Xu didn't think it would fall so easily. Roar. As expected, not long after, the earth-shaking roar of Godzilla of the End came again, and with it came a visible high-temperature shock wave. Radiation in the body. This is exactly the skill of Godzilla of the End, which can suppress the energy of the radiation heat in the throat, and then release it from the whole body in the form of a shock wave with extremely strong penetrating power, covering a wide range, ignoring defense, making it impossible for the enemy to avoid and defend. Chu Xu in midair also faced this radiation shock wave directly. While his body was inevitably shaken back, even his digital alloy armor had cracks, and a small part of the skin not covered by the armor left some high-temperature scars, which shows its strong power. This is the first time Chu Xu has been injured since he evolved into WarGreymon. He has felt such a hot and burning pain and the smell of blood for a long time. He is not angry because of this, but more excited. Finally, there is an enemy who can knock off a drop of his blood. Godzilla of the End, the god of WarGreymon, would like to call you the strongest. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 104, Mothra and Godzilla, A New Cycle of Rebirth. 4K, monthly ticket required. The billowing smoke dissipated due to the shock wave, and the Godzilla of the End at the center of the explosion reappeared. It can be seen that most of its black scales have been peeled off, and the flesh and blood are clearly visible, which means that Chu Xu's previous attack has also caused it heavy damage. Even so, the Godzilla of the End with a very thick blood bar still stands firm, and its powerful self-healing ability is demonstrated. Those shocking injuries are recovering and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the Godzilla of the End forcibly absorbed part of the energy of the Gaia energy cannon and converted it into its own energy, making the blue-white light emitted by the dorsal spines more dazzling, and the aura becomes stronger. Absorbing energy is also a unique ability of Godzilla, especially the nuclear bomb is more like a tonic for it. Seeing this, Chu Xu did not intend to attack the Godzilla of the End with energy skills anymore, and had a hearty close combat with it. The second stage is open. WarGreymon mutates into Lightning Greymon. In an instant, dense arcs of electricity like thousands of silver snakes wrapped around Chu Xu's body, causing his appearance to undergo a drastic change. The armor transformed into a deep red color, which did not appear to be sharp, but was filled with simplicity and heaviness. The Dragon Beast Buster equipped on both hands became a plasma punishment pillar that could release powerful electric shocks for internal destruction. The Shield of Courage equipped behind him became a lightning thruster that could be placed in front of the wheel and generate powerful electric shocks to shoot at the enemy. It also has electric power protection that spreads plasma particles around to form a barrier. Lightning Greymon. Compared to other subspecies of WarGreymon, Lightning Greymon's equipment and special moves are more suitable for close combat, especially against slow, thick-skinned enemies. Boom. Chu Xu, who had air superiority, took the initiative to launch an offensive. The lightning thrusters behind him accelerated, and the huge dragon body launched, like a comet falling from the sky and hitting the End Godzilla. The ultimate impact. The power instantly increased 10 times. When the End Godzilla reacted, Chu Xu's more oppressive giant dragon body had already smashed down on his head, causing the former to be blown away. The sharp dorsal spines tore a gully tens of kilometers long along the ground. Bang bang bang. It was not until it suddenly hit a raised mountain that the End Godzilla's backwards momentum was barely stopped. The huge impact force caused the mountain behind it to collapse, and countless broken stones fell like raindrops. At the same time, before the End Godzilla could get up, Chu Xu's incarnation of the Crimson Execution platform suddenly pressed on it. Plasma Punishment Pillar. The two plasma punishment pillars equipped on both arms instantly released dense spring like lightning, penetrating the scales and even the flesh of the end Godzilla from the chest, directly reaching its internal organs and causing damage. Roar, roar, roar. In the severe pain, Godzilla let out a heart-wrenching roar, using all his strength to try to get rid of the control of the plasma torture pillars. But the two firmly fixed plasma torture pillars did not move at all. Whenever they were attacked by Godzilla, more lightning arcs and electric chains would burst out, causing more terrible damage. Roar. The energy of the whole body gathered again, and the cells of the furious Godzilla's whole body started to work like billions of engines. The high-temperature heat wave spread from the surface of the body, turning his body into a red active volcano. Here it comes. Chu Xu, who had telepathic perception and foreseen the danger in advance, immediately withdrew and evacuated, and disappeared from the sight of Godzilla in an instant. In the next second, the heat line accumulated in Godzilla's mouth burst out again. Unlike the previous straight line, this time the heat line was spiral. Super spiral heat line. There was no explosion, only extreme heat and impact. Wherever it passed, whether it was the mountain or the rock layer, it melted into slurry, and then further evaporated into steam, turning into a real volcanic hell. The power of this move was at least 10 times that of the previous radiation heat ray. The recoil was so strong that the end Godzilla himself was blown away, which made Chu Xu feel a little nervous. If he was hit head-on, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, at this time, he had already flashed out of the attack range of the super spiral ray. No matter how powerful it was, it would be useless if it couldn't hit. Roar. After releasing this big move, the energy in the body of the end Godzilla was also greatly consumed. It was impossible to perform it a second time in a short time. It quickly climbed up again, took an earthquake-like step, and rushed towards Chu Xu's position. Chu Xu was not to be outdone. The crimson figure flew at a high speed and turned into a long rainbow parallel to the ground. Bang! The moment the two sides collided, pure close combat began. Godzilla of the end possesses the strongest physical skills among all Godzillas, and every part of his body is a deadly weapon. And Chu Xu is no exception. Zzz. The plasma torture pillars on his arms and the rotating lightning thrusters continuously release strong currents, leaving only a few scales on Godzilla of the end, and the blurred flesh and blood are all burned and rotten. The most important thing is that the organs, tissues and even cells in Godzilla of the end are almost completely destroyed by the penetrating current, and his regeneration ability is severely suppressed, and it is impossible to function again in a short period of time. Roar, roar, roar. Godzilla of the end, who was in a frenzy because of the severe pain, used his claws and fangs, and even turned around and swung his giant tail. The brute force tore open the electric protection covering Chu Xu's body, causing his digital alloy armor to be overwhelmed and increasingly damaged. Transformation. Suddenly, Chu Xu's form changed instantly during the fierce battle, and he turned into the form of WarGreymon X. Although the damaged armor on his body would not be restored, with a pair of dragon beast nemesis in hand, I said you are a dragon, you are a dragon. Dragon Claw. Tear. The dragon claws passed in a series without any interval, and the power of each claw was superimposed and accumulated, penetrating into the flesh and blood of Godzilla of the end, directly breaking his bones, and the two thick arms were torn apart, falling to the ground, and turned into nothingness. Boom. After losing his two arms, Godzilla of the end had no power to compete with Chu Xu. He could only gather the remaining energy in his body in a desperate attempt, and the terrifying super spiral heat line was brewing again in the depths of his throat. How could Chu Xu give Godzilla of the end a chance to gather energy? He changed his form again. This time, he transformed into a pair of shining wings of shining Tyrannosaurus. Boom. The next moment, Chu Xu moved behind Godzilla in an instant, grabbed its long tail with both hands, and rolled up a turbulent wave of air with his flashing wings, lifting its million-ton body upside down and straight into the sky. At a speed of hundreds of Mach, thousands and tens of thousands of meters passed by in the blink of an eye, and continued to climb higher and higher. This was extremely uncomfortable for Godzilla, who could not fly. The huge pressure and biting cold swept over, and the energy accumulated in his mouth dissipated uncontrollably. Next, Chu Xu dragged Godzilla around in circles at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then threw Godzilla's body to the ground, rubbing against the air violently, bursting out a bright and strong light, and turned into a huge flaming meteorite that fell down with a bang. This move is called throw on the earth. Bang! A few seconds later, the flaming meteorite transformed by the end Godzilla fell into the sea, causing huge waves, forming a tsunami hundreds of meters high and an earthquake that affected the entire archipelago, causing a long period of unrest. You hunted down the end Godzilla, source energy points plus 10W. Chu Xu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the system prompt. It's over. The end Godzilla, which sank into the sea and then surfaced, was motionless, and the remaining body seemed to sublimate silently in the seawater. This battle was also an unprecedented battle for Chu Xu, who rarely encountered an opponent. It lasted for nearly half an hour, and his own energy and physical strength were almost exhausted. He changed into various forms and suffered serious injuries. The battle was extremely difficult but hardy. Suddenly, Chu Xu heard the sound of wings flapping, and turned his head to see a group of moths flying quickly with a snow-white silkworm. It was the queen of the Zerg, Mothra. Lord Dragon God, you have worked hard. Thanks to you, we can stop the soul that has lost itself, otherwise the disaster it will bring to the world is unimaginable. Mothra's familiar voice quickly appeared in Chu Xu's mind. As soon as the voice fell, Mothra ordered the mugs to come to Chu Xu's side, and sprinkled countless light-like scale powder around him. When these scale powders merged into Chu Xu's body, his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, including the exhausted energy and physical strength were quickly restored, and he felt refreshed. This group of moths also evolved into mature moth beasts under Mothra's cultivation, and differentiated into two types, attack type and healing type. The scale powder contained in the wings of the attacking soldier moth beast is like gunpowder, which can be made into bullets, and the Gatling machine gun growing on the tail can fire 100 rounds of scale powder bullets per second, while the scale powder contained in the wings of the healing worker moth beast is comparable to panacea, called scale powder particles, with powerful healing and strengthening capabilities. In the future, these giant insects can also assist the dinosaur troops and participate in various wars. The role they can play is immeasurable. Chu Xu nodded slightly, but he could guess that Mothra came all the way from the Hell Creek tribe not only to heal herself. She came for Godzilla. Mothra and Godzilla have always had a very special cross-species symbiotic relationship, no matter how many times the former has been reborn, no matter how many years the latter has slept, it has never been severed. Maybe it is a contract between allies, or maybe it is love between partners, outsiders don't know. Lord Dragon God, please allow me to try to call back its lost soul. Its soul has been wandering in the other world for too long, and it finally returned to its hometown where it was born and raised, but it still hasn't been able to take another look. Mothra asked Chu Xu. She couldn't bear to see Godzilla destroy the earth that he once wanted to protect under the control of the World Mother Tree, nor could she bear to see it wither away like this, and even its soul could not rest in its hometown after the death of its body. Then I'll leave it to you. Chu Xu did not refuse Mothra's request. There was no loss in letting her try anyway. This was also his respect and tribute to Godzilla, a guardian who had protected the earth for hundreds of millions of years. If Mothra succeeded, perhaps Chu Xu would be able to add another general to his team. Godzilla's strength was beyond doubt. Thank you. After thanking him, Mothra chose to jump into the still surging seawater without hesitation, swimming hard with her still petite and weak insect body, rushing towards the dying Godzilla. The rest of the moth beasts also entered the seawater to escort their queen. Many moth beasts were swept away by the waves, but they still steadfastly followed. It was unknown how long it took before Mothra finally came to the side of Godzilla under the protection of many moth beasts. Her body turned into countless light spots and particles, and merged into its body like floating scales. As Mothra merged into it, the body of the almost disappeared Godzilla of the end finally froze, and gradually changed into a petite creature with a body length of no more than 15 centimeters, shaped like a long-tailed tadpole, with short fin-like limbs growing at the end of the tail, which looked harmless to humans and animals. This is the juvenile Godzilla. Like Mothra, Godzilla has also experienced a reincarnation and rebirth. Name: Godzilla. Growth stage: juvenile. I. Level: none. Attribute: vaccine. Data: none. Skills: none. At the same time, countless light spots and particles peeled off from Godzilla's body, and Mothra reappeared. The insect body that had grown up with great difficulty had shrunk a lot due to the consumption of a lot of energy, just the same size as the current Godzilla. The young Godzilla slowly swam to Mothra's side, rubbed his head with it intimately, and spit out tiny bubbles from his mouth. Did you succeed? Chu Xu came to Godzilla and Mothra. In his eyes, their petite bodies were almost as small as rice grains and could be ignored. Yes, Lord Dragon God, it has experienced reincarnation like me. Although it did not retain its previous memories, everything will start over. But perhaps this is the best answer to reincarnation. Mothra's voice sounded again, although it revealed an unconcealable weakness, but also with sincere joy. Reincarnation again and again, perhaps immortality, but always carrying the heavy memories from the previous life, is not it a shackle for the present world? Especially for Godzilla, the memories of the previous life are full of pain, so it is better to discard them. Chapter 105, The Prayer of the Mother Tree of the World. Subscribe. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, the sun shone again, the ocean had returned to calm, and the surging waves gradually healed the scars of the earth like licking a wound. Mothra had already taken Godzilla away, but before that, they had to find a suitable body for it to live in, and then slowly absorb energy to thrive. Although Godzilla is still young and weak, it has infinite growth potential. It is only a matter of time before it becomes the king of the Titan beasts again, and it will never stop there in the future. Chu Xu also dragged his tired body back to the Hell Creek tribe. Xian Yu and Beihong, who had been waiting outside the Dragon God Temple for a long time, were delighted to see him return safely. The Dragon God is back. They all felt that the crisis from afar had been resolved. In that invisible place, the great Dragon God saved them again. In the near future, the original epic of the creation of dinosaur civilization will be added with a strong and colorful stroke. In June of the first year of the Dragon God era, the king of Titan beasts, representing the end of the world, descended, and the Dragon God fought a decisive battle with him on the coast of the North Pacific Ocean, which was known as the Battle of Heaven and Earth or the Battle of Dragon Beasts. This battle, for the later dinosaur civilization, was like the Battle of Zulu between the Yellow Emperor and Chu Xu. It was of great significance and was well known to all dinosaurs in later generations and passed down for thousands of years. Digital world, God's forest. 10,000 meters below the surface, a large amount of digital metal was spread out. Zzz. At this time, dense golden lightning was transmitted between the digital metals, forming an incredibly strong lightning electromagnetic field, as if it was a thunderstorm that was erupting all the time. In this lightning electromagnetic field, a three-headed dragon body that was cast like gold was bathing in it. The terrifying lightning that was enough to crush everything turned into energy to nourish its flesh and blood and temper its scales, including the extremely hard digital metal, which was also swallowed by its three dragon heads wantonly, compressed and refined in the bottomless stomach like a black hole, and melted into high-density muscles and bones. Ank, 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 ank. Suddenly, the three ferocious dragon heads raised high with a twisting of their slender necks, and pairs of ruby-like vertical pupils opened, and their sharp teeth and mouths opened, revealing a ferocious and wanton smile. Invincible. I, Ghidorah, am invincible. Tremble, weak earth creatures. It is the giant dragon king Ghidorah, and in addition to this, there is another prefix, Caesar Ghidorah. Even among the Ghidorah clan, which is an advanced alien civilization, Caesar Ghidorah has a high status and powerful strength, far surpassing King Ghidorah and even the end Godzilla. I saw that the three dragon heads of Caesar Ghidorah all had huge dragon horns, and it changed from 2 legs to 4 legs. Its wingspan was over 600 meters, and its body length exceeded 300 meters. Its scales were stained with noble gold and deep black. From its 3 pairs of red dragon eyes, it could release gravitational rays, destruction lightning, that could rival the radiation of Godzilla's end. Its special move was to eject anti-gravity rays, destruction emperor wave, from the 3 bloody dragon mouths, which were more terrifying than Godzilla's super spiral rays. The 3 dragon heads raised their necks again and roared in unison. Caesar Ghidorah's 4 thick dragon legs slightly bent, and then suddenly jumped up and slammed into the rock above his head. Boom! The ground shook violently after being hit so violently by Caesar Ghidorah. The huge god's forest exploded with turbulent rocks and soil like huge waves, forming sand and soil waves hundreds of meters high. Under the rock layer, Caesar Ghidorah had already spread a pair of powerful wings and flew upwards to the underground rock. To it, these fragile rocks were not much different from the unobstructed air. They were all foam. Before attacking the earth, Caesar Ghidorah had another target with a higher priority. The World Mother Tree of the Gods Forest, Yggdrasil. In fact, the reason why Caesar Ghidorah was able to complete his evolution was because of the power of the World Mother Tree. The two sides had reached an alliance before that. The World Mother Tree promised to give Ghidorah the original energy, making the latter's strength even stronger and activating the terrifying power of adulthood in advance, and Ghidorah also promised to attack the Earth for the World Mother Tree and help the latter become the ruler of the Earth. This is a mutually beneficial and win-win alliance. However, King Ghidorah's purpose of conquering the Earth is not to make the World Mother Tree the ruler of the Earth. Its purpose is to exterminate the entire Earth civilization and eliminate all living things on the Earth, so that it can be considered to have completed the mission of the Chenglong ceremony. Including the World Mother Tree itself, it is also in King Ghidorah's elimination target. So, as the invincible Caesar King Ghidorah, it is reasonable for me to start by destroying the World Mother Tree that is closest to me? The Covenant is bullshit, and the Big Fist is the hard truth. I have to let him feel the dangers of the interstellar universe. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Caesar King Ghidorah was rushing all the way and was about to reach the ground, the surrounding rock walls suddenly shattered, and countless thick roots sprang out from them like a group of pythons, quickly shuttling through Caesar King Ghidorah's body. What the hell is this? Is it the World Mother Tree? Exclamation mark. Caesar Ghidorah reacted suddenly, and the three pairs of dragon eyes of the three dragon heads burst out brilliant golden light at the same time, turning into crazy twisting lightning dragons, sweeping the roots of the trees around him. Destruction lightning. However, the lightning that Caesar Ghidorah was proud of, when it came into contact with the roots of these trees, it was like encountering a lightning rod, and was absorbed completely at once, completely eliminating its damage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Ghidorah, am invincible. Caesar Ghidorah did not believe in evil and released more lightning in one breath, and the scales around his body were surrounded by dazzling golden thunder, and he let out a piercing scream like 1,000 birds singing together. Destruction Emperor Wave! Exclamation mark. The three clearly visible lightning dragons formed in the three bloody dragon mouths of Caesar Ghidorah, and finally sprayed out with a swing of his neck, vast and boundless. Boom! Under the power of the Emperor's wave of destruction, the countless roots of the World Mother Tree could not resist and turned into nothingness in an instant. The three lightning dragons continued to move forward, tearing the surface of the earth like piercing through rotten soil, soaring into the sky, and bursting over the forest of gods. It was as if countless thunders exploded, echoing in the clouds for a long time. Soon after, a thunderstorm was called in, heavy rain poured down, and lightning and thunder intertwined and fell. In the forest, countless digital creatures were trembling under such destructive power. Then, Caesar Ghidorah flapped his wings in one breath and rushed out of the surface. He couldn't help but let the rain and lightning pour on his body, shining his invincible posture as the king of dragons in the storm. Bang! Who knew that Caesar Ghidorah, who had just finished pretending to be cool, was suddenly dragged by a huge force, and his huge dragon body fell into the deep pit underground again. I saw that more and more tree roots had entangled its body, from head to toe, from wings to tail, from eyes to mouth. The previously arrogant Caesar Ghidorah was completely bound and restrained in a net composed of thousands of roots, unable to move. The airtight roots did not leave even a single gap, and were still wriggling hideously, almost completely wrapping Caesar Ghidorah into a huge dumpling. No matter how it struggled with all its brute force, it was useless. Weak, pitiful and helpless. Hoo-ha-hoo. In the pouring rain, all the trees swayed with a strong wind, only the mother tree of the world in the center of the forest remained motionless. The wind and rain made his posture more upright, and his silver crystal-like trunk shone more, emitting a sacred and inviolable magnificent power. The trembling digital creatures stood up again and knelt down to worship their god. It was God who relieved them of the crisis and captured the three-headed dragon that brought destruction. They prayed silently, hoping that God would bring them protection forever. Little did they know that when they prayed to the mother tree of the world, their God was also praying, to the outside of the digital world, to the outside of the earth, and even to the outside of the solar system. Each of whose silent prayers turned into extremely strong but invisible electromagnetic radiation, rushing out of the digital world and even the earth at the speed of light, flying all the way to the sun, and penetrating the sun's photosphere and convection layer, reaching the radiation layer of the outer core. In a short period of time, the energy mirror of the solar radiation layer amplified the silent prayers of the mother tree of the world by nearly 100 million times, like a radio wave amplifier, and the power climbed to the stellar level. Then, in the vast interstellar space, with the sun as the center, the silent prayers from the mother tree of the world were reflected and spread to the more distant universe at the speed of light, until they reached the final destination, a blue planet that is almost 99% similar to the Earth. There is another chapter that I was not satisfied with yesterday. I am revising it and will post it later. Sorry. Chapter 106, Great Development of the Hell Creek Tribe. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Subscribe. Earth. Raindrops poured down from the sky, delicate and soft, as if they were the tears of the sky, dripping into the warm embrace of Mother Earth. 3 months had passed since the battle of heaven and earth. Since the appearance of the end Godzilla, no other digital creatures had descended on Earth. After half a year of great turmoil, it seemed to have come to an end. In a rare stable environment, dinosaur tribes on all continents ushered in a period of rapid development. The originally damaged ecological environment recovered rapidly, and therefore built protective measures with a higher safety factor. Among them, the Hell Creek tribe in North America developed the fastest, with more than 1 million dinosaurs living there, and the area covered the Laramidia subcontinent and the Appalachian subcontinent that separated the east and the west, as well as the western inland sea in the middle. Walls made of rocks were built on the edge of the tribe, square in shape, towering and majestic. A surrounding river was also excavated outside the wall, mainly used to resist foreign invasion, and thus gradually formed the prototype of the city. A dinosaur city defense force has been stationed here, ready to fight at any time, forming a permanent barracks, mainly led by the fire dragon rider Dragon Mother, with Fen, Bentley and Xianshu as deputy commanders. The Dinosaur City Defense Force conducts daily training and patrol work. It is the most elite combat force in the Hell Creek tribe, with a number of more than 10,000. It is mainly composed of carnivorous dinosaur groups such as Tyrannosaurus Rex, Dromaeosaurus, Troodon, Quetzalcoatlus, etc. The selected members are all the best in the group. Roar. On a piece of wilderness in the Hell Creek barracks, thousands of dinosaurs were arranged in neat and uniform square formations, roaring in unison, and conducting various physical fitness, formation and combat training. Under the military organization proposed by the Dragon God, 5 dinosaurs form a squad, with a squad leader, 2 squads form a platoon, with a total of 10 dinosaurs, with a platoon leader, 5 platoons form a team, with a total of 50 dinosaurs, with a team leader, 2 teams form a garrison, with a total of 100 dinosaurs, with 100 dragon leaders, 5 garrisons form a song, with a total of 500 dinosaurs, with a song leader, 2 songs form a division, with a total of 1,000 dinosaurs, with 1,000 dragon leaders. And so on, with a division consisting of 1,000 dinosaurs as the main combat unit, and finally the Royal Dragon Riders are responsible for the overall command, which can be flexibly adjusted at any time to achieve the effect of the brain controlling the arm controlling the hand, and the hand controlling the finger. Wind and fire formation. On a high platform, the Dragon Mother and the other 3 Royal Dragon Riders were reviewing here. With the Dragon Mother's order, the dinosaur formation below immediately began to change in an orderly manner. A Tyrannosaurus Rex division and a Dromaeosaurus division overlapped and displayed their own special moves at the same time. Fire breath plus superstorm. Hoo. For a moment, the wind helped the fire. The already blazing fire became even more fierce with the help of the storm, and covered a larger area, and the lethality increased several times. Sky thunder formation. Next, the wind god pterosaurs and the troodontosaurs were paired together. One by one, the wind god pterosaurs used their claws to bring the lighter troodontosaurs into the sky. Once they found the target, they would dive down to attack and put the troodontosaurs down as airborne soldiers. Airborne soldiers have the ability to quickly maneuver in the air, and can easily cross geographical obstacles and ground defenses, and directly enter the enemy's rear for a surprise attack. These 2 sets of formations were also developed by the Lord Dragon God himself, giving full play to the strengths of different dinosaurs, playing to their strengths and avoiding their weaknesses, and having the effect of 1 + 1 being far greater than 2. During this period, the 4 Royal Dragon Riders headed by the Dragon Mother were constantly practicing the formations, striving to be able to be put into actual combat as soon as possible, and preparing for the war that may break out at any time in the future. Horizontal ellipsis. Entering the wall, you will find the Hell Creek tribe. You can see several wide and smooth roads that connect the various dinosaur tribes in the tribe. These roads were built not long ago, mainly by a construction team composed of herbivorous dinosaur tribes, using the rammed earth road construction technology taught by the dragon god himself. First, obstacles such as trees and vegetation are removed to form the outline of the road, then the raw soil on the surface is crushed and burned to form a solid material similar to concrete, called cooked soil. Then 3 layers of soil are laid on the outline of the road. The bottom layer is native soil, the middle layer is cooked soil, and the top layer is a rammed and reinforced cooked soil layer to lay a solid foundation. Finally, lime needs to be added to the soil layer to effectively prevent grass and trees from taking root. So far, a series of sturdy, straight and wide roads have been formed, with flowers and trees growing on both sides. You are worthy of being called the dragon god. With these roads, the traffic in our tribe has become much more convenient. Taishan and Jianmu looked at the scenes of dinosaurs from different tribes coming and going on the road, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. The road connects the various dinosaur tribes in the Hell Creek tribe, as well as many other buildings and facilities. Big titanosaurs, small ceratopsians, and hook-handed dragons all walk on it, forming a unique landscape. It's still our ceratopsian tribe that contributes the most. Jianmu, the young people in your tribe are still too young and like to be lazy. You have to discipline them well when you go back. After sighing, Taishan glanced at Jianmu beside him and complained. Go to hell, our hadrosaur tribe has sent the most dragons, and we are the ones who contribute the most. Moreover, we are all doing technical work of ramming earth, while you are doing the physical work of paving the road. Jianmu hit back unyieldingly. After all, the hadrosaurs walked on 2 legs, which allowed them to spare a pair of flexible forelimbs, while the ceratopsians walked on 4 legs and could not do delicate work. For a while, Taishan and Jianmu argued unceremoniously about which tribe contributed the most to the road construction. Long before evolution, the Triceratops and Edmontosaurs, both in the Hell Creek Formation, were old enemies among herbivorous dinosaurs. They were among the largest in number and often competed for plant resources. Now, after evolution, the Ceratopsian tribe and the Hadrosaurus tribe are also the largest tribes in the Hell Creek tribe, and the relationship between them is not very harmonious. However, as they argued, Taishan and Jianmu were at a loss for words. After staring at each other for a while, they couldn't help but laugh at each other. You kid, let's find a place to fight one-on-one when we have time. I'll be there anytime. By the way, give these 3 roads a name. This main road leading to the Dragon God Temple is called Sunrise Road. The second road will be named after you, Jianmu Road. Then the third road will be called Taishan Road. Taishan and Jianmu laughed and left side by side. Although they are enemies, they also appreciate each other because of this. The same goal in their hearts is to build a better home. Go straight along the Sunrise Road, and the most core position is the Dragon God Temple where the Dragon God is located. After expansion, it has become even larger and is the most conspicuous building in the tribe, keeping pace with the equally towering World Subtree No. 1. In addition, there is a core area close to the Dragon God Temple, forming a special village called the Founding Village. The Founding Village is a green wilderness. The breeze blows, the green waves ripple, and the eyes are full of vibrant colors. Here, unhatched dinosaur eggs from various dinosaur groups are stored. Here, dinosaur eggs are the safest and can get the most abundant energy nourishment. The hatching success rate is greatly improved, and the baby dinosaurs can also hatch at the fastest speed. Today is a special day. Liu Xing and Xuanling, who have become a couple, came to the Founding Village early and found the dinosaur egg nest marked with their names. There is also a wooden shed built on top to protect them from wind and rain. In this dinosaur egg nest, there are 3 huge dinosaur eggs with long oval shapes and special flame patterns painted on the surface. The long diameter is more than 1 meter, which is much larger than the previous Tyrannosaurus eggs. Among these 3 dinosaur eggs, the offspring of Liu Xing and Xuanling are bred. According to calculations, these 3 dinosaur eggs are about to hatch, so Liu Xing and Xuanling come here every day to check the situation in the past few days, looking forward to seeing their children as soon as possible. Today, after waiting for a while as usual, the largest dinosaur egg moved first, and a crack appeared with a slight tremor. Hatched? Seeing this scene, Liu Xing and Xuanling were delighted. Their first child was finally going to be born. Crack crack, the crisp shell cracking sound continued to ring, and a gap was quickly peeled off on the surface of the dinosaur egg. A dinosaur cub poked its head out from it, trying its best to open its eyes wide and look at the new world in which it was born. This is a Tyrannosaurus Rex cub, not a black ball beast or a rolling ball beast. Its appearance is more like an Agumon, but its growth stage is in the juvenile stage. Its emerald green eyes are bright and energetic, its skin color is bluish-black, its forelimbs are slender and have 3 fingers, sharp teeth and claws, and its body length is about 1 meter. It is healthy and strong. Although it has just been born, it has already begun to have the majesty and domineering of a dinosaur tyrant. It's a male dragon, and it looks like you. Xuanling lowered her body and carefully picked up her son. Her eyebrows and eyes were also full of maternal tenderness. Liu Xing, who was a dragon father for the first time, stood aside and laughed foolishly. The more he looked at this boy, the more he looked like him. The newly born little Tyrannosaurus Rex was hungry, and instinctively opened his mouth and made a milky cry, begging for food from his parents in front of him. Xuanling was well prepared, and tore a fat rat-toothed beast into pieces of meat of similar size and fed them to the little Tyrannosaurus Rex. Liu Xing, you come and give your son a name. Xuanling said while feeding his son. Name? What should I call it? The question of naming stumped Liu Xing, who could not read a few words, and he racked his brains but could not come up with a good name. Let's call him Starfire. At this time, an unexpected voice sounded from behind Liu Xing and Xuanling. They turned their heads and saw that it was the dragon god himself who had come. Dragon god. Big brother. In front of Chu Xu, Liu Xing was still the silly and stupid younger brother. However, in Chu Xu's eyes, Liu Xing has grown up and can stand on his own and defeat powerful enemies. He has also found his other half, has children and a family. When seeing this little Tyrannosaurus Rex, Chu Xu couldn't help but think of the scene he had just traveled through. At that time, he was like a half-grown turkey, less than half a meter long, hairy, with short limbs, teeth and claws that had not yet grown out, weak, and could face various dangers such as hunger, disease, and enemies at any time. The current generation of little Tyrannosaurus Rex is not only larger and stronger at birth, but also has more superior genes than himself at that time, and the living environment is safer and more comfortable, without having to worry about food, disease, enemies and other problems. This also proves the great progress of dinosaur civilization, allowing the next generation of dinosaurs to have a better standard of living and a higher happiness index. Spark? Brother, what does this name mean? Liu Xing asked a little confused. He knew the word star and the word fire, but he didn't know it when the two words were combined. A spark is a tiny spark. Although it is small at the beginning, it develops rapidly and eventually becomes a prairie fire. Chu Xu explained simply. In his eyes, the new generation is like the sun rising at 7 or 8 in the morning. The hope for the future development of dinosaur civilization lies in them. The name Spark represents Chu Xu's high hopes for the next generation of dinosaurs. Then let's call it this. The name given by Big Brother must be a good name. Although Liu Xing still didn't understand Chu Xu's explanation, he felt it was impressive. And it is a supreme honor for his son to be named by Big Brother. Chapter 107 When the Dinosaurs Shine. Genesis Epic. Subscribe. Lord Dragon God, you are here. At this time, a huge figure appeared behind Chu Xu. It was Dike, the dragon rider of the earth. In the founding village, it was Dike who is responsible for taking care of the nests of dinosaur eggs. On its mountain-like back, there were many cute dinosaur cubs that had just hatched not long ago, playing and frolicking with each other. The parents of these dinosaur cubs might be busy outside, or join the army or construction, and have no time to take care of their children, so they were temporarily fostered in the founding village. Compared with other royal dragon riders, Dike was the oldest. Before the evolution, she was an elderly female Alamosaurus who had entered her 70s. As a giant sauropod dinosaur, Alamosaurus can live up to 80 years old. Dike, who lived to her 70s, was considered very long-lived. However, it was originally dying, but it seemed to have a second spring under the nourishment of the digital energy of the world subtree, and regained the abundant vitality of its youth. Dike was extremely grateful and respectful to the dragon god who had given him all this. With such a huge and bulky body, it was not suitable for a combat unit or a construction team, so Dike took the initiative to apply to come to the founding village. As an older generation of dinosaurs, it has witnessed the growth of generations of dinosaur descendants, and this is also its favorite place. Amuga, the dinosaur cubs that have not yet learned to speak, also quickly ran to Chu Xu's side. There were little Tyrannosaurus Rex, little Ceratops, little ankylosaurs, little pterosaurs. It was like a dinosaur kindergarten. They didn't know who Chu Xu was yet, but for some reason they were particularly close to him. They made all kinds of childish calls to him, and moved their little arms and legs to climb onto his feet. Chu Xu sat down and let the dinosaur cubs that looked like little meatballs grow all over his body, giving him a sense of déjà vu of having children around his knees. Xinghe, who had just been born, also joined the camp of the dinosaur cubs and chased and played with them. This little guy is the son of Taishan and his wife, and that little guy is the daughter of Benlai and his wife. Dikui introduced the dinosaur cubs to Chu Xu like a treasure. He was very familiar with them and his tone was full of doting. Chu Xu smiled slightly, took off the equipment of the dragon beast killer, and stroked the heads of these little guys. Bathed in the bright sunshine, the dinosaur cubs ran and rejoiced carefree in the huge founding village, like a group of sparks burning and jumping on the grass, shining continuously. Come to class. Class is coming. At this time, another familiar voice came. It was Xianayu and Beihong. They came to teach these dinosaur cubs in the founding village. In the past 3 months, Xianayu and Beihong continued to simplify and expand the dinosaur characters, gradually transforming them from abstract pictographic characters to more concrete pictographic characters. In addition, they also tried to promote education for young dinosaur cubs, so that they can learn dinosaur characters from an early age and understand the past history of the development of dinosaur civilization. Brother, you are here too. I just simplified and revised a batch of dinosaur characters recently, and also designed some new dinosaur characters. I want to show them to you first. After seeing Chu Xu, Xianayu was also very happy, and immediately came forward with her new research results to share. Okay, let me see. When Chu Xu and Xianayu were talking about dinosaur characters, Liu Xing was already guilty and wanted to escape, and hurriedly told Xuanling that he had something urgent to do and had to leave first. Stop. Still want to run. As a result, Liu Xing was found by Xianayu before he left. He was frightened by a roar of the hidden dragon and dared not move. Liu Xing, you also stay and take classes with the children to learn dinosaur characters. Don't let your literacy level not be as good as your son's. Liu Xing wanted to cry but had no tears. It was not easy for him to have a happy love life and a happy family, but learning was still like a lingering cloud hanging over his head. Digital metal mine. The restored mines have already resumed operations. Various digital metals of different colors are constantly excavated by the dinosaurs and sent to the smelting plant built next door for metal smelting. In the smelting plant, furnaces are constantly burning day and night, emitting purple smoke and sparks. Tyrannosaurus and Dromaeosaurus are responsible for controlling the furnace fire, heating the digital metal ore to a molten state, adding appropriate amounts of coke and other metal elements, and mixing them evenly through rapid stirring to make digital alloys. Next, the molten digital alloy is sent to the blacksmith shop on the other side for forging. In the blacksmith shop, anvils vibrate day and night, and the collisions make a metal collision, which is magnificent and exciting. Ankylosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus are responsible for forging with their metal tail hammers and steel skulls, repeatedly hammering the digital alloy hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times, as if it is the beat in a piece of music, full of rhythm. From mining to smelting to forging, the entire production chain of digital metals has become more mature and perfect. Finished. Finally finished. That night, the voice of excitement came from the blacksmith shop. Earth Dragon Rider Xiring and Gold Dragon Rider Xuanti have been here for 3 consecutive months, hammering and forging day and night, almost forgetting to eat and sleep, and never going home, waiting for today. With the joint efforts of them and other dinosaur blacksmiths, the first batch of digital alloy equipment has been completed. In front of Xiring and Xuanti, there are exactly 15 sets of digital alloy armor. 3 sets of red alloy armor to increase hardness, 3 sets of blue alloy armor to increase speed, 3 sets of brown alloy armor to maintain balance, 3 sets of black alloy armor with cutting properties, and the last 3 sets of gold alloy armor that can be strengthened like muscles. And these 15 sets of digital alloy armor are tailor-made for Lord Dragon God, the 13 Royal Dragon Riders and Beihong. Although the size and shape of each set of armor are the same, the digital alloy has a special smoothness and can be shaped and adjusted according to the body shape of the wearer, as if it were tailor-made. Looking at the finished products forged by themselves, Xiring and Xuanti were very excited. Like other Royal Dragon Riders, they also wanted to make their own contributions to the Hell Creek tribe. This batch of precious digital alloy armor was the result of their hard work for 3 months. The moment they finished it, they couldn't help but feel tears welling up in their eyes. After the rain, everything was refreshed. The sun broke out of the dark clouds. Crystal clear water droplets hung on the green leaves, glittering. The fresh air after the rain was filled with the fragrance of the soil, as if the earth was breathing. Hell Creek Tribe, Dragon Temple. After receiving the oracle of the dragon god, the 13 royal dragon riders and Beihong immediately put down their work and gathered here. This was the first time in 3 months that they gathered together to meet the dragon god. In these short 3 months, they were all busy and did their best to contribute their own strength to the tribe. Dragon Mother, Xia Fen, Ben Li, and Xianxu are seizing the time to train the troops and practice formations in the barracks. Taishan and Jianmu are leading the tribe to build a smooth road that runs through the entire tribe. Dika is silently guarding the founding village, the unhatched dinosaur eggs and the born dinosaur cubs. Xianyu and Beihong continue to promote the development of dinosaur riding, and gradually arouse the trend of cultural education in the tribe. Taishan and Zhuanti have built a total of 15 sets of digital alloy armor in the blacksmith shop, and more digital alloy equipment is also being rushed to production. Wang Chun and Kangming are further leading the tribe to explore the vast ocean and develop more abundant marine resources, including fisheries, brine, minerals, etc., providing the tribe with rich resource reserves. As for Luxing, he is mainly concentrating on falling in love and taking care of his 3 children who have been born. He named them Spark, Starlight and Starry, and is a full-time dad. Of course, in addition to them, there are more dinosaurs who have devoted themselves to the tribal construction in full swing, leading the dinosaur civilization forward step by step. Chu Xu has seen all of this, and he is happy and proud of the efforts and contributions made by all his dinosaur people from the bottom of his heart. These short 3 months will also be permanently passed down in the epic of the creation of the dinosaur civilization, and all the dinosaurs who have devoted themselves to it will also be the bright stars of the dinosaur civilization, shining forever and illuminating the dark night sky. Dragon God. However, in the hearts of the royal dragon riders and Beihong, such as Long Ma, Chu Xu on the throne is the sun and light that has always led them and all the dinosaurs. If it weren't for him, everything would not have developed to this point today. The real war is coming. On the throne, Chu Xu finally retracted his thoughts. His eyes swept across the faces of the royal dragon riders and Beihong one by one, and spoke solemnly. Peace is always short-lived, and he has a premonition that a real war between the real world and the digital world is about to come. I went out to do something yesterday, so I owe one chapter first, and I will make up for it later. Chapter 108 The Lord's Decree, Attack the Earth. The First Dinosaur World War. Subscribe. Digital World. The Fish Ocean, Giant Insect Island, Giant Beast Continent, Dinosaur Continent. At this moment, all the digital creatures living in the digital world became restless. Just because their god issued an order. In the Forest of Gods, the mother tree of the world that stood tall and upright changed its usual calm posture. Countless roots buried deep underground suddenly broke through the ground, like a trapped dragon that had been dormant in the abyss for a long time, soaring into the sky. The number and scale were so large that they could cover the sky and the sun. At the southernmost end of the Fish Ocean, like the South Pole of the Earth, a large area of land covered with ice and snow has formed. Looking around, there is nothing but the white, boundless, pure and qualityless polar ice field. Crack, crack, crack. As if summoned by the mother tree of the world, the huge polar ice field suddenly trembled violently. The ice and snow melted over a large area, and a huge figure appeared from under the ice field. Roar. Its body is over 120 meters long, with horns on its head and strong muscles that show a sense of explosive power even under the restraint of ice crystal scales. Its bold dark blue hair spreads along its protruding spine and powerful limbs to its half-length tail. Its body is covered with sharp ice crystals, and its whole body exudes a chill that pierces the heart and bones and penetrates the spinal cord. Ice Titan. The elemental titan is an elemental life form created by the mother tree of the world when it created the digital world. It is one of the basic elemental structures that make up the digital world. The ice titan represents ice and water. It is because of its existence that the digital world has snowfields, glaciers, rivers and oceans. A similar situation is happening on Giant Insect Island. The entire tropical vegetation forest seems to have been turned upside down. A rough and heavy voice exploded like thunder, and then 2 thick and broad arms stretched out from the bottom of the forest. Upon closer inspection, you can see that these two arms are actually two rough and heavy tree stumps. The two tree stumps bent and supported the ground, suddenly supporting its burly body. It was a towering tree demon with a thickness of 10 circumferences and more than 150 meters high. On its head was a lush green tree crown, and its body was composed of dense and twisted roots. On the thick trunk of the main body, two scarlet eyes flashing with blood opened in horror. Forest Titan. It represents trees and mountains. It is because of its existence that the digital world has green plants and towering mountains. The giant beast continent is a vast golden ocean. The golden sand dunes are like surging waves, flowing with a moving rhythm with a whistling wind. Hoo hoo hoo. Suddenly, a huge and terrifying shadow was cast from the sky. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew. The yellow sand that covered the sky and the ground rolled like waves, forming a terrible sandstorm. It was a creature that looked like a whale. It had a hideous face and a metallic luster. It was more than 200 meters long. Its wings were like clouds hanging from the sky and blocked the sunlight. Desert Titan. It represents earth and gold. It is because of its existence that the digital world has vast sand and metal all over the ground. A volcano erupted on the dinosaur continent. Boom. With a piercing roar, hot magma gushed out from the crater like a torrent, and then rushed down the volcano, forming a hot sea of molten lava. At the same time, the entire erupting volcano began to move. A closer look reveals that this volcano is actually a giant creature, made of volcanic lava, over 250 meters tall. The fiery red magma flows slowly through its body like blood, emitting extremely high temperatures. Volcano Titan. It represents fire and wind. It is because of its existence that the digital world has burning flames and howling winds. Horizontal ellipsis. God's forest. Ice titans, forest titans, desert titans, and volcano titans gathered here, bowing their heads and kneeling. In front of them, there was an even larger creature. It was over 300 meters tall, and its strong muscles, as solid as mountains and hills, were like hard armor, tightly wrapping its wild body. The dark and shiny muscles shone with a metallic luster, and the slowly wriggling blood vessels and blue veins spread all over the epidermis like a dragon. The huge body stood majestically like an iron mountain formed by muscle casting, exuding the unique arrogance and domineering breath of a king. King Titan. It represents the sky and the earth. It is because of its existence that the digital world has a vast sky and a vast land. However, even such a powerful King Titan bowed his head and knelt with the other 4 titans at this time, facing the World Mother Tree in the center of the God Forest that is truly the pillar of the sky and has great magical powers. In addition to the 5 titans, a familiar 3-headed dragon figure finally appeared from under the ground. It was Caesar Ghidorah. However, at this time, Caesar Ghidorah's 3 pairs of dragon eyes had lost the rotation of life. The roots of the trees were like strings connecting its body, making it lifeless like a controlled marionette. The Lord's decree has been issued. Attack the earth at all costs. The voice of the World Mother Tree rang in the minds of the 5 titans, Caesar Ghidorah, and all the digital creatures in the digital world, striking their souls and echoing in their minds for a long time. Attack the earth. The 5 titans, Caesar Ghidorah, and all the digital creatures roared in unison, filled with unparalleled madness and tyranny. Go, my children. May the Lord bless you. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, the sky shook, and under the control of the World Mother Tree, huge cracks appeared between heaven and earth. That was the channel connecting the earth and the digital world. The real war between the 2 worlds is about to begin. Earth. Hell Creek Tribe, Dragon Temple. The real war is coming. When Chu Xu's voice sounded on the throne, the royal dragon riders and Bai Hong all showed shock at the same time. The real war? Exclamation mark. Before this, they had also experienced many battles with Carboniferous giant worms, Devonian fish, Jurassic dinosaurs, and Permian giant beasts, which had caused considerable casualties and losses. But that was only a local war. The real war mentioned by the dragon god was not limited to a local area. It was probably a world war that truly affected the entire Earth. The scale and strength of the attacking enemies were unprecedented. What kind of heavy casualties and losses would this bring? I am afraid that if they are not careful, the dinosaur civilization that they have painstakingly developed for so long will be destroyed. This is a war that truly determines the life and death of the dinosaur civilization on Earth. Lord Dragon God, please guide us. The royal dragon riders and Bai Hong knelt on the ground and requested in unison. At such a critical moment of life and death, all they can rely on is the glory of the dragon god. Sound the alarm immediately. From now on, the tribes on all continents will enter the highest state of combat readiness. All dinosaurs except young dinosaurs and the disabled need to assemble. Chu Xu said slowly. The reason why he foresaw the coming of this war in advance was because of a dream, just like when an asteroid hit the Earth and Godzilla came. Although he didn't know what the reason was, Chu Xu felt that these dreams that predicted the future seemed to be communicated with by some kind of existence. Perhaps, this is the so-called will of the Earth? Is Mother Earth communicating with him, the guardian, in the dream? Chu Xu didn't know for the time being, but one thing was certain, the things dreamed of in these dreams would become reality in the near future. He would not sit and wait for death, and he must make full preparations in advance. In addition, the situation of the tribes in other continents is still not optimistic. You lead some troops to support them. Now, the strength of the 13 royal dragon riders and Bai Hong has reached the peak of the complete body. When combined with 2 by 2, they are enough to stand on their own. So Chu Xu also plans to let them lead part of the troops of the Hell Creek tribe to support other dinosaur tribes that are still weak. After all, the dinosaur tribes are built on the basis of the world subtree, and the location of the world subtree is actually at the junction of the Earth and the digital world. The digital creatures that have descended all the time basically appear in the vicinity of it. Yes. Chu Xu soon assigned them their respective tasks. Long Ma and Xiao Feng partnered up to go to the Qinling tribe in East Asia, Ziran and Zhuantai partnered up to go to the Degan tribe in South Asia, Taishan and Jianmu partnered up to go to the Alps tribe in Europe, Tianshu and Ikui partnered up to go to the Madagascar tribe in Africa, Li Uzing and Ben Lei partnered up to go to the Andes tribe in South America, Wang Chuan and Kang Ming partnered up to go to the Antarctic tribe in Antarctica, Xian Yu and Bai Hong partnered up to stay in the Hell Creek tribe in North America. After the assignment was completed, the royal dragon riders and Bai Hong quickly took action according to Chu Xu's instructions. Dang dang dang. Not long after, a rapid sound of metal clashing rang out above the Hell Creek tribe. The sound came from a large metal bell placed on the city wall. This was the alarm in the tribe. Once it was sounded, it indicated the arrival of an emergency. Except for a few young dinosaurs and the disabled, all dinosaurs in the tribe must put down all their work and assemble urgently. Not long after, almost all the dinosaurs of the Hell Creek tribe gathered at the city wall. Standing on the city wall were the 13 royal dragon riders who represented the majesty of the dragon god. They were rarely seen on weekdays, but they all appeared. Obviously, the seriousness of the situation was beyond imagination. According to the dragon god's oracle, the enemies from the other world are about to launch a large-scale invasion. The tribes of all continents immediately enter the highest state of combat readiness. All mature dinosaurs need to rush to the front line, participate in the battle, and protect our common home. The leading dragon mother said in a thunderous voice. Large-scale invasion. The dinosaurs who heard the news were all shocked. It was not easy to usher in peace and tranquility, but they didn't expect it to be so short-lived. There are more enemies ready to move, baring their teeth and claws, and they are determined to invade and plunder their homes. This home is not only the land, but also the buildings, roads, and even the language, writing, and inheritance of the next generation that they created together. Everything is summarized into the saplings of dinosaur civilization that have taken root and sprouted. The dinosaurs have a real sense of belonging to this homeland, and have found their own value and glory in the rapid construction and development of the tribe. But all of this is going to be taken away and destroyed by the enemies from another world. How can they agree to such a result? Exclamation mark. Protect our homeland. At this moment, all the dinosaurs of the Hell Creek tribe roared and shouted in unison. In order to defend the territory under their feet, protect their homes, and pass on the endless dinosaur civilization, this is the unshirkable responsibility of this generation of dinosaurs. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. The armor shines towards the sun and the golden scales open. Subscribe. Spring is the season when everything revives. The vitality that was originally bleak and withered will be restored to its beautiful and full vitality. However, all this was broken by the arrival of this war. East Asia, Kindling Tribe. The development of Kindling Tribe is second only to that of Hell Creek Tribe. Under the leadership of the tribal chief Pajun, the development is thriving, including the construction of troops, cities, roads, digital metals, etc. As soon as Pajun learned of the Dragon God's oracle, he ordered the entire tribe to enter the highest state of combat readiness and wait for the support of the Royal Dragon Riders and the Hell Creek Dinosaur Force. Just one day later, Long Ma and her partner Xia Feng led a dinosaur force of more than 10,000 to support, which cheered up the Kindling Tribe, which was originally in a tense atmosphere. Support from the Hell Creek Tribe has come. This also means that the Dragon God on the other side of the ocean has not forgotten them. As long as they can work together to overcome this difficulty, true peace and tranquility will come. Then, within just 1 week, support troops from the Hell Creek Tribe also arrived at the dinosaur tribes on various continents, injecting a dose of adrenaline into these dinosaur tribes that were inevitably in a panic. Under the towering world subtrees, the dinosaur tribes have already started to operate like war machines, mobilizing the resources of the entire tribe and making unified deployments. All dinosaurs are ready for battle. Time passed by in a war-ready atmosphere like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. In the morning, it was still hazy, with red clouds rolling in the sky and morning fog filling the ground. All the noise was drowned in this indissoluble gloom. This kind of weather has lasted for a while, as if the world is filled with dark clouds and fog, flickering and unclear. On the towering walls of the Kindling Tribe, Long Ma, Xia Feng, and Po Jun were all waiting there. Looking ahead, they saw the increasingly thick dark clouds and fog like a huge hand covering the sky, sweeping across the vast sky and land, and brazenly reaching towards their location. Even though they were far away, they had already felt the terrifying atmosphere of a large group of creatures gathering in it. Here we go. Notify all dinosaurs to prepare for battle. Long Ma's resolute face, like a knife and an axe, was as stern as iron, her sharp eyes were as bright as fire, and her voice was also filled with sonorous power. At this time, she was wearing a red digital alloy armor, which was famous for its defensive power. It fits the body and shows a flexible and smooth curve. The surface is engraved with blazing flames. It is indescribably domineering and heroic. Dang dang dang. The metal bell was struck again, echoing over the Kindling Tribe, deafening, and notifying all the dinosaurs who had been preparing for war for a long time that the real war has come. At this moment, the dinosaurs on the wall could clearly feel the ground shaking more and more, just like their pounding hearts were getting more and more intense. Soon, they could see tens of thousands of dinosaurs and dragon people appearing in their field of vision. It was obviously the dinosaur army from the Jurassic Dinosaur Empire. This was also the old friend familiar to the dinosaurs of the Kindling Tribe. They would never forget the heavy casualties and destruction that the Jurassic Empire Dragon Riders brought to their homes last time. This time, they vowed to take revenge on these Jurassic dinosaurs. The enemy has entered the attack range, the wind and fire formation is activated, and the attack is launched. With the order of the Dragon Mother, the support troops from the Hell Creek Tribe took the lead in climbing the wall. All of them were Tyrannosaurus and Dromaeosaurus. Flame Breath. Superstorm. The wind and fire formation that had been practiced for a long time was used on the battlefield for the first time. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus and Dromaeosaurus jointly displayed their own special moves. The raging fire and the howling wind mixed together, and the damage and range soared sharply. Not only the Tyrannosaurus and Dromaeosaurus from the Hell Creek Tribe, but also the Tarbosaurus and Luanchuan Raptor from the Kindling Tribe, could also perform the wind and fire formation together, setting off a series of flame storms that devoured everything. Hu, ho, ho. Kill. At this time, Po Jun had already taken the lead in issuing orders, leading the rest of the Kindling Tribe's dinosaurs to attack the enemies approaching the city wall. Behind them was their home. Once the city wall was breached, not only their homes but also their relatives would suffer a catastrophe, so even if they had to sacrifice their own lives, they would keep the enemy out of the city wall. Roar, roar, roar. As an undead zombie Tyrannosaurus, Po Jun had no idea what fear was, and he jumped off the city wall and charged into the enemy army alone. Cursed breath. As the purple magic flame swept across, the air exuded a scorching smell, and these Jurassic dinosaurs in the growth and maturity stages melted at the touch, clearing a large area in the blink of an eye. Giga Destruction Cannon. Full fire. Dragon Mother and Xiao Feng also joined the battle, transformed into missile launchers and self-propelled artillery and began to pour out a crazy metal storm. Every missile or every round of gunfire could kill hundreds of enemies and dissipate into digital energy in the air. Although there are many enemies, it is fortunate that most of them are in the growth and maturity stages. There are very few complete dinosaurs, and most of them were destroyed when the Jurassic Empire dragon riders attacked last time. There is still hope. Boom. Boom. Just as the morale of the dinosaurs of the kindling tribe soared and the emotions were excited, a heavy sound of footsteps came from afar, getting closer and closer, and louder, until it struck the hearts of all the dinosaurs. What is that? A volcano? Exclamation mark. Soon, Long Ma and the others saw a volcano moving slowly towards the city wall. It was not until the volcano stood up on two legs that they could see that it was actually a giant lava monster. Its body was spewing billowing volcanic ash and smoke, and flowing with a large amount of reddish-brown magma. Just approaching it was enough to burn any creature to death. The dinosaurs of the entire kindling tribe were stunned. They had never seen such a living volcano. It seemed as if a volcanic eruption might occur at any time, causing a land of devastation. Such an existence that represents the power of nature, is it really something they can contend with? Volcano Titan. The powerful aura it exudes shows that its strength has definitely reached the ultimate form. On this morning, not only the kindling tribe in East Asia, but also the tribes of other continents and even the oceans also ushered in a large-scale invasion of digital creatures. Carboniferous giant worms, Devonian fish, Permian giant beasts, Jurassic dinosaurs. The number is endless, and there is no end in sight. And this is not what really makes the dinosaurs of various tribes despair. What really makes them despair is the elemental titans that represent the great power of nature. The ice fields, forests, deserts, volcanoes and even the heaven and earth seem to be the incarnation of nature, coming to eliminate these poor and weak parasites. The only strange thing is that the Hell Creek tribe in North America is calm as usual. In the Dragon Temple, Chu Xu's telepathic perception has covered the entire North America, but he did not find any abnormalities of the enemy's attack. The battle situation of the dinosaur tribes in other continents is already urgent. We can't let it get close to the city wall, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. We must stop it. In the kindling tribe, Long Ma looked at the approaching volcanic titan and said to Xiao Feng beside her. Wherever the volcanic titan passed, the surface was completely turned into scorched earth, and even the nearby Jurassic dinosaurs were no exception. They were all wiped out. If such a behemoth really approached, the city wall, which was already in danger, would not be able to hold on for a second. Xiao Feng, wearing a blue digital alloy armor, nodded. His speed and agility had been significantly improved. Xiao Feng quickly approached the volcano titan while turning the dozens of machine guns that were fully armed to it and aiming at it to open fire. In an instant, a hail of bullets swept across. In just a dozen seconds, tens of thousands of bullets hit the body of the volcano titan, making the lava on its surface riddled with holes. However, the volcano titan's movements did not pause at all. Even the wounds on its body that were hit were healing rapidly, and lava grew again to fill the holes left by the bullets. Boom. Following closely behind, Long Ma also raised her mechanical arms one after another, firing the Giga Destruction Cannon and the Nuclear Electron Beam, blasting huge holes on the volcano titan's body. But not long after, these holes quickly recovered, leaving no trace. Obviously, the volcano titan, like the World Tree, can absorb the natural energy of the earth anytime and anywhere to restore its physical injuries. If the volcanic titan's lava body cannot be crushed in one go, then it will be able to recover continuously and become almost immortal. Wind and fire formation, attack. Long Ma forced herself to stay calm and continued to give orders. The target of the wind and fire formation quickly changed from other Jurassic dinosaurs to the volcanic titan, and a series of blazing firestorms fell on its body. But the volcanic titan still kept moving. It was originally the embodiment of fire and wind. The mere blazing firestorm was like a tickle to it, and it had no effect at all. Instead, it made the volcanic titan even more terrifying, like a demon crawling out of purgatory. This scene made countless dinosaurs tremble with fear. Our attacks have no effect at all. It's too powerful. It's close. It's so hot. Its body is so hot, it seems to be burning. What kind of monster is this? As the volcanic titan continued to approach, rolling high-temperature heat waves also swept in. The dinosaurs on the wall seemed to be in a furnace, sweating profusely and suffering. Faced with such a terrifying existence, they were really helpless. What else could they do except watch the other party approach step by step, easily destroying the walls under their feet and even the homes behind them? Some dinosaurs who couldn't bear to see the tragic scene closed their eyes, but more dinosaurs raised their heads. Whenever they felt darkness and despair in their hearts, they would look up at the sky and look to the east, where there was the sun covered by dark clouds and fog. But the dark clouds and fog only covered the sun for a while, and the sunlight representing light will eventually clear the clouds and fog and shine on everything. Boom! At this moment, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared, sweeping away the clouds covering the sky, and instantly crossed the body of the volcanic titan that was almost in front of them. The indestructible body of the volcanic titan instantly collapsed, shattered into lava fragments on the ground, and gradually dissipated into the air. What happened just now? How come the volcanic titan is dead in the blink of an eye? Exclamation mark. It was not until the dinosaurs looked closely at the golden light that was suspended in the air that they burst into cheers like thunder and waves. Apart from the great dragon god, who else could help them to clear the clouds and see the sunshine of hope? Chapter 110, The Soul of Fire and Wind Warriors. Dragon Mother's Ultimate Evolution. Subscribe. Name, Volcano Titan. Growth Stage, Ultimate. Level, Planetary Level 4. Attribute, Virus Species. Statistics. 250 meters long, 500,000 tons in weight. Skills, Magma Spray, Lava Armor, Volcanic Eruption. Introduction. One of the elemental titans created by the World Mother Tree, Volcano Titan represents the flames and winds of the digital world. It has the souls of fire and wind fighters in its body, and can allow other digital creatures to inherit its power. Volcano Titan. Chu Xu casually glanced at the data of Volcano Titan. Its level and strength were not worth mentioning to him, but the last introduction attracted his attention. The souls of fire and wind fighters? Exclamation mark. In the setting of Digimon, the souls of fighters represent the power of various natural attributes that make up the digital world, and are transformed by the so-called 10 fighters after their death. The 10 fighters are the 10 ultimate digital creatures that are said to have saved the ancient digital world. They are the first generation of ultimates that existed in ancient times, and their power is also superior to that of the later ultimates. Unexpectedly, in this digital world, there are so-called fighter souls, and fighter souls are hosted in these elemental titans. Buzz soon, Chu Xu's telepathic perception captured two souls, emerging from the gradually dissipating body of the volcanic titan. One soul is shaped like a ball of flame, red in color, constantly expanding and burning. The other soul is shaped like an airflow, light blue, constantly drifting and blowing. The former is the soul of the firefighter, and the latter is the soul of the wind fighter. Chu Xu gently grabbed the void, and with the invisible deterrent power of the high-level overlord, he took the two fighter souls into his hands. These two fighter souls are very useful. The majestic energy contained in them is enough to allow the perfect digital creatures to directly break through to the ultimate form. And the strength is far more powerful than the general ultimate form, and they are born to control the power of specific natural elements. Fire and wind are just right for Longma and Xiaofeng. Longma and Xiaofeng have reached the peak of their perfect form, which is just right for using the fighter soul to let them break through to the ultimate form in one go. In addition, Chu Xu has now broken through to the 7th level of the planetary level, and the next two WarGreymon templates have been unlocked one after another. One is Ancient Greymon, one of the 10 fighters who saved the ancient digital world. Although Chu Xu has spent energy points to exchange it, its evolution condition still needs to absorb the data of the firefighter soul. The second is Caesar Greymon, which has power beyond the legendary 10 fighters. In addition to the energy point exchange, the evolution condition also needs to absorb the data of the fighter souls of the 5 systems of fire, ice, wind, earth, and wood. At present, with the fire and wind fighter souls, Chu Xu can transform into Ancient Greymon. Next, collect the fighter souls of the other 3 systems, and then you can transform into Caesar Greymon again. Although the souls of the fire and wind fighters were temporarily given to Longma and Xiaofeng to reside in their bodies, Chu Xu could extract them from their bodies again when needed and use them for himself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the Killing Tribe, when the dinosaurs saw that the extremely powerful Volcano Titan was so easily killed by the Dragon God, their morale was greatly boosted. Soon, they saw the Dragon God descend from the sky again, and his mighty dragon body stood in front of the city wall. Just standing still, the pressure he exuded was like a storm sweeping countless enemies, and they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the dragon god spoke, and his voice resounded in the ears of all the dinosaurs on the city wall. Mighty and mighty, Fire Dragon Rider Honglian, Wind Dragon Rider Xiaofeng. Longma and Xiaofeng, who suddenly heard their own names, looked solemn. Be prepared to accept the new power I will give you. As soon as the dragon god finished speaking, Longma and Xiaofeng saw two souls floating towards them, and when they got close, they merged directly into their bodies. This is. Longma and Xiaofeng were still a little confused, not knowing what this thing was. But soon, they felt a special energy bursting in their bodies, washing through their limbs and bones, bringing about earth-shaking changes to themselves. The ultimate evolution begins. First is Longma, whose body size has soared further, and her height has exceeded 100 meters. The steel-gray machinery that was originally MetalTyrannomon has transformed into a red rust color. The entire machinery has also been transformed and upgraded. A giant electromagnetic cannon almost as long as her height is mounted on her back. Terrible electromagnetic cannon. Her mouth can spit out crimson flames of the same color as her body, rust breath, rusting everything it touches. Rust Agumon. Longma, who absorbed the soul of the firefighter, evolved from the perfect MetalTyrannomon to the ultimate Rust Agumon. Moreover, the surface of her red Rust Agumon's mechanical body is covered with flame patterns of the soul of the firefighter, which allows her to fully control the power of fire, and can manipulate flames at will and absorb heat, so that she can develop a variety of powerful fire skills. On the other side, Xiaofeng also absorbed the soul of the wind fighter and evolved from the perfect form of machine gun Dragomon to the ultimate form of Vulcan cannon Dragomon. It is 50 meters tall, and the dozens of machine guns armed with it have been transformed and upgraded into multi-barreled rotating multi-barreled rapid-fire Vulcan cannons, with calibers ranging from 5 mm to 50 mm. It can quickly and continuously fire a large amount of deadly artillery fire, and can also produce liquid nitrogen when firing at high speed to reduce the high temperature caused by friction, and has air defense capabilities. As the firing time increases, the speed of the barrel rotating and firing becomes faster, and the damage that the weapon can cause is also greater. The ultimate move is the Violent Fanatic, which fires all the Vulcan cannons in all directions at the same time. Moreover, the surface of Xiaofeng's Vulcan cannon Dragon Beast was engraved with the airflow patterns of the wind fighter soul, which controlled the power of the storm and could create storms and tornadoes. It could also use the characteristics of gas pressure to achieve various effects, such as cutting and tearing. Undoubtedly, at this time, the strength of Longma and Xiaofeng had made a qualitative leap. Not only did they break through to the ultimate form, that is, the planetary level, but they also mastered the power of natural elements, making their combat effectiveness far stronger than enemies of the same level. Thank you for the gift of the Dragon God. Longma and Xiaofeng both felt the rapid progress of their own strength. The unprecedented powerful force in their bodies made them shocked and ecstatic. They were even more enthusiastic and grateful to Chu Xu for giving them this power. The power of God is like a prison, and the grace of God is like the sea. The greatness of the Dragon God needs no further explanation. Next, I have to rush to other dinosaur tribes. I'll leave this to you. Chu Xu also saw the changes in Longma and Xiaofeng. With their current strength, he could safely leave the war here to them. The dinosaur tribes on other continents were still in danger, and he couldn't delay any more time. Yes. Longma and Xiaofeng watched Chu Xu turn into a golden stream and leave, and then they set their sights on the Jurassic dinosaurs in the distance that were still coming in full force and attacking non-stop. All troops, attack. The glory of the Dragon God will always shine on us. The counterattack began. At this moment, the Kindling tribe, whose morale had reached its peak, was no longer trapped in the city wall. All the dinosaurs, led by Longma and Xiaofeng, rushed out of the city gate and took the initiative to attack the enemy. Shocking electromagnetic cannon. The giant electromagnetic cannon on Longma's back quickly filled up with energy, and the high-intensity current passed through the coil to generate a strong magnetic field. The next second, the shells were released along the guide rails, and the strong repulsive force that followed made its entire dragon body tremble violently. Compared with traditional artillery, electromagnetic cannons can greatly increase the speed and range of projectiles, with a speed exceeding several times the speed of sound, and a range of more than 200 kilometers. Boom boom. Thunder exploded in the sky, and countless Jurassic dinosaurs and dragons in a straight line were wiped out by this blow, leaving a black scorch mark that stretched for hundreds of miles on the surface, with no bottom in sight. Violent fanatic. Xiao Feng's multi-barreled rapid-fire Vulcan cannons all over his body also launched a torrential rain of fire, and the dazzling artillery fire formed a wide coverage net. Thousands of bullets were fired every second, and the enemies hit instantly became sieves, falling down in groups like harvested straw. Massacre. For these Jurassic dinosaurs and dragons, most of which were only in the growth and maturity stages, the ultimate dragon mother and Xiao Feng were completely a one-sided massacre. A few complete forms appeared, but they also suffered the same fate, and were completely vulnerable. With the two invincible killing gods, Dragon Mother and Howling Wind, in front, the Hell Creek support troops and the dinosaurs of the Kindling tribe also launched a disparate counterattack, rushing straight into the enemy formation, cutting a huge crack like cutting a cake, and completely defeating the enemy. The defeat was like a landslide. Although these Jurassic dinosaurs and dragons were affected by the electronic virus and became ferocious and irrational, they could not organize a unified resistance force under such a large-scale defeat. They could only fight on their own in a mess. Wind and fire formation. Until the last straw that broke the camel's back appeared, it was the wind and fire formation performed by Dragon Mother and Howling Wind. The overwhelming sea of fire formed by the power of the fire-fighting spirit, coupled with the tornado formed by the power of the wind-fighting spirit, when the two combined together, it became a truly overwhelming firestorm. The power scale was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one performed by tens of thousands of Tyrannosaurus Rex and Dromaeosaurus. Boom! The raging firestorm was like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In a short time, most of the enemies were buried in it and turned into nothing. The last remaining remnants were already insignificant, and the dinosaurs wiped them out without leaving a single one. Victory. On the messy battlefield, there was no trace of any enemy. These dead souls who should have rested long ago finally returned to the earth. This battle lasted from morning to night. Although it lasted less than a day, it felt like a century to all the dinosaurs who experienced it. From the initial high morale to protect their homeland, to the despair and hesitation when the volcano titan appeared, to the clearing of clouds and light when the dragon god came, and finally the generous and dripping sound of the counterattack horn. Although they were very tired, the dinosaurs still spontaneously began to clean up the battlefield. Although the enemy did not leave any corpses, they had real victims and injured, and the blood they shed fertilized the strong grass under them. The victims will be regarded as martyrs of the tribe, buried with the highest treatment, and their relatives will be compensated. The injured will be sent to treatment as soon as possible. In the war preparation period before this, a large number of moth beasts and other giant insects with healing abilities, under the order of the Zerg Queen Mothra, settled in the dinosaur tribes of various continents and set up wartime rescue stations on standby at any time. Sacrifice and injury are inevitable, but more dinosaurs participating in the battle benefit from it. In the Hell Creek Support Force and the Kindling tribe, a large number of mature dinosaurs have already ushered in the complete evolution. Tyrannosaurus evolved into MetalTyrannomon, Dromaeosaurus evolved into machine gun Dromaeosaurus. It has truly become a fully armed mechanized dinosaur force. Chapter 111. How can a mere dark cloud block the brightness of the sun? Deccan Plateau in South Asia, Deccan Tribe. This is a vast plateau with undulating waves. It was formed by the Deccan Traps event at the end of the Cretaceous period. Large-scale basalt overflowed, covering an area of 400,000 square kilometers, forming the world's largest lava platform. It has become fragmented due to long-term erosion by wind and rain. Looking around, there are only broken hills, isolated peaks, high ramparts and deep ravines. The Deccan tribe is mainly inhabited by dinosaur groups such as the King of Kings, Carnotaurus, and Titanosaur of the Latomie Formation. The Earth Dragon Rider Xerang and the Gold Dragon Rider Xuanti also led the Hell Creek force composed of Ankylosaurs and Pachycephalus to come to support. This morning, accompanied by a sudden sandstorm, Xerang and Xuanti on the city wall saw a large group of Permian giants invading. Since the Cambrian explosion of life, after more than 200 million years of biological evolution, organisms have walked from the ocean to the land, from primitive to complex, and finally in the Permian period, the biological appearance has become complete. In the Permian period, reptiles became the dominant species, and their bodies changed from skinny lizards to large mammals, and differentiated into the suborder Synopsids, and the suborder Diacids, Saurischia, representing the later beasts and dragons respectively. The Permian period was dominated by the beasts of the synapsid class, which were also called mammalian-like and the ancestors of all later mammals, so it was called the Age of Giant Beasts. Representative animals were the beasts such as Lystrosaurus, and musk-footed beasts. Their unified appearance features were walking on four legs, sturdy bodies, thick skin and flesh. Most of them were mature, and their body length was more than 10 meters. So when the densely packed, tens of thousands of giant beasts rushed in, the scene was spectacular, with gravel and dust all over the sky, roars deafening, and iron hooves seemed to crush everything in their way. Charge! The Ankylosaur and Pachycephalus troops led by Ziring and Zhuanti did not choose to defend, but gathered outside the city wall and launched a head-on confrontation with the aggressive army of giant beasts. Boom boom boom. Ziring and Zhuanti took the lead, followed by tens of thousands of Ankylosaurs and Pachycephalus, forming a wedge-shaped formation like a peak, spreading their limbs and running at full speed, turning into a torrent of steel and charging with a crushing momentum. After just a few seconds, the two sides had already come into close contact and a fierce collision occurred. This was a collision between giant beasts and dinosaurs. Both sides were fearless, like two torrents converging, instantly stirring up huge waves. Bang bang bang. Wearing a blue digital alloy armor, Zhuanti, who was blessed with speed and agility, took the lead. Its body length had grown to more than 30 meters, and its size was 3 times that of these mature giant beasts. He charged forward, and the alloy headbutt of Zhuanti was invincible. The giant beasts in front of him were knocked down one after another like dominoes, and he tore a huge crack single-handedly. Light prism ray. The alloy skull of Zhuanti can not only be used for impact, but once the energy is gathered, it can be used as a prism to emit high-energy laser beams to sweep away enemies farther away. On the other side, the 50-meter-long Ziring is even more exaggerated. The gap between it and the mature giant beast is completely the gap between a child and a giant. It is wearing a brown alloy armor to maintain balance. Although its speed is not fast, it is powerful and heavy. It crushes all the giant beasts in front of it. The steel spines covering its body can rely on the strength of its body muscles to eject it like a bow and arrow. Boom. The tail of Ziring set up on the HUD was also a large caliber tank gun barrel. One after another, the high explosive bombs of the Ankylosaur bombarded the army of giant beasts. The roar was endless, and the billowing smoke filled the sky, shaking the earth repeatedly. Under the leadership of Ziring and Zhuanti, the Ankylosaur beast and the swollen-headed dragon beast troops fought 10 to 1, killing one after another. Time passed by minute, and Ziring and Zhuanti didn't know how many enemies they had killed. They only felt that their energy was being drained bit by bit, and their physical strength had almost reached the limit. However, the attacking giant beasts seemed to have no end at all. No matter how many giant beasts fell and disappeared, more giant beasts would soon rush over fearlessly. There were also more and more casualties in our own troops. Although the Ankylosaur beasts and swollen-headed dragon beasts were very brave, they could not withstand the large number of enemies. One after another, the bodies of the dragons that had lost their breath of life fell to the ground, making Ziring and Zhuanti feel a little heartbroken. Retreat. Retreat to the tribe for now. I will lead the way. Ziring made a prompt decision. As the commander of the army, he must also be responsible for his soldiers. Ziring's order was conveyed to the 1,000 dragon leaders who followed closely behind him, and the 1,000 dragon leaders further conveyed it to their subordinates behind them. One person passed it on to 10 people, and 10 people passed it on to 100 people. Soon, the Ankylosaur army turned around, and the swollen-headed dragon army on the other side also began to retreat in an orderly manner. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, a huge sandstorm suddenly appeared. The rolling wall composed of sand and dust rushed over like a yellow dragon rising up. It contained not only sand and soil, but also hard gravel and iron sand, which shot down like bullets. Whether it was the enemy's behemoth or the dinosaurs on their side, they were all baptized by the indiscriminate sandstorm. There was no escape. Not only were they beaten all over by the gravel and iron sand all over the sky, but their bodies were also directly buried alive by the sand and soil that rolled on the ground. It was unknown how long it took before Ziring and Zhuanti felt that the sandstorm had disappeared. Thanks to their large size and the digital alloy armor they were wearing, they did not suffer much damage. But looking around the devastated surroundings, a large area of the giant beast army was cleared, and their dinosaur troops also suffered heavy casualties. There were countless bloody and seriously injured people and even disappeared alive. The blood that gathered into a river dyed the yellow sand red. Seeing this scene, Ziring and Zhuanti were all horrified and angry. The culprit of all this finally slowly appeared in the sky. It was a whale-like creature with a body length of more than 200 meters and wings stretched out to the sky, the desert titan representing earth and gold. Ultimate. The level of this monster has reached the ultimate. Although they were far apart, Ziring still clearly felt the terrible pressure emanating from the desert titan. Such a powerful existence is not an enemy that can contend with. It is approaching the Degan tribe. If a sandstorm of that level just now appears in the tribe, it will definitely be a disaster. Zhuanti said anxiously. We must stop it. Ziring gritted his teeth, raised the barrel of the tank at the rear high, aimed at the desert titan in the air, and fired an armored dragon armor-piercing bullet. Zhuanti also fired a prism ray at the desert titan. Their special moves each hit the body of the desert titan, but only caused it a minor injury, and it recovered automatically after a while. The desert titan still flew slowly towards the position of the Degan tribe without stopping, like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun, bringing the shadow of death to all the dinosaurs in it, unstoppable. I accept the earth and gold fighter souls on you. Suddenly, above the dark cloud, brilliant golden light penetrated down, and a small sun that was more than 10 times larger than the desert titan fell down. Gaia Energy Cannon! Exclamation mark. How can a mere dark cloud block the brilliance of the sun? Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 112, A Great Harvest of Warrior Souls. The Royal Dragon Riders have evolved to their ultimate form. The huge body of the desert titan evaporated rapidly in the small sun, and finally turned into nothingness, with 2 wisps of souls floating around. Chu Xu, who arrived in time, waved his hand to accept it. These were the earth and gold fighter souls that resided in the desert titan. The former was brown and shaped like a handful of soil. The latter was golden and shaped like a piece of gold. Coincidentally, these 2 fighter souls corresponded to the Earth Dragon Rider Zirin and the Gold Dragon Rider Zhuanti. Perhaps this was the choice made in the dark. Dragon God. When Zirin and Zhuanti saw Chu Xu's figure appear, a big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. However, every time they were helpless in the face of a powerful enemy, they were deeply stimulated. Obviously, this was a support mission assigned to them by the Dragon God. But in the end they still had to trouble the Dragon God to come to support them. Don't blame yourself, you have done a good job. Chu Xu also saw the self-blame of Ziring and Zhuanti, and quickly landed in front of them. This is the soul of the Earth Fighter and the soul of the Gold Fighter. Prepare to accept its power. It will allow you to complete the ultimate evolution. Ultimate evolution? Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Ziring and Zhuanti were both surprised. This was the powerful power they were extremely eager for now. Boom. Chu Xu didn't waste time and immediately merged the soul of the Earth Fighter and the soul of the Gold Fighter into Ziring and Zhuanti respectively. The ultimate evolution begins. The first to complete the ultimate evolution was Ziring. Its body length soared to 80 meters, and its whole body achieved 100% mechanization transformation and digital alloy armor full welding. The most notable feature is that the original limbs have become metal pin-hinged tracks, and the rear tank main turret has also changed from 1 to 2 twin-mounted smoothbore guns on the left and right, as well as double quadruple-mounted anti-aircraft missiles. Its eyes have become advanced reconnaissance radars and fire control computers, with the ability to automatically search for enemies and precise fire control. Ultimate form, Tank Armored Dragonman. Its special moves are the Conqueror Destroyer Bullet, fired from 2 twin-mounted smoothbore tank guns, and the Guardian Destroyer Bullet, fired from 2 quadruple-mounted anti-aircraft missiles. Next, the ultimate evolution of Zhuanti is also very similar to Zirin, with a body length exceeding 60 meters, and the mechanized body has become a tank. The limbs have become tank tracks, the eyes have become radar and fire control systems, and the main weapon is a prism turret, which has a very long range and killing ability. After hitting the target, the light will scatter and splash to kill other enemies around. The secondary weapon is 2 parallel machine guns. Ultimate form, Prism Swollen-Headed Dragonman. Its special moves are the Judgment Grating Cannon, fired from the Prism Turret, and the Judgment Gatling, fired from the Parallel Machine Gun. In addition, Ziring and Zhuanti, which have each fused the souls of Earth and Gold fighters, have also obtained the natural power of Earth and Gold, and can control sand and metal. Power. What a powerful power. Ziring and Zhuanti were shocked to check their own changes. They felt that their current strength had increased by dozens or even hundreds of times compared to before. It was a miracle. No, This was originally a miracle bestowed by the dragon god. If they met the desert titan again, they would definitely be confident that they could kill it with the combined strength of the two dragons. I'll leave it to you here. After completing the task, Chu Xu did not stop. He told Ziring and Xuanti a word and left again. Yes. Ziring and Xuanti, who had greatly increased their confidence, were full of fighting spirit. This time, they would not disappoint the dragon god's expectations and vowed to annihilate all the invading enemies. After hunting down the volcanic titan that appeared in the Kinling tribe in East Asia and the desert titan that appeared in the Degan tribe in South Asia, Chu Xu went to the Alpine tribe in Europe without stopping. It is located in the Alps. There are dense and prosperous temperate rainforests in the tribe, which are foggy and humid all year round. The guards here are Tashan, the dragon rider of the mountain, and Jianmu, the dragon rider of the wood. The enemies they face are the countless giant insects. The war between the dinosaurs and the giant insects is in full swing. The Ceratops and Hadrosaurus troops brought by Tashan and Jianmu fought hard, but the tribe behind them was still in danger. What made them feel even worse appeared. In the rainforest, a towering tree demon over 100 meters high suddenly appeared. All the trees and even rocks were used by it, and violently thrown into the dinosaur troops, causing a large number of casualties. Forest Titan. Just when the dinosaurs felt desperate and powerless, Chu Xu arrived again and tore the arrogant Forest Titan into pieces with one hand. The Rock Fighter Soul and the Wood Fighter Soul were obtained. Chu Xu also gave these two fighter souls to Tashan and Jianmu, allowing them to successfully complete the ultimate evolution. Tashan evolved from a complete Triceratops to an ultimate Apocalypse Ceratops. The forelimbs have become 4 meat grinder-style articulated tracks, and are equipped with a grinder-like gravity ram. The gravity waves generated from them are enough to crush the hard mountain and grind all obstacles in front into powder. The main weapon is 3 cannons transformed from 3 giant horns. It can rotate 360 degrees with a turret and can fire 3 Apocalypse cannons at a time, causing large-scale explosion and splash damage. The secondary weapon is the electromagnetic drag fork, installed on both sides, which can use electromagnetic force to attract and drag the surrounding organisms, drag them to the indestructible gravity ram and crush them into pieces. Jianmu evolved from the complete form of Phantom Duckbill Dragon to the ultimate form of Ghost Duckbill Dragon. Its hind limbs have also become 2 tank tracks, and its main weapon is a clustered sound wave pulse device, which can use fluid compression technology to load high-energy sound waves on high-speed propulsion fluids, and fire pulse sound wave cannon to attack targets like shock waves. The secondary weapons are 2 ghost cloaking devices, which have extremely advanced full-band cloaking technology and can achieve ghost cloaking. This is different from the cloaking principle of light refraction in the complete form. It mainly achieves all-round cloaking of radar, sound waves, infrared rays, radio frequency and visible light, making the enemy's reconnaissance equipment completely blind. It is a true electronic ghost. In addition, Tashan and Jianmu, who have each integrated the souls of rock and wood fighters, have also obtained the natural power of rock and wood, and can freely control rocks and trees. The horn of counterattack has been blown. Chapter 113, The Souls of Heavenly and Earthly Warriors. Caesar Ghidorah arrives. Subscribe. Antarctica, Antarctic Tribe. Bang! Chu Xu killed the 4th elemental titan, Ice Titan, and obtained the souls of the water and ice warriors living in it. Chu Xu gave these 2 souls to the water dragon rider Wangchuan and the sea dragon rider Kangming stationed in the Antarctic tribe. Wangchuan evolved from the perfect form of Mega Sudramon to the ultimate form of Steel Sudramon, with a body length of more than 100 meters. Its whole body is covered with time digital alloy and equipped with underwater sonar detectors, just like a battleship. Its ultimate move is to shoot a super large energy beam, ultimate wave cannon, from the muzzle at the tip of its nose. Kangming evolved from the perfect form of submarine Mosasaurmon to the ultimate form of carrier Mosasaurmon. Its broad back has become an angled flight deck with a length of more than 200 meters, and its tall dorsal fin has become an island equipped with a multifunction phased array radar and a closed mast, just like a small aircraft carrier. Its entire body is also covered with a time digital alloy, and its main weapons are 3 phalanx close-in defense cannons and 2 proton impact cannons. Its ultimate move is the Poseidon Proton Cannon, fired by the Proton Impact Cannon, which gathers a strong ion beam, causing the matter in the area where the beam is concentrated to be annihilated to generate energy to trigger an explosion, and generates more high-energy, high-speed particles to collide with surrounding particles to produce a chain reaction. In addition, Wangchuan and Kangming also gained additional natural power of water and ice, and can manipulate water and ice and snow at will. Soon, under the leadership of Wangchuan and Kangming, who transformed into battleships and aircraft carriers, the sea dragon beast and mosasaur tribe also launched a major counterattack against the Devonian fish. Africa, Madagascar tribe. The Madagascar tribe is located on the island of Madagascar, close to the coast, and across the sea from the African continent. What is that? The ones who came to support the tribe were Chu, the dragon rider of the sky, and Dike, the dragon rider of the earth. During this period of time, they led the Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus troops to wait for the arrival of the enemy every day. But unexpectedly, there was only one enemy in the end. It was a huge monster over 300 meters tall, standing tall and proud, exuding a smug look that made people dare not resist at all. King Titan. Although there was only one King Titan, Chu and Dike did not dare to take it lightly, and led the Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus troops to attack respectively. Quetzalcoatlus missiles. Ultimate earthquake. Chu launched several missiles from the sky, and Dike triggered violent earthquake waves from the ground, but the King Titan remained motionless and was not damaged at all. Roar. Then, King Titan roared, and with its body as the center, an invisible and strange force rippled out, covering the Quetzalcoatlus and Tyrannosaurus troops including Chu and Dike. An incredible scene appeared. Chu and Quetzalcoatlus, who were flying in the sky, felt as if they were carrying a heavy load, and fell to the ground at the same time. No matter how they flapped their wings, they could not fly again. Dike and Tyrannosaurus, who were walking on the ground, felt that their bodies became extremely light, so light that they floated up uncontrollably like balloons. What kind of ability is this? Chu and Dike were extremely shocked. The bizarre scenes that appeared before their eyes seemed to be turned upside down by King Titan. King Titan represents the sky and earth of the digital world, controlling the two opposite forces of air buoyancy and ground gravity. It can not only make Quetzalcoatlus, who is flying with wings spread, feel double the ground gravity, so that he can't get up, it can also make the bulky Tyrannosaurus feel double the air buoyancy, so that he can fly into the sky. Without any obstacles, King Titan approached the Madagascar tribe step by step. In front of its huge size and terrifying ability, the city wall was just a decoration, and the dinosaurs in the tribe had no power to resist. Roar. Suddenly, King Titan seemed to feel something strange, and couldn't help but stop and look up at a golden stream of light passing through the distant clouds. But the speed of the golden stream was so fast that it didn't even have time to react. It was still in the distant clouds in the last second, and it was already close in the next second. King Titan's huge body was suddenly hit by a huge force and flew away. Not only did it stay away from the Madagascar tribe, it also flew out of the coast and fell into the sea. Being able to control the buoyancy of the air and the gravity of the ground is really a tricky ability. But if you fall into the ocean, your ability will be useless. Chu Xu, who had just arrived, had already read the information of King Titan. The level has reached the 5th level of the planetary level, and the souls of the sky and earth fighters are housed in the body, which can control the buoyancy of the air and the gravity of the ground. However, Chu Xu quickly figured out the best way to deal with it. Although King Titan's ability is strong, it also has fatal limitations. It is only effective in the sky and on land. Once it is in the ocean where there is no air buoyancy and ground gravity, it will be at its wit's end. Before King Titan can break free from the sea, Chu Xu follows closely and instantly switches to the form of WarGreymon X, the power of Poseidon. Boom! Tens of thousands of tons of seawater gathered above Chu Xu's head, forming a high-pressure water ball with a diameter of more than a kilometer, which fell on the body of King Titan. Although the high-pressure water ball does not have the explosive power of Gaia's energy cannon, it has the weight to crush everything, making King Titan seem to be in the deep sea, being directly crushed alive, and his body gradually dissipated in the seawater. The two fighter souls were thus taken by Chu Xu. So far, Chu Xu has hunted down 5 elemental titans and captured 10 different fighter souls representing different natural forces from them. The Madagascar tribe, Chu Dike, Fangshan Pterosaur and Tyrannosaurus troops, which were affected by the buoyancy of the air and the gravity of the ground, finally returned to normal. Chu Xu naturally gave the last souls of the sky and earth fighters to the most suitable Chu and Dike. In the end, Chu evolved from the perfect form of thunder-winged Dragonmon to the ultimate form of sky-winged Dragonmon, with a wingspan of more than 100 meters, and turned from a bomber into an air space fighter. This not only allows Chu to fly within the Earth's atmosphere, but also to break out of the atmosphere in one fell swoop, fly and fight in outer space. Its main weapons are a particle accelerator cannon that can launch high-penetration fusion jets, and 2 laser rapid-fire cannons that reach the speed of light. Dick evolved from the perfect form of Land Titan Dragonmon to the ultimate form of Brigade Titan Dragonmon, with a body length of 300 meters. Its limbs have become 6 independent crawler power cabins, which are highly maneuverable and can cross any terrain. It can also carry a whole dinosaur army and deploy troops anytime and anywhere. Its main weapon is a self-propelled long-range ballistic rocket platform equipped with a Titan nuclear missile, with a range of more than 8,000 kilometers and across continents. It integrates storage, transportation, and launch, has the ability to cover the world, and can carry out strategic-level mass-killing strikes on any target in the world anytime and anywhere. The secondary weapon is a defensive device, ZHIJ force field, which deploys a large force field around the body, which can suspend all energy reactions within the range and high-speed physical warheads. Whether it is physical attacks such as bullets, shells, missiles, or energy attacks such as lasers, rays, and particle beams, they will be forcibly intercepted in front of the ZHIJ force field, and will stop at the edge of the force field. Only after the force field dissipates will it continue to operate along the original track. In addition, Chu and Dicky have also gained the power to control air buoyancy and ground gravity respectively, and their strength is incomparable to that of ordinary ultimate bodies. In the end, only the Andean tribe in South America is left. Chu Xu has been running around all day, almost circling the Earth. The enemy forces from the digital world are indeed countless and powerful, but they have never been able to take a step into the dinosaur tribes under his command. That is the result of the dinosaurs who are united and work together to protect their homeland. On the contrary, these enemy forces have become the source of the dinosaurs' upgrade and evolution. Those who can't kill us will eventually make us stronger. Now Chu Xu just wants to say to the mother tree of the world that your doomsday is not far away. South America, Andean tribe. I don't know what the situation is like in the other tribes. Zuenling and the others are in the Hell Creek tribe, so they should be safe. Liu Xing flapped the light wings behind him and conducted reconnaissance in the vast Andes mountains. From time to time, he looked to the north, where his wife and children were. How is it, did you find any enemies? When Liu Xing reconnaissance returned to the Andean tribe, Thunder Dragon Rider Ben Lei, who was guarding here with him, asked. No. Liu Xing shook his head. Today was the same as before. There was no sign of any enemy attack. The sky was high and the clouds were light. The weather was fine and the whole Andes Mountains, which stretched for countless kilometers, was a scene of peace and tranquility. Could it be that the Dragon Gout's previous speculation was wrong? Or did the enemy concentrate its forces to attack other dinosaur tribes and ignore their Andes tribe? While Liu Xing and Ben Lei were talking, the sky suddenly became gloomy, and dark clouds quickly gathered. With a rumbling of thunder, dazzling golden lightning streaked across the sky, falling straight down from the sky, connecting the sky and the earth, bright and dazzling, making the world bright. The enemy has come. When Liu Xing and Ben Lei looked up, they could vaguely see a huge black and golden figure appearing in the sky above the 10,000 meters of thunder and lightning. 3 heads, 2 tails, and opposite wings. The king of dragons representing darkness and thunder, Caesar Ghidorah has arrived. Looking down at the tiny dinosaur tribe below, Caesar Ghidorah opened his 3 pairs of lightning-like eyes, and suddenly the thunderstorm in the sky was controlled by him. At this moment, including Liu Xing and Ben Lei, all the dinosaurs in the Andes tribe felt the fear from the depths of their souls, and their bodies trembled. Dragon power. The invisible dragon power emanating from Caesar Ghidorah has an absolute suppressive power over any other non-dragon creatures. Dinosaurs? In front of a real dragon, they are just reptiles. Yiga Storm. Liu Xing, who is already somewhat unstable, barely released his ultimate move, but was instantly submerged in the golden lightning in the sky, just like a stone thrown into the vast ocean, with no effect. Bang! The next second, the dragon power bestowed on Liu Xing became heavier, making his legs weak, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground to express his submission to the high and mighty Caesar Ghidorah. Dense golden lightning began to gather from all directions, forming all kinds of linear lightning, chain lightning, and spherical lightning in the bloody mouths of the three dragon heads, piercing the air and about to fall down like the end of the world. Caesar Ghidorah has already prepared his ultimate move, the Emperor of Destruction Wave. Too strong. Under such a wide coverage and such a terrifying power, I am afraid that the entire Andes tribe will be destroyed in an instant, and all the dinosaurs will die without a burial place. Damn it. Damn it. Liu Xing desperately vibrated his light wings, trying to stand up, but he couldn't do it, let alone resist Caesar Ghidorah's attack. Tears of unwillingness and sadness slid from the corners of his eyes, and were blown by the wind, turning into crystal silk. I thought my strength was enough to stand on my own, but the enemy's strength was far beyond my imagination. At this moment, Liu Xing thought of many things, including his wife and children who were far away in the Hell Creek tribe, his mother and second sister, and his eldest brother's majestic figure who always forged ahead and overcame all difficulties for him. If his eldest brother was here, he would definitely be able to stop all this from happening. It was a pity that he could never catch up with him, and he might never have another chance in the future. Suddenly, a heavy and powerful hand patted Liu Xing's body. With such a light pat, the mountain-like dragon power pressure on Liu Xing disappeared instantly, replaced by a spring breeze-like ease. I'm here. Beside him, the familiar voice sounded, and the short three words were deafening. Big brother. Liu Xing, who suddenly reacted, choked up, slowly stood up, turned his head and saw the majestic figure of his eldest brother. Three-headed dragon? That guy must be King Ghidorah. Chu Xu looked up and saw the Emperor wave of destruction that had already been brewing. He also saw the three-headed dragon figure that was faintly visible in the heavy clouds illuminated by the lightning. Name: Caesar Ghidorah. Growth stage: Ultimate. Level: Planetary Level 7. Attributes: Virus species. Statistics: Wingspan 600 meters. Body length 300 meters. Weight 1 million tons. Skills: Destruction Lightning. Emperor Wave of Destruction. Introduction. Formerly King Ghidorah, he was transformed by the Mother Tree of the World, and the souls of dark and lightning fighters resided in his body. He evolved into Caesar Ghidorah, whose strength was far more powerful than Godzilla at the end. Boom. The next second, a destructive thunderstorm suddenly fell, and the sky and the earth were swallowed by the torrent formed by lightning. Before it landed, the surface of the earth collapsed and shattered. The entire Andean tribe was also in danger. However, the appearance of that golden figure made Liu Xing and all the dinosaurs who witnessed this scene know that there is still hope in desperate situations. Chapter 114, The Power of Dragon Slaying. The Universe, the Starry Sea, Alien Civilizations? Subscribe. Shield of Courage. Chu Xu soared into the sky again, and the Shield of Courage formed an indestructible defense array in front of him, blocking all of Caesar Ghidorah's destruction Emperor Wave, without harming the Andes tribe behind him. It was not until this time that Caesar Ghidorah noticed Chu Xu's arrival. Although it was also controlled by the electronic virus at this time, it still retained a certain degree of self-awareness and fighting instinct. It could feel the strength of the other party, and even heard those tiny and weak reptiles call it the Dragon God. Dragon God? A mere reptile is worthy of being called a dragon? Although in the digital world, Ghidorah subdued the dinosaurs of the Triassic and Jurassic periods and founded the Jurassic Dinosaur Empire. But that was only to fight against Mothra's giant insect clan and Godzilla's titans. The so-called dinosaurs and even dragon people are all low-level reptiles in its size. I, Ghidorah, am the one and only dragon in this world. The dragon might that belongs to a giant dragon was released again. Caesar Ghidorah locked his target on Chu Xu. He wanted to let those ignorant reptiles know that he was the one and only dragon. However, his dragon might did not make the other party kneel down as he wished. This is the first time a creature dares to call itself a dragon in front of me. Chu Xu still stood in the same place, seemingly unaffected by the dragon might. The Overlord's talent released a substantial pressure, stirring up the air, and in turn suppressed Caesar Ghidorah, making it tremble inexplicably as if it had encountered a natural enemy. What Chu Xu released was not dragon might. It was the might of slaying dragons. Tear. Caesar Ghidorah, who was humiliated and angry, flapped his huge wings, and released hundreds of dense and extremely destructive lightning from his 3 pairs of dragon eyes. He made a free fall from a height of 10,000 meters, wanting to tear Chu Xu into pieces. Chu Xu on the ground jumped up and headed straight for the destructive lightning above his head. Even without the defense of the Shield of Courage, the golden digital alloy armor he was wearing could block all these attacks. This golden digital alloy armor was made and presented by Ziring and Zuanti. Not only was its physical defense full, it was much stronger than the basic digital alloy armor that WarGreymon had before, and it could withstand attacks such as data decomposition, and was known for its absolute defense. Its characteristics were like muscles, and it could continue to grow through continuous exercise. The golden stream of light flew past, freely shuttled in the mid-air with lightning and thunder, and in a short time it had climbed to the 10,000-meter altitude where Caesar Ghidorah was. Fighting tornado. The next second, Chu Xu's body had turned into a high-speed spinning gyroscope, crossing Caesar Ghidorah's pair of huge flesh wings, tearing it into pieces like a meat grinder. And without a pair of flesh wings, Caesar Ghidorah suddenly lost his balance and fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Dragon Claw. Chu Xu's attack was smooth and did not give Caesar Ghidorah any chance to breathe. He moved in an instant and appeared in front of him again. With a dragon beast nemesis in hand, it was a special dragon-slaying sword. Swish, swish, swish. Silver claw blades passed at an astonishing speed, emitting a dazzling cold light, and flashed through the three slender dragon necks of Caesar Ghidorah. In an instant, the claws passed through the neck, and the three ferocious dragon heads of Caesar Ghidorah moved, and his expression was still frozen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the opponent's strength would be so strong. He didn't even have the strength to resist in front of him. Gaia Energy Cannon. At the end of the silky combo, a Gaia Energy Cannon like the sun quickly formed between Chu Xu's hands, and then it was thrown out violently, landing on the headless dragon body of Caesar Ghidorah brilliantly and full of destructive breath. Bang! The violent explosion in the air was like a beautiful firework. Caesar Ghidorah's headless body was blown away by this blow. The black and gold scales on the body could not bear it and rotted in a large area. The huge dragon body fell heavily to the ground, forming a huge deep pit, and the earth shook for a long time. It's over? Chu Xu did not take it lightly. He could vaguely feel that there was a hidden powerful force in Caesar Ghidorah's body, which made him feel a little afraid. And suddenly, three angry dragon roars sounded, and Caesar Ghidorah's headless body actually staggered and supported itself again. The gap in the neck regenerated three new ferocious dragon heads at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it completely retained its previous memory and consciousness. Sure enough, this guy's regeneration ability is no worse than that of Godzilla, and even stronger. Moreover, Chu Xu could see that Caesar Ghidorah released a strong dark aura around him, turning the original black and gold scales into dark black. This was the power of the Dark Fighter Soul. Boom! The three black and gold dragon heads of Caesar Ghidorah were raised high, and the dark energy brewed in the three bloody dragon mouths, and then suddenly spewed out, covering the surrounding large areas in the pitch-black night. Chu Xu moved quickly, but found that this dark energy was always with him, covering the sky and the earth, forming a dark and obscure dark area, covering him. The space was like being blocked, and even the instant movement could not break free from it. The power of this Dark Fighter Soul is far stronger than the Sky and Earth Fighter Souls, and it can actually affect the space to a certain extent. Tear. The entire dark area became Caesar Ghidorah's home court, and countless dark lightnings attacked Chu Xu one after another. This dark lightning is much more powerful than the previous golden lightning. It contains dark matter energy from the universe, forcing Chu Xu to passively defend with a shield of courage. Has the energy source of the Gaia Energy Cannon also been blocked? Chu Xu was about to condense the Gaia Energy Cannon to fight back, but found that there was no available energy source in the dark area, and the surrounding area was filled with strange and chaotic dark matter energy. This dark matter energy is an extremely important component of the universe, accounting for 26.8% of the total mass energy of the universe, and plays a key role in the formation of large-scale structures of the universe, the formation and evolution of galaxies and star clusters, etc. Even the asteroid that hit the Earth at the beginning is inseparable from this dark matter energy. Every time the 63-million-year biological extinction cycle comes, the revolution of the solar system around the center of the Milky Way will pass through the dark matter disk structure in the Milky Way. The gravitational disturbance generated by this process will increase the probability of triggering comets in the Oort cloud outside the solar system, thereby generating more dangerous celestial bodies in the solar system, thus greatly increasing the probability of dangerous celestial bodies hitting the Earth. Low reptile, this is the price you pay for provoking the Dragon King. Caesar Ghidorah's voice echoed in the dark realm, and an astonishing number of dark thunderstorms swept over again, covering Chu Xu's figure in an instant. This time, this low reptile will definitely die. However, when all the dark thunderstorms fell, Caesar Ghidorah found that the golden figure was still standing in the same place. Not only did it not die, but it also changed suddenly from head to toe. At this time, Chu Xu had completed a new subspecies mutation. Since this guy's name is Caesar Ghidorah, he also happened to have a subspecies with a similar name that he wanted to try. WarGreymon mutation Caesar Greymon. This is a powerful existence that evolved from the 5 fighter souls of fire, ice, wind, earth, and wood. It is said that the body is host to the power of the 9 dragon veins flowing on the earth. He was covered in a gold and red digital alloy armor, holding the dragon soul sword that sealed the dragon soul. His special moves were the Flame Dragon Strike, released by swinging the dragon soul sword, and the 9-headed dragon formation, that released the 8 dragon veins that resided on the earth, and he transformed himself into the last dragon vein to kill the enemy with the dragon soul sword. Clang! A sword suddenly pierced the dark surface under him, and suddenly 8 dragon veins burning with blazing flames were spread out around Chu Xu, forming an 8 dragon vein formation, illuminating a large area of darkness, and even reflected in the 3 pairs of dragon eyes of Caesar Ghidorah. And then, among the 8 dragon veins, a total of 8 long dragons soared into the sky, roaring and rushing towards the shocked Caesar Ghidorah. Finally, Chu Xu himself also held the dragon soul sword and transformed into the 9th roaring dragon to attack Caesar Ghidorah. 9-headed dragon formation. Boom boom. When the 8 dragon veins formation appeared, the entire dark domain was shattered under the heavy load, and the world regained clarity again. The scene that came into view was that 8 dragons were like chains, tightly binding Caesar Ghidorah's head, neck, wings, and body, making it impossible for him to move. Until the 9th dragon incarnated by Chu Xu passed through, instantly tearing Caesar Ghidorah's dragon body in half, and the remaining 8 dragons also turned into noose at the same time, tearing Caesar Ghidorah into pieces of flesh and blood as if dismembering a corpse. This time, no matter how tenacious Caesar Ghidorah's vitality was and how strong his recovery ability was, it was impossible for him to continue to live, and his body dissipated bit by bit. Buzz! However, what Chu Xu did not expect was that Caesar Ghidorah, who was dying, was still staring at him with 3 pairs of dragon eyes that were not closed. For some reason, through Caesar Ghidorah's eyes, Chu Xu seemed to see a vast sea of stars in the universe, just like the abyss of the night, mysterious and deep. The flashing of endless stars and the movement of countless celestial bodies all painted a magnificent picture in this boundless sea of stars. Being in it, even Chu Xu would feel that he was as small as a drop in the ocean. At this moment, 3 black holes appeared in the sea of stars in the universe. The radiation luminosity generated by the accretion of the surrounding gas could be vaguely seen, reflecting the mysterious black hole in the center. Black holes are the remnants of stars, formed by the gravitational collapse of stars under certain conditions after the end of their life cycle. The core midpoint is called a singularity, which has infinite material density, infinitely curved space-time, and an entropy value that is infinitely close to 0. It is precisely because of the existence of the singularity that black holes produce a strong gravitational field that is enough to swallow everything in the universe, and even light cannot escape. However, a scene that made Chu Xu dumbfounded appeared. In these 3 black holes, 3 golden dragon heads that seemed to be real and fake slowly stretched out from the inside. A black hole that even light could not escape actually had 3 golden dragon heads appearing from the inside? Exclamation mark. Even in the background of such a large scale of the universe, these 3 golden dragon heads still looked extremely huge. The necks connected by them stretched for countless kilometers. There were sharp corners with spiral patterns on their heads, and the golden scales were shining brightly but with a bit of illusory brilliance. This is... Chu Xu was stunned. These 3 golden dragon heads were almost exactly the same as the dragon head wrapped in the asteroid fragments at that time. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Its appearance is also very similar to King Ghidorah. Could it be that it is the alien civilization creature that King Ghidorah belongs to? Exclamation mark. While Chu Xu was wondering, the 3 golden dragon heads had already set their sights on a nearby planet that was about the same size as the Earth. Their slender necks circled around the planet for a full half circle, and then devoured it bit by bit with their 3 bloody dragon mouths. The entire planet was devoured in a short time, causing the brightness of the 3 golden dragon heads to suddenly soar, producing a strong high-energy gamma-ray burst, as if exploding stars, illuminating the surrounding large galaxies in the deep and dark sea of universe. 3 stars. These 3 golden dragon heads were almost the same as 3 dazzling stars in Chu Xu's eyes at this time. Suddenly, as if they had noticed something, the 3 golden dragon heads turned around at the same time, and the 3 pairs of golden dragon eyes seemed to see Chu Xu's location, or the location of the solar system, and even the Earth through the distance of countless light years of space. Then, all the scenes in front of Chu Xu disappeared. But he was still immersed in the deterrence of the last 3 pairs of dragon eyes, and he only felt lingering fear. There are indeed too many terrifying existences in the sea of universe outside the Earth that he could not imagine. The 3 golden dragon heads are definitely above the planetary level, and they are many times stronger than Chu Xu now. If we really encounter it head-on, not only Chu Xu and the dinosaur civilization, but even the entire Earth will be destroyed. The birth of life on Earth and the development of civilization may be just a lucky accident. Although it has encountered many cycles of biological extinction from the beginning to the end, they are only disasters within the Earth. When one day we have to face a disaster from outside the Earth, that may be the time for everything to end. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 115 Liuxing's Ultimate Evolution. The Hell Creek tribe is attacked, and the god is coming. Subscribe. Brother. Are you okay? Chu Xu didn't come back to his senses until a familiar voice sounded beside him. Liuxing and Ben Lei, who were worried about the battle situation, rushed over because Chu Xu and Caesar Ghidorah suddenly disappeared when the dark area was shrouded. Fortunately, Chu Xu finally won and killed the terrifying 3-headed dragon. It's okay. Chu Xu shook his head, not thinking too much about the alien civilization that was too far away, but focusing on the current things. Ling. You hunted down Caesar Ghidorah, source energy points plus 12W. As Caesar Ghidorah's body completely dissipated, Chu Xu also obtained a lot of source energy points. Together with the 5 titans he hunted before, it was enough for him to break through to the 9th level of the planetary level in one go. With his strength, he should be qualified to fight against the god of the digital world, the mother tree of the world, right? When the wars of the dinosaur tribes were over and the royal dragon riders under his command had evolved to their ultimate forms, Chu Xu planned to go to the digital world to meet this god who had been hiding behind him and making changes. Got it. The Dark and Lightning Fighter Souls. Finally, Caesar Ghidorah left 2 fighter souls for Chu Xu. The former was in the shape of a dark sphere, and the latter was in the shape of a golden lightning. They were the Dark and Lightning Fighter Souls. In comparison, Chu Xu could feel that the energy contained in the Dark Fighter Soul was even more magnificent. He had also witnessed its power in the previous battle with Caesar Ghidorah. Liuxing. Ben Lei. Chu Xu turned around and looked at Liuxing and Ben Lei behind him, and handed the 2 fighter souls in his hand to them respectively. Liuxing looked at the dark sphere floating in his palm in surprise. Although he didn't know what it was, he could feel the rich energy it contained. When the soul of the dark fighter slowly merged into Liuxing's body, he felt an unprecedented sense of power surging through his body. The thick and indissoluble dark aura swept and spread, bringing about earth-shaking changes. The original dinosaur form transformed into a dragon man form, and the towering dragon body reached a height of 100 meters. The half-body modified mechanical armor was disassembled and reorganized, turning into an alloy armor covering the whole body, which turned into dark black like ink under the influence of the dark aura. The ultimate evolution of Blue Machine Greymon, Dark Battle Greymon. Liuxing, who had completed the ultimate evolution, was almost carved out of the same mold as Chu Xu beside him, with only differences in body size and body color. The pair of digital alloy claw blades equipped on both hands are also the Dragon Beast Nemesis, with outstanding effects against dragon beasts. The 2 black shields equipped on the back are also the indestructible Shield of Courage. The only difference is that there is no courage badge engraved. Its special moves are exactly the same as those of Battle Greymon, namely the Dark Battle Tornado, that spins at high speed to attack the enemy, and the Dark Gaia Energy Cannon, that concentrates the negative emotions in the world at one point to form an energy ball. In addition, the soul of the Dark Fighter also gives Liuxing the mysterious power of darkness. He is like a fish in water in the dark environment, and can control darkness, shadows and even dark matter from the universe. He has a strong combat power. Ultimate evolution. I have become so similar to my big brother. Liuxing was surprised to check his own changes. When he first saw his big brother's ultimate evolution, he was very envious and wanted to be as handsome as his big brother. Now his wish has come true. On the other side, Thunder Dragon Rider Benlay also received the power of the Thunder Warrior Soul, evolving from the perfect form of Magnetic Storm Troodon to the ultimate form of Thor Cannon Troodon. The main weapons are the electro-thermal chemical cannons and electromagnetic railguns on the left and right arms, which can be combined to release the ultimate Thor Cannon. The secondary weapon is a complete set of electromagnetic active defense systems, electromagnetic deflection shield, which receives microwave power transmission from the body to form an electromagnetic protection shield, deflecting most attacks. The Thunder Warrior Soul also gave Benlay the fierce and domineering power of thunder, which can summon lightning and create thunderstorms. So far, except for the Crescent Moon and White Rainbow who stayed in the Hell Creek tribe in North America, the other 12 Royal Dragon Riders have successfully evolved to the ultimate form, and have also obtained the power of 12 different attributes of the Warrior Soul. In this war between dinosaur tribes across all continents, nearly half of the dinosaurs hunted countless enemies, obtained sufficient digital energy, and evolved to the perfect form. Although many dinosaurs were sacrificed in the process, they formed a solid wall with their blood and lives, protecting their homes and relatives behind them, and bringing the dawn of victory in the war. North America, Hell Creek Tribe. Although there has been no sign of enemy attack so far, the garrison Crescent Moon and White Rainbow have not relaxed their vigilance and are always on high alert. Although the Royal Dragon Riders brought most of their own tribes to support other dinosaur tribes, the remaining tribes still have a dinosaur force of more than 10,000, which is enough for the Hell Creek tribe to protect itself. Lord Dragon God has left the Dragon God Temple to support other dinosaur tribes. White Rainbow said. Since Big Brother went to support, it must be that other dinosaur tribes have encountered very powerful enemies. Crescent Moon nodded. The general perfect digital creatures can be easily dealt with by the 2 Royal Dragon Riders. Since even Big Brother has to take action, there must be an ultimate digital creature. Thinking of this, for some reason, Xianyu had a bad premonition. Xianyu, look! Something seems to be falling from the sky. Suddenly, Beihong reminded her. Xianyu looked up and found that pieces of crystal fragments were falling from the sky. At first, she felt strange, but her face suddenly changed when she got close. Be careful not to touch these crystal fragments. Xianyu shouted hurriedly. Bang! However, as soon as she finished speaking, the crystal fragments as dense as raindrops had already fallen, and any object that touched would explode violently. Once a certain sound is extremely loud, it will be as silent as death. Xianyu, who was stationed at the city wall, felt that everything was silent at this moment, but her eardrum was directly broken and bleeding, and her vision in front of her was inexplicably lost. Her body fell sharply until she felt the real feeling of landing on the ground with a bang. When Xianyu regained her vision and hearing and crawled out of the collapsed ruins, she seemed to have lost her soul, stagnant in place, and could hardly believe what she saw. The Hell Creek tribe at the end of the field of vision disappeared. The city walls, buildings, forests, rocks, and mountains were all razed to the ground without exception, and countless dinosaurs and other animals were splattered with blood and flesh, and corpses were everywhere. The raging sea of fire stretched for who knows how many kilometers, burning on the unrecognizable scorched earth with endless desire. The thick breath of death spread out, highlighting the culprit of this rain of crystal fragments. A giant figure suddenly appeared in the sky, composed of silver-white crystals. If Chu Xu was here, he would definitely recognize it. He is the incarnation of the mother tree of the world, Yggdrasil. The god of the digital world has actually come to the earth in person. In the ruins, Xianyu and Beihong both escaped by luck, but the dinosaur troops around them had been severely damaged, with countless casualties. The home built by countless dinosaurs behind him was also destroyed in an instant. There were flames burning everywhere with billowing smoke. The ruins were filled with countless dinosaur corpses, and blood and body parts were almost everywhere. What kind of monster is that? Xianyu still couldn't accept this fact. As if she had lost her soul, she stared at the lonely and arrogant giant figure floating in the sky with a dull look. The tribe that was intact in the last second became devastated in the next second. What kind of terrible monster is the other party? Exclamation mark. For that monster, the countless withered lives under it seemed insignificant, so he didn't even have the interest to lower his head to take a look. He didn't release any breath, nor did he make any movements. He just floated in the sky and stood still. However, it was this kind of understated destruction that made Xianyu feel deeply horrified. Damn it! Beihong beside him let out a heart-wrenching roar and rushed forward madly. Xianyu hurriedly reached out and grabbed him tightly. This was a meaningless resistance. The opponent's strength was so strong that they could not estimate it at all. Fortunately, the World Mother Tree was not interested in them. After destroying half of the Hell Creek tribe, he flew straight to the location of World Subtree Number 1. Buzz! The World Mother Tree waved her hand, and a huge diamond-shaped crystal was ejected. Each World Subtree is made of time digital alloy, which is extremely hard. It takes at least ultimate power to cause certain damage to it. But this diamond-shaped crystal easily tore apart the entire World Subtree Number 1. It is better to say that it is a separation in the sense of space than to tear it apart. The space area where World Subtree Number 1 is located was directly cut in half. This kind of space cutting has no entity, making it impossible for the target to resist and defend. Moreover, no matter how hard the object is, it cannot resist the division of space and will be easily split into two. After splitting into two, 2 split into 4, 4 split into 8, until the entire World Subtree Number 1 was completely broken into pieces, and the natural energy stored in its body was immediately absorbed by the World Mother Tree, causing its aura to continue to grow. When the natural energy from the Earth was absorbed, the World Mother Tree waved its hand again to tear open the space in front of it, forming a huge crack, and its body passed through it and disappeared completely. It's over. Seeing that the figure of the World Mother Tree finally disappeared, Xianyu let go of Beihong's hand and breathed a sigh of relief. It's gone. The tribe is gone in the blink of an eye. Beihong knelt on the ground, feeling that everything was so unreal, like a nightmare, but it was the fact that happened in front of her. Beihong, calm down. As long as we are still alive and the dinosaurs are still there is still hope for reconstruction. Now hurry up and rescue the injured who are still alive. Xianyu slowly helped Beihong up. Although her body was also covered with blood and dust and she was seriously injured, she didn't care, but took firm steps towards the ruins that had become hell. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Amphibious Mechanized Dinosaur Army. Attack the Digital World. Subscribe. North America, Hell Creek Tribe. When the dinosaur tribes on all continents won a staged victory, and the 12 royal dragon riders received the order from the dragon god and returned in triumph, what came into view was a scorched earth and ruins. There is no other scene in the world that could make them feel like they have fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. They did their best to protect other dinosaur tribes, but their own dinosaur tribe suffered a heavy blow. They didn't know how many of their own dragons were injured or sacrificed. On the way back, Liu Xing, who was thinking about his wife and children, rushed to his home as soon as possible. But his home was gone. Liu Xing. Just when Liu Xing was stagnant in place and his brain was blank, a familiar voice sounded. It was Xuanling who appeared with 3 children. Although Liu Xing's appearance had changed a lot, his smell had not changed, so Xuanling could naturally recognize him. Fortunately, they all escaped this disaster. Although Xuanling was injured in order to protect the 3 children, she was rescued in time and was fine. Seeing that his wife and children were safe and sound, Liu Xing finally felt relieved. But the mess and blood in front of him still made him stunned for a moment. Before this, although there were many digital creatures hunted by Liu Xing, they were all virtual life forms. They were originally dead ancient creatures. Without the flesh, only the virtual bodies composed of data remained. After being killed, they would naturally dissipate, and even the corpses would not be left. But now, what Liu Xing saw in front of him was countless corpses lying on the ground, as well as the flesh, limbs, bones, and internal organs scattered on the ground. Not long ago, they were all living beings, with flesh and soul. At this moment, Liu Xing felt that his heart was stabbed hard, and the pain made his face twisted under the mask. Not only Liu Xing, but also the other royal dragon riders who saw the tragic scene were also grief-stricken. Soon, they rushed to the location of the Dragon God Temple together. The entire Dragon God Temple was no exception and turned into ruins. Only the solemn and majestic Dragon God statue was unexpectedly well preserved. I don't know if it foreshadows something in the dark. Arriving at the ruins of the Dragon Temple, the royal dragon riders saw the Dragon God standing there majestically. Chu Xu had already returned to the Hell Creek tribe earlier, and also learned the whole process of the attack from Xianyu and Beihong. It was the World Mother Tree, Yggdrasil, who had descended. I thought he would always hide in the digital world and dare not appear on Earth, but I didn't expect him to appear in broad daylight, suddenly attack the Hell Creek tribe, and absorb the natural energy of World Sub-Tree Number 1. From the descriptions of Xianyu and Beihong, Chu Xu also knew that the World Mother Tree was very powerful and seemed to be able to control space, so it was so elusive and easily destroyed World Sub-Tree Number 1. His purpose was also very clear, which was to recover the 7 world sub-trees that he had sent to Earth but were controlled by Chu Xu, and absorb their energy for his own use. According to this trend, I am afraid that other dinosaur tribes may be attacked by the World Mother Tree at any time, because the remaining 6 world sub-trees are among them. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. It is almost impossible to predict in advance which dinosaur tribe the World Mother Tree that can travel through space will attack. In this case, only by attacking the vital points that must be saved can we turn the passive situation into the active one. Gather the dinosaur troops of the tribes on various continents, and follow me to attack the digital world. Chu Xu, who had been standing there for a long time, finally spoke, and his majestic and sonorous voice resounded in the ears of the royal dragon riders. The Mother Tree of the world can assign digital creatures to attack the Earth, so why can't Chu Xu lead the dinosaur troops to kill his digital world? Yes. Attack the digital world. The royal dragon riders, who were filled with righteous indignation, responded with tears in their voices. The huge home was destroyed, and the relatives and the dragons of the tribe suffered heavy casualties. They must pay back this blood feud from the enemy twice. When the 12 royal dragon riders returned to the dinosaur tribes on various continents, they brought the Dragon God Oracle, and the dinosaur troops were quickly assembled. They were basically composed of dinosaurs that had evolved to complete forms, and the remaining growth and mature dinosaurs continued to stay in the tribe. Metal Dragon Beast Troops. Machine Gun Dragon Beast Troops. Assembled. In the Killing tribe of East Asia, Dragon Mother of Fire and Xia Feng of Wind have assembled a complete dinosaur army of more than 5,000 people, ready to go. The metal dragon beasts are arranged in formation, their mechanized steel bodies are heavy and powerful, and the missile weapons equipped on their arms make them like missile launchers, ready to launch a bombardment at any time and burn all obstacles. Machine gun dragon beasts followed closely behind, armed with machine guns of different calibers all over their bodies, like infantry fighting vehicles, and the dark muzzles are ready to pour out bullets at any time. Heavy armor dragon beast troops. King Kong swollen head dragon troops. Assembled. In the Degan tribe of South Asia, Ziran of Earth Dragon Rider and Zuanti of Gold Dragon Rider have also assembled the complete dinosaur troops. Each heavy armored dragon beast is a main battle tank, wearing a thick double-layer mithril armor and equipped with a large caliber tank gun barrel transformed from a tail hammer, which can fire armor-piercing shells and high-explosive shells. Once a charge is launched, it will become an unstoppable torrent of steel. Each swollen-headed dragon beast is also a light tank with fast mobility. It is covered with a single layer of mithril armor and moves like the wind. It can violently hit with an alloy head hammer at close range and can fire lasers with prism rays at a distance. It is suitable for ground reconnaissance and alert missions, relying on fast mobility to strike thousands of miles away and provide flank support. Triceratops troops. Phantom duck-billed dragon beast troops. Assembled. In the European Alps tribe, the mountain dragon rider Tatian and the wood dragon rider Jian Mu lived on the city wall, scanning the complete dinosaur troops that had assembled below. Each Triceratops is a heavy tank that is much bigger and stronger than the heavy armored dragon beast. It is covered with 3 layers of mithril armor. Although it moves slowly, the 3 giant horns on its head can regenerate infinitely and release more powerful howitzers, which is enough to enable it to fight independently in any situation. Each phantom duck-billed dragon beast is a phantom tank that tends to play an auxiliary role. It can use the advanced principle of light deflection to camouflage itself and its surrounding comrades according to the environment, appear and disappear, and give the enemy a surprise attack. Millions of sea dragon beast troops. Submerged sea dragon beast troops. Assembled. In the Antarctic tribe of Antarctica, water dragon rider Wang Chuan and sea dragon rider Kang Ming are in the ocean, and the complete naval combat troops behind them have also assembled. Millions of sea dragon beasts are like destroyers cutting through the waves on the sea. The lightning-shaped blades on their heads can release lightning and control seawater. They can perfectly perform important combat tasks such as air defense, anti-submarine, ground attack, and reconnaissance. Each sea-diving Kanglongman is like a submarine diving deep into the sea. They are best at using the water layer to cover their activities and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. They can tear the enemy apart with their blade-like fins at close range and launch torpedoes underwater to attack targets at sea and on land. The sky-destroying pterosaurs. The land-based titanosaurs. Assembled. In the Madagascar tribe in Africa, the sky dragon rider Chu hovered in the air, and the earth dragon rider Dika raised his neck high on the ground, jointly reviewing the complete dinosaur troops assembled behind them. The original Quetzalcoatlus evolved in two different directions, corresponding to the original different species of Quetzalcoatlus nosher and loisher. One is a larger sky-blasting pterosaur, equivalent to a bomber with a longer range and a larger payload. The large number of bombs and missiles mounted on it are enough to raze a city to the ground in a round of bombardment. The other is a smaller destroyer pterosaur, equivalent to a fighter with faster speed, more agility and stronger air combat capability. The twin-barreled aircraft cannon and air-to-air missiles are suitable for close-range air combat and long-range air interception. There are also land-based titanosaurs, which are extremely huge, comparable to a mobile land-based base vehicle. The ultimate earthquake caused by their huge bodies can be used for attack, and the energy shield covering their entire body for defense can be used for defense. They are suitable for station construction and strategic transportation, and can be deployed anytime and anywhere. Magnetic storm Troodontosaur troops. Assembled. In the Andean tribe in South America, Thunder Dragon rider Benlay returned alone and assembled his complete dinosaur troops. Each of the magnetic storm Troodon is a magnetic storm chariot. Although it seems far less powerful than other complete dinosaurs in the form of tanks, it is actually the most powerful existence. The two electromagnetic coil guns are enough to penetrate the thick and layered metal armor, and the large-scale chain lightning can affect a wide range of enemies. In addition, it is also equipped with a high-power electromagnetic jammer, which can quickly penetrate behind the enemy and paralyze the enemy's artillery support. The complete dinosaur troops of the dinosaur tribes on various continents have been assembled. There are nearly 30,000 in total, which is a mechanized dinosaur army covering the sea, land, and air. Finally, each dinosaur unit raised a flag with a rising sun pattern on it. The flags fluttered in the wind, and the flag was stained with blood like red, representing the dragon god who shines on everything like the sun, and the dinosaur civilization that has grown tenaciously under the watering of blood. The Hell Creek tribe in North America, the Star Dragon Rising, the Moon Dragon Riders Crescent Moon and White Rainbow, are also ready under the leadership of Chu Xu. Crescent Moon and White Rainbow have not yet devolved to their ultimate forms, and they are unwilling to fall behind and must catch up with the other Royal Dragon Riders in this final battle. In the Hell Creek tribe after the disaster, mature dinosaurs such as Zuenling stayed here, and Mothra also led the new giant insect tribe to come to support and treat the injured dinosaurs. As for Godzilla, he is still in his weak juvenile stage and cannot serve as a combat force for the time being. All troops attack. Attack the digital world. Chapter 117 Tree Cutting Operation. A higher being from another world is coming? Subscribe. All troops go out. Attack the digital world. Chu Xu led Liu Xing, Xian Yu and Bai Hong and set off on the journey. The dinosaur troops of the tribes of other continents also set out under the leadership of the Royal Dragon Riders. The connection between the Earth and the digital world has always existed. The connection near the Hell Creek tribe is located deep underground, where the giant insect nest was originally located. Before the formal attack on the digital world, Chu Xu himself naturally made full preparations. Most of the source energy points obtained from hunting the 5 elemental titans and Caesar Ghidorah were added to the level column. Now his level has reached the 9th level of the planetary level, which is the peak of the planetary level. In terms of body size, Chu Xu's height has reached 500 meters, and he is like a skyscraper when standing up. In his body, a total of 8 microplanets revolve around an extremely large planet in the center. The current size of planet number 1 is almost comparable to the sum of the other 8 microplanets, and its appearance and structure have also undergone drastic changes, turning into a gas planet that emits light and heat by itself. It looks like a small sun. Although this sun still looks very primitive and seems to have not yet fully formed. In this way, the remaining 8 microplanets became the 8 planets in the solar system, with different distances from the central sun and different sizes. Chu Xu named them Mercury number 2, Venus number 3, Earth number 4, Mars number 5, Jupiter number 6, Saturn number 7, Uranus number 8, and Neptune number 9. Open my attribute panel. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 4 years old. Race, WarGreymon. Male. Growth stage, ultimate. Level, planetary level 9. Source energy points, 10. Skills, Dragon Claw. Instant movement, Dragon Fang. Ultimate impact, special move. Battle Tornado, Gaia Energy Cannon. Achievements, Overlord's Talent, Advanced Telepathic Perception, Advanced Fluid Armament, Advanced Subspecies Templates Exchanged, Flash Greymon, Battle Greymon X, Lightning Greymon, Ancient Greymon, Caesar Greymon, Victory Greymon. Next evolutionary form, Omegamon. The last subspecies template of Battle Greymon has also been unlocked and exchanged. Everything is ready, just waiting to chop down the tree. Entering deep underground, Chu Xu soon discovered that there was a huge light curtain at the bottom, illusory and ethereal, in which a new world that had never been seen was vaguely reflected. Let's go. Chu Xu was the first to enter the light curtain. The next second, he felt dizzy, as if he was in a time tunnel. His body was moving quickly until a dazzling light appeared at the end of his vision. After passing through the last light, the new world behind the light curtain came into Chu Xu's eyes. This world did not look much different from the real world on Earth. There were also sky and land, rivers and oceans, mountains and forests, but there was an inexplicable sense of unreality when he was in it. Soon, Chu Xu found a clue. The clouds in the sky, after drifting with the wind, suddenly appeared in the same position again, repeating the previous scene. The forest vegetation on the mountain seemed to be copied and pasted. It was impossible to find two identical leaves in the real world, but they were everywhere here, and there was no sense of life. There were also rolling ocean waves, which also maintained the same frequency and ups and downs. Everything around was not so much a natural landscape as an electronic program. It just imitated the appearance of the natural landscape in the real world. In essence, it was actually a machine that ran endlessly according to a set program. Digital world. This is the digital world created by the World Mother Tree Yggdrasil. Following closely, Liu Xing, Xian Yu and Bai Hong were also looking at the surrounding environment. Before that, they all learned from Chu Xu that there was such a digital world attached to the Earth. Now that they are here in person, they have to be shocked by the wonders of the entire digital world. Being able to create such a new world with its own strength, how powerful is the World Mother Tree? It is worthy of being the god of all digital creatures. And this final battle will also be a battle between the dragon god of the real world Earth and the tree god of the digital world. At the same time, the dinosaur troops of the tribes of various continents have also found the connection between the real world and the digital world under the leadership of the Royal Dragon Riders, and went straight to the digital world. In the eastern part of the digital world, the dinosaur continent. Although the giant dragon King Ghidorah has fallen, there are still many remnants of the entire Jurassic dinosaur empire. Under the oracle of the World Mother Tree, they continuously attack the Kinling tribe in East Asia through the connection. But on this day, the dinosaur troops from the Kinling tribe in East Asia had already counterattacked. Although there were only 5,000 of them, they were all complete dinosaurs without exception, and the two ultimate dinosaurs were the leaders. Giga Destruction Cannon, Fire. Dragon Mother gave an order, and more than 2,000 metal dragon beasts raised their mechanical right arms in unison, and fired one after another of the Giga Destruction Cannons with a power comparable to that of a 10,000-ton nuclear bomb, aiming directly at the capital of the Jurassic Dinosaur Empire, Dragon King City. Boom boom. The rock walls surrounding the outermost part of Dragon King City completely melted into the sky-high flames and billowing gunpowder smoke in the violent roar. Kill. Then, the machine gun galloping dragon beast troops led by Xia Fang rushed into the Dragon King City with the middle gate wide open. More than 2,000 machine gun galloping beasts fired at full power, and the rain of bullets formed a 360-degree, indestructible metal storm. The Jurassic dinosaurs and dragon people who were controlled by the electronic virus and tried to resist were instantly beaten into sieves and turned into ashes. As the metal dragon beast troops led by the Mother of Dragons also rushed into the Dragon King City, all the buildings and facilities inside were carpet-bombed by missiles on a large scale, including the Golden Palace where King Ghidorah lived in the past. It was also the focus of attention and razed to the ground. The western part of the digital world, the giant beast continent. Rumble. A series of surging sandstorms suddenly rolled over the wilderness covered with yellow sand, which startled the Permian giant beasts living here. When the sandstorm approached, they found that the attack was actually a large group of sturdy dinosaurs, all of which were in their perfect form. Even at a long distance, the giant beasts could still feel the majestic breath. Light prism, shoot. Under the command of Zuanti, the speed-leading King Kong Pachycephalosaurus troops raised their shiny alloy heads and fired high-power density laser beams. The speed was fast and the accuracy was extremely high. All the giant beasts hit would immediately have their skin melted and their flesh festered. Ankylosaurus high-explosive bombs, shoot. And this was just the beginning. As the heavy armored dragon beasts in the rear approached, the tail guns fired tank high-explosive bombs one after another, and all the giant beasts in the surrounding explosion range were directly turned into fragments and disappeared. In the southwest of the digital world, Giant Insect Island. Countless giant insects still live in this tropical forest. Although they lost their queen, a new queen was soon born, and a brand new huge insect nest also appeared in the core of the island. Boom! However, such a nest guarded by many giant insects was suddenly hit by a large number of giant horn-shaped howitzers, which exploded right under the eyes of countless giant insects, including the new queen and the unhatched eggs, which were completely buried in the sea of fire. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The giant insects around the nest were in a mess, but they could not find any trace of the enemy. Boom! Until another round of indiscriminate bombardment of giant horn howitzers came, countless giant insects were buried under the artillery fire, and the giant insects who survived by chance found that the source of the attack was actually the trees not far away. These trees were actually the attacking enemies? Exclamation mark. Charge. Crush them. At this time, the true face of the enemy appeared in front of the giant insects. They saw that the appearance of the trees was inexplicably distorted and changed, and finally turned into huge dinosaurs. It was the Triceratops and phantom duck-billed dragons. Such a disguise that was so deceiving was naturally the latter's masterpiece. Taishan and Jianmu, who were in charge, gave orders, and the Triceratops and phantom duck-billed dragons launched a charge, ramming into the giant insects struggling in the sea of fire with their huge bodies, crushing them completely as if they had trampled weak insects to death in the past, erasing all traces. In the ocean, fish from the Devonian period and ancient marine creatures from other eras were also swept by the millions of sea dragons and sea diving Kanglong dragons led by Wangchuan and Kangming, causing waves of storms. There were also the sky-blasting annihilating pterosaurs, the land-based titan dragons, and the magnetic storm Trudent dragons led by Xianchu, Dike, and Benli, who also arrived to support. Jurassic dinosaurs, Permian behemoths, Carboniferous giant worms, Devonian fish, and ancient digital creatures from other eras all faced the counterattack from the Cretaceous dinosaurs, which was full of anger and hatred for the invasion and destruction of their homes over the past 6 months. High in the sky, Chu Xu looked down at the digital world from a high position and saw his own dinosaur troops sweeping away a large number of ancient digital creatures one by one. He did not take action during the whole process, but just watched from afar. The power of the entire Cretaceous dinosaur empire that was reborn from the ashes was like a huge ink painting, which was shocking and revealed without a doubt. Found it. This should be his nest. Chu Xu, who had been searching all the way, finally arrived at the northernmost end of the digital world and found an isolated island overseas, which was covered with dense forests. In the deepest part of the forest, a huge tree made entirely of silver-white crystal stood. Its trunk seemed to be connected to the sky. Even Chu Xu could not see the top of its canopy. It seemed to support the entire digital world like the legendary pillar of heaven and earth. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the body of the mother tree of the world. As the guardian of the will of the first era of the earth, it was he who brought the first great explosion of life to the earth, which was originally withering. But he still could not resist the growing ambition and tried to become the real master of the earth. In the end, he was killed by the earth, and since then, a 63 million year biological extinction cycle that could not be escaped in every era has been formed. The original source of everything is the mother tree of the world in front of Chu Xu Yggdrasil. It's him. When seeing this giant tree, Xian Yu and Beihong recognized it at a glance. The enemy who destroyed his home and hurt his wife and children was right in front of him, and Liu Xing could no longer restrain his inner anger. Dark Gaia Energy Cannon. Without waiting for Chu Xu's order, Liu Xing rushed straight to the body of the World Mother Tree. The negative emotions from his heart and the world turned into his strength, and a black and red energy cannon with a diameter of more than 100 meters condensed in his hands. Wait! Chu Xu wanted to stop the impatient Liu Xing, but it was too late. He waved his hand fiercely and threw a dark Gaia energy cannon at the World Mother Tree. Boom! Unexpectedly, when the dark Gaia energy cannon hit the crystal body of the World Mother Tree, it not only did not cause any damage to it, but bounced back intact. It was Chu Xu who blocked this skill, otherwise Liu Xing, who was caught off guard, might be injured. Don't be impulsive. Chu Xu reminded Liu Xing, who was still a little scared. However, at least this scene just now showed a special ability of the World Mother Tree, the ability to rebound attacks, especially energy attacks. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a large number of digital creatures emerged from the forest of gods. They were all loyal believers who lived here and worshipped the World Mother Tree. Seeing that outsiders were attacking the gods, all these digital creatures rushed out in great anger, wanting to kill these blasphemers. Chu Xu took a glance and found that there were many complete forms of these digital creatures. They were quite powerful, but not to be feared. Brother, leave them to us. Xian Yu and Beihong knew that with their current strength, they could not help much in dealing with the Mother World Tree, but they were more than enough to deal with these digital creatures. Chu Xu nodded, and then his eyes fell on the Mother World Tree in front of him. Buzz! Finally, the Mother World Tree, which had been silent, responded. A huge humanoid body slowly emerged from its interior, covered with silver-white crystal armor, connected to the vines and roots of the Mother World Tree below, and its overall height was also as high as 500 meters. It walked in the air, and from a distance it looked like an angel descending, extraordinary and sacred. Chu Xu, who was of the same size and towering like a deep abyss, had also entered a combat state. He stared at the Mother World Tree in front of him, but did not feel any breath of life from it. It was more like a cold and ruthless machine, or a representation of some unquestionable rules. At this time, Chu Xu also read out its relevant data information. Name, Mother World Tree 7D6, Growth Stage, Ultimate, Level, Planetary Level 9, Attribute, Virus Species, Skills, Crystal Fragments, Giant Crystals, Self-Repair. Introduction, the phantom body created by the Mother World Tree, which houses the souls of light and space fighters. You are here, the guardian of the will of the earth in the 9th era. Welcome to the digital world I created. The Mother World Tree spoke, and her voice was emotionless, as if it was synthesized electronically. Hearing this, Chu Xu's heart sank. It seemed that the reason why the Mother World Tree came to the earth and attacked the Hell Creek tribe was to lure him to the digital world on his own initiative. However, even if he knew its true intention, Chu Xu was not afraid. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. This time he came to the door and wanted to go straight to Huanglong and demolish the nest of the World Mother Tree. It's just a courtesy. Chu Xu responded coldly. Speaking of which, I should thank you. You prevented the mass extinction of the 9th epoch, broke the cycle of the end of each epoch of the earth, and opened the channel between the real world and the digital world. I have waited for 8 epochs in the digital world, for more than 500 million years, and finally waited for this day to come. I can return to the earth and send the coordinates here to the Lord. The Lord will come and punish the sins. The electronic synthesized voice of the World Mother Tree sounded again. But this sentence shocked Chu Xu. Send the coordinates of the earth to the Lord? What does this mean? What is the Lord? The World Mother Tree is the god of the digital world. Above him, is there a higher Lord? The other party wants to get the coordinates of the earth. Could it be a creature from an alien civilization? At this moment, Chu Xu's heart was in turmoil. Thinking of the dragon-head meteorite found when the asteroid hit the earth before, and the alien civilization creatures he saw after killing Caesar Ghidorah, all the things he saw about alien civilizations gave him a higher sense of urgency. Even if the legacy problems of the digital world are solved, there may be greater opportunities or dangers waiting for him ahead. Living on a planet as small as dust without knowing it, you low-level and ignorant reptiles can finally see the arrival of higher beings from another world, which is also a kind of luck. The voice of the Mother Tree of the world still had no emotional ups and downs, but the words were filled with contempt and arrogance, and I, Yggdrasil, am the Lord's agent. Representing the Lord's will, I will eliminate all the existing biological civilizations on Earth and welcome the Lord's arrival. Chapter 118, The Royal Tree Chopping Group. Victory Tyrannosaurus. Destroy the World Mother Tree. Subscribe. What a bullshit master. Chu Xu sneered at the World Mother Tree, which had already become like a mad demon. After listening to the World Mother Tree god's mumbling, he could roughly guess it. After being killed by the Earth, this guy became a veritable ball trader. Taking advantage of the opportunity of connecting the real world with the digital world, he exposed the coordinates of the Earth to a certain alien civilization creature so that his master would come and punish the Earth for him. What a hopeless lunatic. A ball trader who is worse than an animal. However, everything became very simple. Chu Xu was going to use his own power to crush him and the Lord he believed in together. Dragon God. At this moment, a uniform roar sounded, and figures were seen approaching rapidly from all directions of the Forest of Gods. It was the 11 ultimate Royal Dragon Riders. Counting Liu Xing and Xianyu, the Royal Dragon Riders, or the Royal Tree Cutting Group, had already assembled. Bullying the few with the many? Chu Xu didn't think it was fair to fight such a ball trader. You guys think you can fight me? This is my world. I am the law of the world. Seeing the Royal Dragon Riders surrounding them, the World Mother Tree made a cold voice, and waved her arms fiercely. In an instant, countless dragon-like vines and roots swept towards the Dragon Riders. Leave it to me. In response, the Dragon Mother stood up. The firefighter soul in her body gave her unparalleled control of fire. She opened her mouth and spit out a flame. In an instant, the heat wave was like a tsunami rolling in all directions, forming a sea of fire that swept countless vines and roots, completely burning them. This is my firefighter soul. Seeing this scene, the World Mother Tree suddenly made a sound. Each fighter's soul representing a different natural attribute is one of the important elements that constitute the digital world. When the World Mother Tree created the digital world, it gave each element Titan. Even if the elemental titans died, the warrior souls in their bodies should return to the digital world by themselves, but the World Mother Tree did not expect that all these warrior souls were taken away. The Royal Dragon Riders ignored the World Mother Tree. Their current level and strength may be far behind it, but with the power of the warrior souls, they are enough to pose a considerable threat to the latter. For a time, the power of the warrior souls of the fire, wind, thunder, wood, water, ice, etc. were all stimulated, and they launched a crazy siege and attack on the World Mother Tree. Even if you stole my warrior soul, it has no effect on me at all. Even so, the World Mother Tree still stood still in its original place. When its crystal body came into contact with these elemental attacks, it bounced them back without exception, without causing any damage to it. Fortunately, the Royal Dragon Riders can release and control their elemental attacks, otherwise they may get into trouble. Any energy and elemental attack can be rebounded. Chu Xu, who had not yet taken action, saw this scene, but noticed something strange with telepathic perception. It's not a rebound. To be precise, it should be space distortion. Whenever these attacks touch the crystal body of the World Mother Tree, the space will be distorted, like turning over, thus changing direction to form a rebound effect. The Space Fighter Soul, this is the most powerful fighter soul controlled by the World Mother Tree, and it is also the most basic and important power to create the entire digital world. I will kill you one by one, take back the fighter souls in your bodies. Then I will imprison you in the digital world forever. The voice of the World Mother Tree sounded again, and a turbid storm appeared around it, turning into overwhelming crystal fragments and ejected towards the Dragon Riders. The speed of each crystal fragment was close to the speed of light, so fast that it was impossible to react. In the blink of an eye, it hit its own body, and then a violent explosion occurred. Long Ma, Liu Xing and other 12 Royal Dragon Riders were all blown away and fell on the ground. Despite the protection of the digital alloy armor, they were still seriously injured. Go to hell. The World Mother Tree showed no mercy to these low-level reptiles that stole its fighter souls. A large number of new vines and roots jumped up from the ground again, trying to kill them first and take back the power that originally belonged to it. Shua. At this moment, a silver bright claw arc of light tore through the air in an instant, with an indestructible momentum, sweeping across all the vines and roots that emerged on the surface, and instantly cut them off smoothly. It was Chu Xu who made the move. Kang! In an instant, Chu Xu had already approached the location of the World Mother Tree, and his body turned at high speed like a tornado. The two-handed dragon beast Nemesis also rushed forward like a spike, as if a thunderbolt had crossed the sky. Fighting tornado. All attacks are ineffective against me. As soon as the World Mother Tree finished speaking, The crystal body once again produced spatial distortion, and even pure close-range physical attacks could be rebounded. However, the space distortion just occurred, changing the direction of Chu Xu's battle tornado, but the next second he controlled his body to turn back and hit the same position of the World Mother Tree's body again. The space distortion has occurred once in the same position, and the distortion effect has not yet returned to normal, so it is obviously impossible to occur a second time. Boom! This time Chu Xu's attack finally did not bounce back, but accurately hit the crystal body of the World Mother Tree, and then there was a loud clanging sound, and fierce sparks flew. The crystal body of the World Mother Tree is definitely a harder material than digital alloy, but it also shattered on a large scale under the attack of the battle tornado. Its huge body was also blown away by a strong impact, falling from the air and falling heavily to the ground. Finally hit. Chu Xu also understood the space fighter's soul ability of the World Mother Tree in his heart, and knew that his defense was not impeccable. Boom! Above the ground, the Mother Tree of the world quickly floated up again. Although Chu Xu's attack did not cause serious damage to it, it did hurt it. This made it angry. Die! The Mother Tree of the world raised its hand and released a huge diamond-shaped crystal. Chu Xu was shocked, knowing that this diamond-shaped crystal might contain the power of tearing space. The space area it touched would be directly split in half, and even the most solid objects would be useless in front of it. Move in an instant. Chu Xu did not dare to resist, and immediately teleported to dodge, escaping from the space that the diamond-shaped crystal was about to tear in time. Almost in the next second, the space where Chu Xu was just now appeared a shocking crack, spanning hundreds of meters. If Chu Xu had not escaped from this area, he would have been torn in half alive. Here, I have endless energy and time to spend with you, but your energy will eventually run out. By then, no matter how strong you are, you will be nothing more than fish on the chopping board. The cold voice of the Mother Tree of the world sounded, with a completely arrogant attitude of victory. And the crystal gap that was previously injured by the battle tornado was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it were on Earth, he might not dare to be so ostentatious. But now in the digital world, as a god, he is the maker of the rules. At the same time, the royal dragon riders gathered again. Although they suffered varying degrees of injuries, they would not be easily defeated. You fight in pairs, attack the same position from front and back, and contain it from all directions. Chu Xu immediately issued an order and assigned tactics. Yes. The 12 royal dragon riders responded in unison, and soon they formed 2 by 2 and besieged the Mother Tree of the world from different directions. They all seized the interval when the Mother Tree of the world performed space distortion at the same position, launched an attack, and contained him. Although the attacks of the royal dragon riders could not pose much threat to it, the World Mother Tree was also annoyed. Shua shua shua. Pieces of huge diamond crystals peeled off from its crystal body, each with a terrifying force that could tear apart space, and shot out towards the royal dragon riders, trying to tear them into pieces in one breath. Kang! Suddenly, an extremely huge heavy sword appeared abruptly, and the sharp side of the sword blade instantly rotated from the surface to the air. A terrifying and thick sword energy that was as blazing as sweeping across thousands of troops swept out, and actually crushed the diamond crystals that were enough to tear apart space into pieces. After resolving the attack of the diamond crystals, the giant sword was carried on the shoulder of its owner with one hand, almost as long as his mighty and sturdy body. A golden digital alloy armor shone brightly, and a huge V-shaped shield was equipped on the back. The taut muscle lines of the blocks were like gullies in the earth, full of explosive power. The wind was raging fiercely, and in a pair of eyes as deep as the sky, the pupils were like burning suns, making it impossible for people to look directly at it, which further set off the fierce killing aura emanating from its body. The proud and noble head was raised high, showing the sacred majesty and domineering power of a true king. WarGreymon mutated into WarGreymon. At this time, Chu Xu had completed the last and most powerful subspecies template transformation of WarGreymon. WarGreymon, wielding a giant sword easily, used unique sword skills to face the enemy's heroic dragon warrior. It has an evolution code different from the Digimon naturally produced in the digital world, and it looks like a Digimon produced by artificial data intervention. In fact, in the original setting, WarGreymon was one of the mediators created by the World Tree to prevent itself from going berserk, and together with final crossbow Agumon, he shouldered the mission of stopping the World Tree and preventing the collapse of the digital world. WarGreymon holds the giant sword, Dragonman Broken Sword, and is equipped with a V-shaped, Victory Shield, on his back. His special moves are, Victory Counterattack, which uses the Dragonman Broken Sword to attack, and, Trident Gaia, which is separated from the Dragonman Broken Sword and mounted on both arms, and all the energy in the atmosphere is concentrated on the tip of the sword. He is a great swordsman, born to win. You are. When the World Mother Tree saw this giant sword and its owner, it couldn't help but be stunned. Although there are some changes in appearance, there is no doubt that it is still him. The guardian of the will of the earth in the 9th era. His aura. How could it become so terrifying in an instant? Exclamation mark. It also made the World Mother Tree feel threatened as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Impossible. He is the god of the digital world, and the agent of the Lord from a higher alien civilization. How could he be afraid of these reptiles from a lower civilization in front of him? The Mother Tree of the world was angry. When she waved her hand, her whole body released diamond-shaped crystals that were enough to cut through space. A large area of the God Forest was instantly divided into countless pieces. The sky and the earth were shattered and turned into a chaotic unknown area. The Royal Dragon Riders knew that it was difficult for them to participate in the next battle, so they immediately stepped back and placed all their hopes on the Dragon God. As long as the Dragon God was there, they would never lose. Victory Shield. The V-shaped Victory Shield behind Chu Xu was erected. Its effect was not limited to physical defense, but also formed a large isolation area. The constantly shattered space also stopped abruptly in front of its shield. Swish. The next second, Chu Xu's feet stepped on the already shattered chaotic space, and the incarnation of golden light rushed into the sky and then spun down. Your defeat is certain. The separated Dragonman Broken Sword was added to both arms. At this moment, between the blades connected in Chu Xu's palms, a trident-shaped Gaia energy cannon had already condensed. Its size was so large that it dominated the sky, surpassing the splendor of all the special moves of any WarGreymon subspecies, and was tantamount to the wrath of God. The space almost stagnated at this moment, and then was torn apart fiercely. The entire digital world seemed to be directly cut off by this blow. Boom boom. When the final Trident Gaia energy cannon fell, the entire God Forest Island completely disappeared in the digital world, turning into a large area of chaotic field with broken space, vaguely reflecting the deep, boundless, vast and dark space. The phantom body of the World Mother Tree and its body were gone, vanishing into thin air. Only 2 strands of fighter souls flew up, which were the souls of the light fighters and the souls of the space fighters stored in the phantom body of the World Mother Tree. Is this the true power of the Dragon God? Too powerful. Even the Royal Dragon Riders, who had already left the Forest of God, were amazed when they saw this scene. This is the real punishment of God. It not only tore the space apart, but also completely destroyed the space. The huge digital world was like a big hole was poked through. Is it over? Although it seems that the Mother World Tree has been completely destroyed, and even the fighter soul in the body has exploded, Chu Xu still did not take it lightly. After all, the system prompt sound did not sound. Buzz. At this time, a wave appeared above the sky of the intact space in the distance, and then the familiar electronic synthesized sound of the Mother World Tree echoed above the remaining digital world. I am the god of the digital world. As long as the digital world exists, I am immortal. You can never kill me. Sure enough, he is not dead yet. Unless the entire digital world is destroyed, without any residue left, he will not die. Destroy the entire digital world? Even WarGreymon would find it difficult to do this. However, there is no need to waste energy to destroy the digital world. After all, this world is so wonderful and magical. It would be a pity to destroy it. Chu Xu ignored the World Mother Tree that claimed to be immortal, and quickly accepted the soul of the light fighter and the soul of the space fighter, and gave them to the still perfect form of the crescent moon and the white rainbow. Accept their power now. Crescent moon and white rainbow nodded. The former accepted the power of the light fighter soul, and the latter accepted the power of the space fighter soul. Boom. Crescent moon was the first to complete the ultimate evolution, from the perfect form of ice and snow mechanical Greymon to the ultimate form of light battle Greymon. The height reached 100 meters, and the appearance was also very similar to battle Greymon, except that the alloy armor was white. Both hands were equipped with Dragon Bane, and the back was equipped with Shield of Courage. The special moves were Light Battle Tornado and Light Gaia Energy Cannon, which concentrated the positive emotions in the world into an energy ball. Following closely behind, Baihong also evolved from the perfect form of Orc Garurumon to the ultimate form of Steel Garurumon, with a body length of 100 meters. The mechanical metallization of the whole body greatly increased its strength. The 4 laser sights on the tip of the nose can emit invisible lasers, and can use all sensors such as infrared and X-rays to analyze the target in front. In addition, the beam-shaped wings released from the arms extending from the back also give him the ability to fly freely. The special moves are to spit out the absolute zero cold air, absolute freezing air, that freezes everything from the mouth, and to launch various missiles from the body, Gararu Battle Axe. Since I can't kill you, I will just delete you from the digital world. Chu Xu has already lifted the subspecies transformation state and returned to the WarGreymon form. With a wave of his hand, the steel Agumon Bai Hong, who had just completed the ultimate evolution, came to his side in a telepathic way. The combined evolution begins. Chapter 119, Fusion Evolution, Agumon. Blue Star Human Civilization. Subscription request. The combined evolution begins! Exclamation mark. The next second, the white rainbow beside Chu Xu turned into a stream of data light and merged into his body. Boom. At this moment, Chu Xu only felt that the 9 microplanets in his body had undergone drastic changes, especially the central planet number 1, which suddenly burst into brilliant light and a lot of heat, and completely turned into a real star. This also means that Chu Xu's level at this time has truly climbed from the 9th level of the planetary level to a higher level, the star level. At the same time, Chu Xu's appearance has also undergone earth-shaking changes. His height has almost doubled, breaking through the huge 1 kilometer. The golden digital alloy armor transformed into silver white, and the red and white cloaks on both sides of the shoulder armor were blown up in the air with the wind. The body lines shaped by the golden ratio are simply as perfect as a god. Its right arm retains the characteristics of steel Agumon, equipped with a beast-headed, Gararu cannon, which can fire cold air bullets at absolute zero to freeze the enemy. Its left arm retains the characteristics of battle Agumon, equipped with a dragon-headed, Tyrannosaurus sword, with a code, delete all, inscribed on the sword in the digital world system language. Once the code is activated, the part that touches the Tyrannosaurus sword is not simply cut off, but directly eliminated. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 4 years old. Race, Agumon. Male. Growth stage, ultimate fusion. Level, first order stellar. Source energy points, 10. Skills, Dragon Claw. Instant movement, Dragon Fang. Ultimate impact, special moves, Gararu Cannon, Tyrannosaurus Sword, delete all, restore all. Achievements, Overlord's Talent, Advanced, Telepathic Perception, Advanced, Fluid Armament, Advanced, Next Evolution Form. The combined evolution of WarGreymon and MetalTyrannomon is complete. It represents the end of everything, Agumon. Chu Xu's consciousness undoubtedly occupies the dominant position of Agumon, but at this time he can also feel the consciousness belonging to Bai Hong. Is this the power above the planetary level, the stellar level? The level above the planetary level is the stellar level. The gap between the two sides is like the gap between planets and stars, which is difficult to estimate with simple numbers. Unfortunately, Chu Xu has only temporarily mastered the stellar level power by relying on the combined evolution of Agumon. After disintegration, it will naturally return to the original planetary level 9. It is necessary to break through to the stellar level by itself to truly reach this realm. However, with a temporary power, it is more than enough to deal with the mother tree of the world hiding in a corner of the digital world and not daring to show up. This is? The Dragon God and Bai Hong have combined. The royal dragon riders who saw this scene were also stunned. And the new sacred posture and powerful aura after the two sides combined made them have to be convinced. Even though Chu Xu hadn't made a move yet, they already felt that the opponent was more powerful than they had imagined, and they couldn't even describe this power with a specific concept. Exclamation mark. I'm afraid that the entire digital world would be destroyed in the blink of an eye in front of him. This is impossible. How is this possible? Star level? How can you have the power of a star level? Not only the royal dragon riders, but even the mother tree of the world screamed in fear after feeling the power of Chu Xu's combined evolution, and the sound echoed in every corner of the huge digital world. Star level. As the eldest son of the earth, he was born with the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the sun and the moon. He had reached the planetary level before his death. After his death, he created the digital world, and spent more than 500 million years stealing and absorbing countless natural energy from the earth. He still stopped at the 9th level of the planetary level, and was still far from the star level. Perhaps only one day, he can directly steal and absorb the energy from the sun, and then he will have the opportunity to truly break through to the star level. And Chu Xu, a little dinosaur born in the 9th era, has only been a few years since his birth. How could he have the power of a star level? Exclamation mark. This boring farce of yours has lasted for so many epochs, it should have come to an end long ago. Chu Xu raised the Tyrannosaurus sword in his right arm high, and the data code on the surface of the sword burst into brilliant light. As the Tyrannosaurus sword swung violently, a sword blade that spanned the world was formed. Vertically, it touched the sky and reached the earth. Horizontally, it extended to the horizon where the sky and the earth were completely separated, completely dividing the huge digital world into four. The entire digital world fell apart in front of this sword blade. The ocean, the giant insect island, the giant beast continent, the dinosaur continent, and the sky and the earth, except for Chu Xu, the royal dragon riders and the various dinosaur troops, all things and existences in the digital world slowly dissipated into nothingness. No. I am immortal. I am the Lord's agent. The Lord will come and punish sin. Even if I die, you and the entire earth will not escape the Lord's sanctions and punishment. Until the digital world disappeared completely, Chu Xu, the royal dragon riders and the dinosaurs could hear the hysterical voice of the World Mother Tree. In the end, the entire digital world had disappeared, and the voice of the World Mother Tree also stopped abruptly and could no longer be heard. What appeared in front of Chu Xu and his friends was a dark forest-like space. Every distant star was like a tree or even a leaf in the dark forest, trying to hide its light as much as possible, so that the entire universe looked deep and dark. Turning around, Chu Xu and his friends could see a beautiful blue planet in front of them. It was the Earth. The digital world is indeed outside the Earth. Chu Xu understood. After the digital world was completely deleted, they appeared in space. Ling. You hunted down the World Mother Tree, Agumon, source energy points plus 50W. The system prompt sound finally sounded, which also meant that the World Mother Tree, Agumon, who had painstakingly managed the digital world for more than 500 million years and wanted to counterattack the Earth, finally died. However, the digital world he created can indeed be called a miracle. It exists as a shadow world of the Earth and can accommodate those extinct ancient creatures on the Earth. It was really a pity that it was completely deleted like this. Chu Xu's mind moved, and the data code engraved on the blade of the Tyrannosaurus sword on his right arm quietly changed. From the code representing, delete all, it became the code representing, restore all. As the Tyrannosaurus sword was swung again, the same blade was formed again. The digital world that had dissipated into nothingness was reassembled like pieces of a puzzle against the background of space, forming the initial spatial structure, and evolving into the sky, land, ocean, mountains, plants. In the end, the entire digital world was restored in front of the dragons, which was incredible. Even the God's forest that was destroyed by Victory Tyrannosaurus was restored to its original state, and the mother tree of the world that supported the entire digital world like a pillar of heaven and earth still existed. However, the consciousness of Yggdrasil had been permanently deleted by Chu Xu, and now the mother tree of the world was just a tree without self-consciousness or a computing host. There were no digital creatures in the new digital world. Most of them were wiped out by the dinosaur army, and the rest were completely cleared out in the total deletion. The full recovery only restored the digital world itself. Ling. The mother tree of the world has been detected, the administrator's authority has been activated, and the terminal is being remotely linked. The system's prompt sounded again. The activation of the administrator's authority also means that Chu Xu has absolute authority to control it. It is equivalent to taking over the entire new digital world from the hands of Yggdrasil. Buzz. Soon, the remote link was completed, and a world full of massive data and information appeared in front of Chu Xu again. This should be the internal program of the mother tree of the world. Here, Chu Xu can get the information stored by Yggdrasil in the past. What is the Lord he mentioned? Chu Xu asked. The Lord originated from the three advanced civilizations in the Milky Way, the human civilization of Blue Star, Blue Star. Human civilization? Exclamation mark. Chu Xu's expression was shocked. He didn't expect that the Lord mentioned by Yggdrasil was actually a human civilization from an alien planet. Human civilization is far from being born on Earth in the future. Blue Star is the mother star of the origin of human civilization. It belongs to the Red Sun Galaxy and is 25,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way. It is exactly symmetrical with the solar system with the center of the Milky Way. Blue Star was born earlier than the Earth and is highly similar to the Earth. It is not only limited to the overall structure and morphological characteristics, but also includes geological evolution and biological evolution processes. It is almost the same. Therefore, when the Earth was still in the era of dinosaur rule, Blue Star was already in the era of human rule. Chu Xu suddenly realized that this so-called Blue Star seemed to be the twin sister of the Earth far away on the other side of the Milky Way. As the elder sister, Blue Star has developed to the human era, while the younger sister, Earth, has only developed to the dinosaur era. Then what level has the human civilization of this Blue Star developed to? Chu Xu continued to ask. Since it is known as one of the three advanced civilizations in the Milky Way, I am afraid that the development level of the human civilization of Blue Star has exceeded his imagination. Cosmic civilization is divided into 3 types and 7 levels. The 3 types are mechanical technology civilization, biological and biochemical civilization, and source energy cultivation civilization. The 7 levels are the first level mother planet civilization, the second level star civilization, the third level galaxy civilization, and the fourth level interstellar civilization. The higher levels are currently unknown. The human civilization of Blue Star belongs to the mechanical technology type civilization, and the civilization level has reached the second level star civilization, and is close to the third level galaxy civilization. The comprehensive assessment is 2.7 level civilization. In the Milky Way, the human civilization of Blue Star, the star-devouring dragon civilization, and the Shura star Shura civilization are known as the 3 advanced civilizations, representing 3 different types of civilizations: mechanical technology type, biological biochemical type, and source energy cultivation type. The sphere of influence of the human civilization of Blue Star includes more than 1 million member planets, more than 500,000 colonies in star systems, protected territories and local governments, and has a space fleet dominated by star-class star destroyers. It can use Dyson spheres that trap stars and mine star energy. The goal of obtaining energy is the Milky Way, and it has achieved long-term travel and life in the outer star system. 2.7 level civilization. 1 million member planets, 500,000 star system colonies, and a space fleet dominated by star-class star destroyers. Chu Xu was also deeply shocked. The strength of the human civilization on Blue Star was beyond his imagination. No wonder even Yggdrasil called it the Lord. Remember the human civilization on Earth in the 21st century, the civilization rating was barely 0.7, which was a far cry from it. When did Yggdrasil start to establish contact with a human civilization on Blue Star? Chu Xu frowned and continued to ask. Just 1 era ago, at the end of the 8th era. The 8th era, the end of the Jurassic period? Exclamation mark. Chu Xu was stunned. Wasn't that when King Ghidorah came to Earth? Could it be that it was at that time that Yggdrasil realized the existence of alien civilizations and began to try to establish contact with them, hoping that they would invade the Earth? Has he exposed the coordinates of the solar system and the Earth to the human civilization of Blue Star? Although the sphere of influence of the human civilization of Blue Star is very huge, it is not so exaggerated when put on the scale of the Milky Way. After all, the number of star systems in the huge Milky Way is about 100 billion, and 500,000 star system colonies are just the tip of the iceberg. The solar system is not very eye-catching in the huge Milky Way. It is located in the wild area on the edge, and is 50,000 light-years away from the Red Sun galaxy where Blue Star is located, which is almost equivalent to half the diameter of the Milky Way's silver disk. At such a long distance, will those humans from Blue Star come to invade and colonize? Wouldn't it be more convenient to go to other star systems that are closer? However, the special thing is that the Earth in the solar system is so similar to their mother star Blue Star. Yes, Yggdrasil has amplified the electromagnetic radiation to stellar power through the Sun, and launched it to the Milky Way outside the solar system, and it was captured by the human civilization of Blue Star, which can use it to lock the specific coordinates of the solar system. Moreover, the electromagnetic radiation is still spreading between the Milky Way and is likely to be captured by more alien civilizations. Blue Star human civilization, and even the alien civilization of the entire Milky Way. This is an unimaginable behemoth for the Earth dinosaur civilization, which is still in its infancy in the universe. Chu Xu exhaled deeply. Although the threat of the digital world has been lifted, there is still a greater and more terrible crisis ahead. At present, the human civilization of Blue Star has captured the coordinates of the solar system. Chu Xu does not know how they will react, but it is foreseeable that the two sides will inevitably come into contact in the future. The development of the Earth dinosaur civilization will never be limited to the Earth or even the solar system in the future. After understanding that the universe is so vast and the alien civilization is so prosperous, Chu Xu will also lead the Earth dinosaur civilization to the unknown sea of stars. Beep. The internal program of the World Mother Tree has been invaded by unknown data. At this moment, a sudden alarm sounded in Chu Xu's ears. Unknown data invasion? Before Chu Xu could react, a line of data information appeared inexplicably in front of him. Chu Xu also found out later that not only him, but also the royal dragon riders and even all the dinosaurs in the digital world, had the same data information inexplicably appearing before their eyes. This line of data information only had 5 short words, written in dinosaur language, and they could all accurately understand its meaning. You are bugs. Chapter 120 The Will of the Earth appears. Blue Star Human Space Reconnaissance Team. Subscribe. You are bugs. With such a tone and such a tone, Chu Xu did not need to guess, and knew that this must be the masterpiece of the master behind Yggdrasil, the human civilization of Blue Star. Perhaps they have already known about the death of Yggdrasil, so they invaded its internal program through some special technology and sent this line of data information. I didn't expect to face the human civilization of Blue Star so soon. The other party was able to cross tens of thousands of light years and invade the internal program of the mother tree of the world. Such advanced technology really shocked Chu Xu. Maybe in your eyes, we are just small and fragile bugs. But you seem to have forgotten one fact: bugs have never been truly defeated. Chu Xu didn't know whether the other party could hear his answer, and spoke in a flat tone. In front of the real advanced civilization, the Earth dinosaur civilization, which is just starting now, is indeed a small and fragile bug. But so what? Bugs also have their own tenacious vitality and unyielding will to survive. Maybe one day, those high-ranking Blue Star humans who think they control everything will be bitten back by the bugs they look down on. Unknown data has been automatically cleared, and the internal program has returned to normal. The prompt sounded again, and the data information that appeared in front of Chu Xu was finally eliminated. After not getting any other useful information here, Chu Xu retreated and saw the royal dragon riders who all looked confused. They all saw that abrupt line of data information, and such a weird thing really made them feel a little scared. Chu Xu did not explain so much, but he had to let them know about the alien civilization, and he would explain it slowly when there was a chance in the future. Disintegrate. With a thought, Chu Xu temporarily released Omegamon's combined form and restored it to the form of WarGreymon, and the level of strength naturally dropped back to the 9th level of the planetary level. MetalTyrannomon Beihong also turned into a stream of light and separated from its body again. Being able to merge with the dragon god and become his fighting force, this honor is also proud for Beihong. Why can't I merge with my big brother? Seeing this scene, Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a little envious. If he could merge with his big brother and follow him to kill all directions, how cool it would be. Gather all the troops and return to Earth. The war in the digital world came to an end. Chu Xu waved his hand and immediately ordered the royal dragon riders to lead the dinosaur troops back to Earth. Xianyu, Liu Xing, Beihong, you also move this world mother tree and plant it in our Hell Creek tribe. It turned out that the #1 world sub-tree of the Hell Creek tribe was destroyed, so naturally this world mother tree would fill it. After all, there are no digital creatures in the digital world now, so it would be a waste to let him stay here. Yes. When the royal dragon riders led the dinosaur troops to return to the dinosaur tribes on various continents in triumph, they were all greeted by other dinosaurs. The celebration of the victory in the war lasted for a day and a night, and the name of the dragon god was even higher than the wave in the dinosaur tribes, and it lasted for a long time. North America, Hell Creek tribe. The reconstruction of the tribe is in full swing. Not only the dinosaurs of the original Hell Creek tribe, but also dinosaurs from other continents have come to support them, just like the military support provided by the Hell Creek tribe in the previous war. The original location of the #1 world sub-tree was also replanted by Xianyu, Liu Xing and others with a taller and larger world mother tree. The rich energy contained in it is constantly spreading in the air, nourishing all living things to grow stronger and stronger at a faster rate. Destroyed and then rebuilt, Xianyu was reborn. The entire Hell Creek tribe, which has experienced the baptism of war, has ushered in a new life, and will surely lead the dinosaur civilization to a higher height. In the first Dragon God Temple build, Chu Xu did not participate in the carnival after the victory of the war, but entered the daily state of cultivation. From the 9th level of the planetary level to the star level, it is no longer possible to break through directly by relying on the accumulation of source energy points as before. Instead, it requires a natural energy from a real star to have a chance to achieve a breakthrough. It seems that if I want to break through to the star level, I have to leave the Earth. Chu Xu thought to himself that the current Earth is not very helpful to him now, and it is time to go to the solar system for a walk. Hello, the guardian of the 9th era. Suddenly, a gentle and generous voice sounded in Chu Xu's ears. Chu Xu, who was practicing with his eyes closed, was stunned. This voice was not Mothra, but he felt very familiar. It seemed that he had heard it in the previous precognitive dreams. You are? Chu Xu asked in surprise. In the vast interstellar universe, there are countless planets. Among so many planets, only a very small number of planets can breed life and become life planets. Each life planet is a unique existence, and the evolution and birth of life also promotes the formation of the planet's will, not only to protect its own ecological environment, but also to protect life. The other party did not directly answer Chu Xu's question, but he already knew its true identity. The will of the Earth. He is the planetary will generated by the Earth. Thank you for finding back the half of my will that I had lost. What does this mean? Chu Xu was a little puzzled. Lost half of my will? Did the Earth's will lose half of itself? No wonder he had never appeared before, and only sent to me in a dream. Do you know how the digital world was born? Wasn't the digital world created by the world mother tree Yggdrasil? Indeed, the world mother tree Yggdrasil was also created by me. When I created him, I attached half of my will to him, giving him the powerful ability to transform nature and create life. However, as time went by, the half of the Earth's will that I attached to Yggdrasil completely got rid of my control, had its own independent consciousness and thoughts, and wanted to replace me, so I had to do my best to kill it. After Yggdrasil died, the half of the Earth's will on his body turned into the digital world. This is the real reason for the birth of the digital world, so that's it. It was not until this moment that Chu Xu suddenly realized that the digital world was actually the will of the other half of the Earth. The reason why Yggdrasil was so powerful was not because of itself, but all originated from this half of the Earth's will. So my real enemy all along was not so much Yggdrasil as this half of the Earth's will. Thanks to you, you eliminated the consciousness of that half of the Earth's will, so I was able to recover it smoothly. Now the digital world has also become a part of my body, interdependent and will never be separated again. Chu Xu understood. Obviously, because he used the complete deletion to wipe out Yggdrasil's consciousness, he was able to restore the Earth's will. You came to me this time, not just to thank me, right? Chu Xu asked. Yes. Before Yggdrasil was completely wiped out, he had already exposed my coordinates to other alien civilizations. I'm afraid it won't be long before those alien civilizations will come to me, at the least destroying life civilization, at the worst destroying the entire planet. So we need to cooperate. Cooperation? How to cooperate? All the natural energy generated in my body can be controlled and used by you, and in a short time, the civilization level will reach the first level mother planet civilization. First level mother planet civilization. This level of civilization has the ability to develop and use all the energy on the mother planet, and can even control the weather, geology, biology, ocean and other natural ecological resources on the mother planet. It has also broken through the gravitational constraints of the mother planet and can explore the star system more freely. If the dinosaur civilization is allowed to develop on its own, it will take a long time to reach this level of civilization. Since there is now an opportunity to directly cooperate with the will of the Earth, Chu Xu will naturally not refuse. As for the conditions for cooperation, it is naturally to resist the invasion from alien civilizations. The Earth is Chu Xu's home, and it is also the mother planet of the dinosaur civilization. He naturally takes on this responsibility. Yggdrasil is an example. Happy cooperation. Milky Way, Red Sun Galaxy, Blue Star. Blue Star humans, in the vast Milky Way, this is also a name that makes countless races and civilizations tremble. They control highly developed scientific and technological forces, possess an invincible star-class space fleet, and multiply and expand in the Milky Way like locusts. With the indelible ignorance and wisdom, greed and conscience of mankind, They break into star systems one by one, land on planets one by one, and start a magnificent interstellar colonization movement. Until now, the blue star humans have established a great civilization that rules over millions of inhabited planets, 500,000 star systems, and has a territory spanning tens of thousands of light years, with a total population of trillions. Each star system and the constellation composed of multiple star systems are divided into local administrative regions, which are centrally managed by the Central Blue Star Federation. In the Milky Way, the only ones who can compete with the blue star humans are the Dragon Clan from the star Devourer and the Shura Clan from the Shura star. The former is the mortal enemy of the blue star humans. The Dragon Clan belongs to the biological and biochemical type of civilization, and the civilization level is rated as 2.8. Each dragon feeds on planetary energy and even stellar energy, especially life planets, which are their favorites. Therefore, they often attack the inhabited planets of blue star humans, and devour the entire planet together with the humans living on it. The Shura clan belongs to the civilization of source energy cultivation, and the civilization level is rated as 2.5. Although the civilization level and the number of races are far inferior to the previous two, each member of the Shura clan is an extremely powerful source energy warrior who can continue to become stronger through their own cultivation. They are militaristic and fight against various star systems in the Milky Way, tempering their own Shura martial arts by slaughtering countless lives. The life planets they pass by are all desolate and desolate death planets. In addition to the three major races of human beings, dragons, and Shura, there are more different races in the Milky Way. Some have surrendered or perished at the hands of the three major races, and some are still carefully hiding in this dark forest where you can't see your hand in front of you without being discovered. At this time, Centaurus, located at the southern edge of the Blue Star Human Federation territory. The entire Centaur is composed of multiple star system-level administrative units, which are connected together to form an image of a centaur archer with a human upper body and a horse lower body, holding a bow and arrow and intending to shoot. Because the coordinates of Centaur are too far away from the blue star, the resources of the star systems under its jurisdiction are barren and scarce, and there are no life planets, so it has always been the lowest and most backward D-level administrative region in the Blue Star Human Federation. However, in recent times, Centaur has become the focus of the Blue Star Human Federation. The reason is simple. The monitoring station set up here received an electromagnetic signal containing intelligent information emitted from a certain direction. After decoding, the information contained in the electromagnetic signal was presented. That is the coordinate position of an undiscovered life planet. Life planet. Any life planet is extremely precious in the vast Milky Way and even the universe, just like a water source in the desert. The exploitable resources are very rich, and it is also a place very suitable for human colonization and migration. If it was just the discovery of a new life planet, it would not cause such a huge sensation in the Blue Star Human Federation. The key is that this life planet is almost the same as their mother planet, Blue Star, in terms of overall structure, morphological characteristics, geological evolution, and biological evolution process. The similarity is as high as 99%. And it is exactly symmetrical with the center of the Milky Way. The only difference is the astronomical age. The life planet called Earth is much younger, still in the backward and wild dinosaur era. Dinosaurs are not unfamiliar to humans on Blue Star. Such hideous and ugly large reptiles have existed in the history of biological evolution on Blue Star. They are no different from ordinary beasts and insects. They are undoubtedly low-level creatures. Not to mention establishing a racial civilization, it is estimated that they do not even have wisdom. Just sending a planetary space battleship is enough to completely destroy them. Alpha Centauri. This is a star system composed of 3 stars, but due to the poor living conditions, there is no life in it, and only one space jump point is established here. In the Milky Way, the number of stars is calculated in the hundreds of billions, and the distance between them is calculated in tens of thousands of light years. Even the most advanced superluminal spacecraft developed by the Blue Star Human Federation is impossible to achieve interstellar travel in a short period of time. Therefore, the Blue Star Human Federation has developed space jump technology, based on the cosmic strings built by artificial wormholes to achieve hyperspace jumps, and set up space jump points in each colonized star system. It only needs to determine the specific coordinates of the space jump point, so that the Blue Star humans can make the colony spacecraft and even the space battleships perform space jumps anytime and anywhere, crossing the distance of tens of thousands of light years in a short time. Buzz! At this time, the space jump point set up by Alpha Centauri flickered violently, and then the nearby space was distorted. Then, a space reconnaissance formation led by a quasi-stellar star destroyer and escorted by 4 planetary space battleships slowly appeared. Chapter 121 Biological Warfare Weapon Plan. Hell Creek City, like father, like son? Subscribe. Captain Ross. The space jump is complete. We have arrived at Alpha Centauri, which is about 4.24 light-years away from the solar system. According to preliminary calculations, it will take about 4 years to reach the destination. A pilot reported from the quasi-stellar class Bald Eagle Star Destroyer. This is a star destroyer with a total length of 900 meters and a width of 480 meters. The entire body is painted black, and the specific material is an unknown alien metal. The sharp bow that unfolds in an umbrella shape is equipped with a giant laser gun mount. The angular prismatic hull is densely covered with large and small gun muzzles. The tall command tower stands in the center of the hull in a T-shape. The wedge-shaped armor distributed along the hull and the open and close weapons depot designed together show a special layered beauty. Star Destroyer, just from the name, you can know how powerful it is. Usually only space battleships above the star level are worthy of this name. The main weapons are 10 4-barrel supercharged laser gun mounts, 40 double-barrel supercharged laser turrets, 80 shock missile silos and 10 tractor beam projectors. Such a firepower weapon system is enough to destroy the surface of a planet. Equipped with hyperwave communication and deflector shield generators, it can carry landing ships, starfighters, space shuttles, military walkers, and carry about 5,000 personnel and tens of thousands of tons of cargo. It also uses a curvature drive propulsion system to achieve light speed or even super light speed navigation. Following the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer are 4 planetary space battleships named Goshawk, Hunter Falcon, Owl and Vulture. These animals once lived on the Blue Star. However, with the development of human civilization on the Blue Star, more than 80% of wild animal populations have become extinct. In order to commemorate these extinct animals, the Blue Star humans named each space battleship after them. The length of these planetary space battleships ranges from 300 to 500 meters. Whether it is the weapon system or the configuration, they are far inferior to the Star Destroyer, but the number of them together is also a force that cannot be ignored. Got it. After refueling at Alpha Centauri, set off immediately. The middle-aged man known as Captain Ross nodded slightly. He was wearing a dark blue space military uniform and shoulder straps that marked the rank of colonel. His face was calm and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon. Yes. Soon, the space reconnaissance formation led by the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer slowly approached the 3 stars of Alpha Centauri. According to the naming method of the Blue Star Human Federation, the names of these 3 stars are Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B and Alpha Centauri C, which together constitute a 3-star system of Alpha Centauri. At this time, these 3 stars were all surrounded by 3 huge Dyson spheres. This is a spherical artificial celestial body that can wrap around the entire star. Its main purpose is to mine stellar energy. This is the iconic technology of the Blue Star Human Federation. Almost all the star systems they colonize will be equipped with Dyson spheres to maximize the use of their energy. These Dyson spheres are also gas stations for space fleets during interstellar voyages, which can quickly refuel. For space fleets that need to travel at the speed of light, ordinary energy cannot meet the huge energy they need. They can only rely on the nuclear fusion energy of stars, and even the antimatter and dark matter energy in the universe. The order from above is for us to catch more Earth dinosaurs and return to Blue Star. After all, there are no wild animals on Blue Star except rats, cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes. If we use these Earth dinosaurs to open a theme park, we will definitely make a lot of money. During the refueling, a young crew member in the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer spoke excitedly. On Blue Star and other inhabited planets, parks with different races and civilizations as themes have been opened. Just like the zoos in the past, the captured low-level civilization creatures are kept in captivity, and even circuses, arenas and other projects have been extended. This can not only satisfy the curiosity of humans, but also show the strength of human civilization on Blue Star. In my opinion, These Earth dinosaurs are also suitable for biochemical transformation and become war weapons for our Blue Star Federation. Although they are both star level, the star level 3-headed dragon and 8-armed Shur are far more powerful than our star level star destroyers. At least they can fight one against two or more. This is the advantage of biological and biochemical civilizations and energy cultivation civilizations. The combat power of a single unit is extremely strong, while we can only rely on the advantage of the number of space battleships. Another older crew member obviously thought more long-term. The biological warfare weapon program has always been a special project that the Blue Star Human Federation has been committed to promoting. The main content is to carry out biochemical transformation of various low-level civilized creatures, such as injecting various genetic drugs, mechanization of prostheses, etc., and finally put them into interstellar wars as war weapons. However, up to now, the program has not made any substantial progress and lacks suitable biochemical transformation objects. Now these Earth dinosaurs have become the best choice. They are huge in size, ferocious in temperament, and have high potential. They have low IQ and are easy to control. These things are not what we should consider. The task we need to complete is to scout the distribution of resources in the solar system and the development of Earth dinosaurs. According to the latest intelligence from the Blue Star Federation, the contact person who originally released the Earth coordinate signal and contacted us has died. It was those Earth dinosaurs who killed him. This also shows that those Earth dinosaurs are not the non-intelligent creatures we think they are. They may have established their own intelligent civilization, at least with planetary-level individual existence. When the crew members were discussing, Captain Ross's majestic voice sounded, making them all surprised. Those Earth dinosaurs have actually established their own intelligent civilization? This is really strange. This space reconnaissance mission is not difficult for them. It can even be said to be very simple. It is a hot and lucrative job. The destination is clear, and the enemy is the low-level civilization of the Earth dinosaurs. Although according to the latest intelligence, the opponent's development is somewhat unexpected, but that's all. With their quasi-stellar star destroyer, even if those Earth dinosaurs have established their own intelligent civilization and have planetary masters, they are no different from weak insects. And the benefits brought by completing the mission are even more generous. After the Blue Star Human Federation successfully occupies the colonized solar system and the Earth, their relatives will enjoy the right to immigrate first. You know, the inhabited planetary colonies of the Blue Star Human Federation are now facing the problem of overcrowding and exhaustion of resources. Being able to immigrate to a new planet is a good thing that countless people can't get even if they are trying their best. However, after all, there is still more than 4 light-years from Alpha Centauri to the solar system. This journey is an area that the Blue Star humans have not explored yet. There are no space jump points set up, so they can only honestly carry out interstellar voyages step by step. Even at the speed of light of a quasi-stellar star destroyer, it would take more than 4 years to sail. No one can guarantee what kind of situation will be encountered during the journey, such as the appearance of giant beasts in the sky, interception by interstellar pirates, etc. The universe is so vast that there are all kinds of things. According to the Space Fleet Code of the Blue Star Human Federation, all crew members are required to remain vigilant and calm at all times and in the face of any mission, and must not take it lightly. The fuel has been replenished. Return to your posts. Bald Eagle, forward 3. Set off, target solar system. With an order, the entire Bald Eagle Star Destroyer, which was originally stationary, instantly jumped to the speed of light and headed towards the solar system 4 light-years away. Solar system, Earth. Half a year has passed since the end of the Digital World War. In this short period of half a year, after Chu Xu reached a cooperation with the Earth will, the dinosaur civilization has ushered in a leap-forward development. In North America, the Hell Creek tribe, which was originally severely damaged, has been rebuilt. After the reconstruction, the Hell Creek tribe should no longer be called a tribe, but a real city, majestic and magnificent. In the city of Hell Creek, dinosaurs of various tribes are working together in the construction work in full swing. Roads are built one after another, and buildings are built one after another. The haze of war is swept away, replaced by a thriving atmosphere of peace. The most eye-catching thing is the World Mother Tree transplanted in the central position. The natural energy from the Earth is transformed through it to form a huge amount of digital energy that nourishes the dinosaurs of the entire Hell Creek city, allowing more and more dinosaurs to evolve to complete forms. The dinosaurs that have reached complete forms have basically undergone mechanized transformation, and they are on the road to mechanical ascension and will never return, which seems to have made the dinosaur civilization leap from the original primitive society to the industrial society. Each dinosaur is equivalent to a large machine. It has greatly improved production efficiency in the mining of natural resources, the construction of roads, the development of planting and breeding, the smelting of digital metals, the forging of alloy equipment, etc., and has developed more and richer advanced technologies, such as paper making, compass, printing, cloth weaving, etc. Mom, let's go to class. In the morning, Xinghe, who is already half a year old, had grown to 3 meters in length and became a growing black Agumon. Don't forget to bring the dinosaur coins. Got it. After saying goodbye to her mother Xuanling, Xinghe ran out of the house with her sister Xingguang and brother Xingaio, running along the ever-flowing main road of Zhuri, and finally arrived at the platform at the intersection in time. Soon, a complete land-based titanosaur appeared and slowly stopped. The dinosaurs of all sizes waiting at the platform followed its tail and boarded its broad and flat back. This is the bus of the dinosaur society. On its back, there is a much smaller slender horned dragon beast, which is responsible for collecting fees. Each ride costs 2 dinosaur iron coins. Dinosaur coins are the new currency issued in Hell Creek City and even in dinosaur cities on various continents during this period. The manufacturing materials are divided into 4 metals: iron, copper, silver, and gold, which are divided into different denominations. The overall shape is round with square holes, shaped like a sun, and the dinosaur characters of the word dragon god are also engraved on its surface. Rumble when there is no more space on the back. The land-based titanosaur beast moves its limbs and continues to move forward with the dozens of dinosaur passengers. Along the way, you can also see other dinosaurs that serve as means of transportation, including Triceratops and heavy armored dragon beasts, which have a smaller passenger capacity but are faster, equivalent to taxis, and King Kong Pachycephalus, which is limited to a single dragon passenger capacity but is the fastest, equivalent to a motorcycle. In addition, there are also the sky-blasting winged dragon beast in the sky as a passenger plane, and the million sea dragon beasts and the sea-diving Kanglong beasts in the ocean as passenger ships and even submarines. In peacetime, these dinosaurs can serve as various fast and convenient means of transportation, relying on their own labor to exchange for rewards. In wartime, they can also transform into weapons of war with great lethality at any time to fight to protect their homes. Although the land-based Titan dragon beast is so huge and bulky, its speed is not slow at all. Each step is equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of steps of spark, and it feels very stable on its back, without any bumps. On both sides of the wide main road of the rising sun, there are all kinds of buildings lined up in rows. According to their types, they can be divided into residential areas, military areas, agricultural parks, and industrial parks. Under them, they can be subdivided into various modules, just like pieces of puzzles that together constitute the beautiful picture of Hell Creek City. We're here. Finally arriving at the destination, the 3 brothers and sisters of Spark got off the back of the land-based Titan dragon beast and came to the location of the founding village. Today's founding village is not only a place to foster dinosaur eggs and young dinosaurs, but also the first school in Hell Creek City. All the young and growing dinosaurs must receive compulsory and free education here, learning basic knowledge including dinosaur riding, history, geography, mathematics, biology, physics, etc., and physical and combat training. Xinghe and Xingaio seem to have inherited their father Liuxing's IQ. They know nothing about learning, but their physical fitness is outstanding and they also perform well in combat training. Xinguang has excellent performance and learning and has been personally praised by the principal Xianyu. A day passed quickly. After finishing their daily study life, the 3 Xinghe siblings said goodbye to their teachers. When they were about to go home, they saw a familiar figure. It was Dad who came to pick them up. Dad? The 3 Xinghe siblings came to Liuxing happily, and Liuxing also smiled and hugged them. How did you perform in school today? How many points did you get in the exam? Liuxing asked. I got 98 points. Xinguang showed his test paper to Liuxing, but Xinghe and Xingaio looked at each other, their faces changed immediately, and they dared not move. It was not until Liuxing searched the 2 brothers that he found the test papers with single-digit scores in their backpacks. How ridiculous! As a dignified star dragon rider, He had lost all his face to them. They deserved to be beaten. Just when Liu Xing was about to spank his two sons without any hesitation, Xianyu appeared. Liu Xing, what are you doing? Why are you beating the kids? These two guys didn't study hard and got such low scores. I have to teach them a lesson. Liu Xing looked like he was disappointed with his son. The trembling Xinghuo and Xingyao looked like they were grabbing a lifeline and asked for help from Xianyu, their aunt. Xianyu touched her forehead helplessly, not knowing how Liu Xing could have the nerve to say such things. Wasn't he the same as his two sons back then? Just learning a few simple dinosaur characters was like taking his life. Like father, like son. Beating children won't solve the problem. I will help you take care of them in the future. Come with me now. Big brother has summoned all the royal dragon riders for something. Xinai hurried forward to stop Liu Xing's rude behavior and spoke. Chapter 122 Heading into the Solar System. On the moon, the Starry Sky Giant Beast Clan. Subscribe. Go home first, I'll settle accounts with you after I get back. Hearing the call from his elder brother, Liu Xing let go of the two brothers, Xinghuo and Xingyao, and let them go home first. The two brothers, Xinghuo and Xingyao, fled as if they had been pardoned. Xingguang said goodbye to Xianyu and Liu Xing and hurriedly followed. Let's go. After watching the three children leave, Xianyu and Liu Xing jumped up and quickly rushed towards the direction of the Dragon Temple. When they arrived, the other royal dragon riders and Beihong had already arrived. In the past 6 months, they have been extremely busy. Long Ma, Xiafen, Ben Li, and Xianshu continue to be responsible for the training of the dinosaur standing army in the military zone. Although it is currently a peaceful period, the dinosaurs also need to be prepared for danger and face emergencies and unknown enemies at any time. The dinosaur standing army in Hell Creek City, all of whose members are complete dinosaurs, adopts a unified organization and military rank, formulates strict rules and regulations, and is equipped with standardized weapons and equipment, including armor and weapons made of digital alloy, to maintain sufficient combat capability and combat readiness at all times. Taishan and Jianmu are responsible for the construction of agricultural parks, mainly including planting agricultural parks, with different planting species such as flowers, seedlings, seeds, vegetables, etc., to provide the daily food needs of herbivorous dinosaurs. There are also breeding agricultural parks, with different breeding species such as mammals, birds, lizards, crocodiles, turtles, amphibians, fish, etc., to provide the daily food needs of carnivorous dinosaurs. Zirin and Zuanti are responsible for the construction of industrial parks, mainly including digital mines, metal smelters, equipment processing plants, cloth textile mills, paper mills, printing plants, etc., to provide the daily life needs of all dinosaurs. Dick is mainly responsible for the management of residential areas, including roads, residential buildings, founding villages, schools, medical stations and other different living facilities. Wang Chun and Kangming are mainly responsible for the construction of the sea area, further developing various marine minerals, oil and gas, food and other resources, and even an underwater city is under preliminary construction. Xianyu and Beihong are still committed to cultural and educational work. The first school in the founding village has been built and the first batch of teachers and students have been recruited. The subsequent plan is to build more schools in Hell Creek City and establish a more complete education system. In addition, the economic trial operation system in the entire Hell Creek City is also promoted by them, including the promulgation of dinosaur coins, the implementation of fiscal policies, etc. Although the last Liu Xing does not have any specific tasks, he also runs around all day long. Sometimes he trains dinosaur troops with Longma and others, and sometimes he goes to agricultural and industrial parks to help build. Except for not coming to the Nightmare School, he can be seen everywhere. Lord Dragon God. After saluting Chu Xu on the throne, the royal dragon riders also reported the progress of the work they managed. Chu Xu listened silently to the reports of the royal dragon riders. In the past 6 months, the development of dinosaur civilization has reached a new peak. According to the preliminary calculation of the World Mother Tree Program, it should be barely rated 0.5, which belongs to the type of civilization that is a mixture of mechanical technology and biological biochemistry. Although there is cooperation with the will of the Earth, and Chu Xu relies on the experience of his previous life to help, the development of dinosaur civilization cannot be achieved overnight. According to further calculations of the World Mother Tree Program, it will take at least 2 to 3 years for dinosaur civilization to reach the 0.7 level of civilization of the Earth's human beings in the 21st century. It will take at least 5 years or even longer to reach the first level of mother star civilization. Not to mention the higher second-level star civilization, the will of the Earth cannot help them either. At that time, they can only rely on the efforts of the dinosaur civilization itself. Time. They still need more time. Unfortunately, time does not wait for dragons. Chu Xu also does not know when those enemies from outside the solar system will come. After the royal dragon riders finished their reports, Chu Xu explained the purpose of summoning them today, leaving the Earth and heading to the solar system. Although the dinosaur civilization is still at the level of 0.5 development, and it is still a long way from the level 2 star civilization, Chu Xu and his team have already reached the ultimate planetary level, can adapt to the harsh space environment, and have the ability to explore the star system. It is necessary to prepare for this in advance. Brother, I want to go. Liu Xing was the first to raise his hand. It was a good thing to follow his brother to explore the solar system. He couldn't miss it anyway. The other royal dragon riders and Bai Hong were eager to try. During this period of time, they had heard Chu Xu talk about alien civilizations. They knew that there were countless civilizations as numerous as stars outside the Earth and even the solar system. They were all potential enemies they might face in the future. This also gave them a full sense of urgency. Only by becoming stronger can they share the worries of the dragon god and protect their homeland behind them. Chu Xu nodded. He could explore the solar system by himself. But this was also a good opportunity for the royal dragon riders to gain experience, so he decided to take them with him. After a selection, the 6 royal dragon riders who were still unable to fly, Taishan, Jianmu, Ziran, Zuanti, Dike, and Kangming, stayed on Earth temporarily, while the remaining 7 royal dragon riders and Beihong followed Chu Xu to explore the solar system. Without further ado, half a day later, the selected royal dragon riders explained the situation to their relatives and gathered again at the Dragon Temple. They did not carry any luggage and were all lightly equipped. After all, after reaching the planetary level, the microplanets in their bodies can produce natural energy on their own and replenish energy without eating. As for the harsh conditions such as high vacuum, microgravity, ultra-low temperature, and high-energy particle radiation, they can also overcome and adapt well with the power of the planetary level. Let's go, target the solar system. Chu Xu took the lead in turning into a golden stream of light and soaring into the sky, followed by the white and black streams of the crescent moon and Liu Xing. Next was Xianshu flying with wings spread, Wang Chun flying in the sky, and Beihong opening a pair of light wings. In the end, the mother of dragons controlled the flames, Xianfeng controlled the strong winds, and Benlai controlled the lightning, and they did not fall behind the team. Soon, the whole team disappeared from the ground, constantly speeding up and climbing higher. In the troposphere within 10,000 meters, the air convects up and down constantly, and the temperature decreases with the increase in altitude. On average, the temperature drops by 0.65 degrees Celsius for every 100 meters of ascent. Above the troposphere is the stratosphere 10,000 to 50,000 meters above the surface. The weather is clear and the light is sufficient. The atmosphere is dominated by advection motion, which can make flying more stable. Above the stratosphere is the mesosphere 50,000 to 85,000 meters above the surface. The convection motion is more intense and the temperature is further reduced, which not only hinders the flight of the royal dragon riders, but also solidifies a thick layer of ice on the surface of the alloy armor they wear. Above the mesosphere is the thermosphere 85,000 to 800,000 meters above the surface. Due to the strong ultraviolet radiation in the solar radiation, the air begins to heat up sharply, and the gorgeous and beautiful aurora can be clearly seen. Finally, Chu Xu and his party finally reached the exosphere above the thermosphere, which is the outermost layer of the Earth's atmosphere, extending from 800,000 meters to 1 million meters from the Earth's surface. The vast space is already in sight. The temperature here has reached thousands of degrees Celsius, as if in a furnace. The atmosphere has also become extremely thin, and the Earth's upper atmosphere, which is mainly composed of hydrogen atoms and helium atoms, emits weak radiation, forming the Earth's unique planetary corona, the geocorona. Bless you. Just as the royal dragon riders got rid of the Earth's gravity in one breath and rushed out of the last exosphere, a gentle and generous voice sounded in their ears. Whose voice is this? The royal dragon riders all looked at each other, wondering if they were hallucinating. "This is your voice." Chu Xu turned around and pointed to the blue planet behind him that was getting smaller and smaller in his field of vision. No matter when or from what angle you look at it, this blue planet is so beautiful, with blue oceans, brown land, green mountains, white clouds. Everything is contained in such a beautiful space painting. For every child who leaves home, Mother Earth will give the best blessing. The voice of the Earth. The royal dragon riders were even more surprised. The Earth can actually speak. Doesn't this mean that she has her own life and her own independent consciousness and thoughts? Chu Xu smiled and didn't explain too much. If life is the greatest miracle in the universe, then the life planet that gave birth to life is the greatest miracle in the universe. The first stop for Chu Xu and his party to explore the solar system is naturally the satellite closest to the Earth, the Moon. On the surface of the Moon, the topography is mainly convex highlands and concave depressions, which are called lunar land and lunar sea respectively. In addition, the most iconic feature is the scattered impact craters, which almost cover the entire Moon. The impact crater is a bowl-shaped pit structure, surrounded by towering upright rocks, forming huge craters. The small area is the size of a football field, and the large area is comparable to a province. The main reason for its formation is the impact of meteoroids and meteorites. Chu Xu's advanced telepathic perception spread out, carefully searching the surface of the Moon. The other royal dragon riders also formed teams of two and acted separately. This is the Moon. Because your name is related to the Moon, Xianyu is also particularly interested in exploring the Moon, and she and Beihong explored everywhere. A few days later, Xianyu and Beihong had already arrived at the back of the Moon without knowing it. During the long-term evolution of the Earth-Moon system, the tidal force between the Earth and the Moon gradually slowed down the rotation of the Moon, and eventually caused the Moon to be tidally locked by the Earth. Since then, the Moon has always faced the Earth with the same side. Therefore, the back of the Moon can never be completely seen from the Earth. Xianyu, watch your step. At this moment, Beihong's reminder sounded suddenly, and Xianyu immediately reacted and jumped up without hesitation. Boom! Almost the next second, a huge pit inexplicably sank where the crescent moon was just now. Then, several bloated monsters with pink tentacles on their heads and shaped like toads emerged from the pit. They were all over 50 meters long and looked extremely hideous. "What kind of monster is this?" Exclamation mark. Boom! Immediately afterwards, similar sunken pits appeared in the surrounding areas. More and more bloated monsters emerged from them. The number exceeded 1,000, forming a large-scale tribe. Gugwa. The bloated monsters made strange noises, and the pink tentacles on their heads suddenly stretched out, like a group of twisting snakes, entwining towards the crescent moon and Beihong. Beihong reacted quickly, and quickly brewed a freezing breath of absolute zero in his mouth. Before it was formed, a large area of freezing marks appeared on the surrounding moon's surface. Wow! The next second, the absolute freezing gas sprayed out, and hundreds of bloated monsters, including the tentacles flying all over the sky, were almost instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, still standing there in the same position as before. And the attack of the crescent moon also followed one after another, and a huge white energy ball quickly condensed between his hands, emitting a dazzling light. Boom boom! In the violent explosion, hundreds of bloated monsters flew blood and flesh, and died on the spot. Pieces of corpse fragments were smeared on the ground, and the breath of destruction lingered for a long time. Goo! Goo goo! After witnessing the powerful strength of the crescent moon and Beihong, the group of bloated monsters that were originally aggressive seemed to have their throats pinched, and they were all stunned, not daring to make the slightest sound. Snap! I don't know who crouched down first, and then one group of bloated monsters after another crouched on the ground trembling, not daring to make any rash moves. At this time, Chu Xu and other royal dragon riders who had noticed the movement rushed to the scene one after another and saw the scene. What they didn't expect was that there was actually such a biological group living on the moon. Name: Moon Demon Toad. Growth stage: complete. Level: Satellite Level 5. Data: Body length 50 meters, weight 3,000 tons. Skills: Tentacle Entanglement, Illusion Light. Introduction: Belongs to the Starry Sky Giant Beast clan. After the Starry Sky Giant Beast civilization, which once reached the 4th level of civilization rating, was destroyed, the remaining Starry Sky Giant Beast clan fled in all directions and scattered in various corners of the universe. Some groups are still wandering in space, and some groups have found suitable planets as habitats. Starry sky giant beast? Exclamation mark. When Chu Xu interpreted its data through the World Mother Tree program, his face couldn't help but change. This is obviously another alien civilization, and the civilization level has reached the 4th level of interstellar civilization, which is far more advanced than the 3 major civilizations in the Milky Way. However, such an alien civilization that is so powerful that it is unimaginable actually perished? What kind of terrifying power can destroy them? However, the group of moon demon toads in front of them is not to be feared. They are all at the satellite level, equivalent to the strength of the complete body. Although there are many of them, any one of their royal dragon riders can wipe them out. Any creature has the instincts to survive, and the moon demon toads are no exception. In a blink of an eye, nearly half of their companions were killed or injured. They felt the terror of these outsiders firsthand. Their group finally escaped from the destroyed star beast civilization and found a planet as a habitat in a remote corner of the universe. They were able to survive and did not want to perish. Chu Xu looked at these moon demon toads begging for mercy humbly, which made Xianyu and Beihong temporarily stop the attack. You only have 2 choices, surrender or destruction. Faced with Chu Xu's cold and ruthless words, the moon demon toads of all sizes hurriedly agreed. In the original star beast civilization, their group was also the weakest existence, and they had always been enslaved and dominated by other powerful star beasts. Can dignity be eaten? Only one's own life is the most precious. The discovery of such an alien group of moon demon toads on the moon was an unexpected gain for Chu Xu. They are quite powerful and numerous. The key is that they are particularly adapted to the ecological environment on the moon. There is no atmosphere, the temperature difference between day and night is very large, and water sources are extremely scarce, which shows that their vitality is very tenacious. In this case, it is not a bad idea to keep them alive. Maybe in the future, when the dinosaur civilization on Earth develops towards the solar system, they can still use their power, such as building a settlement on the moon. Of course, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. These moon demon toads are only subdued by force now, and Chu Xu also needs to implement some insurance measures. Soon, Chu Xu found the patriarch who led the group of moon demon toads. His strength is the 9th level of satellite level, which is not far from the planetary level. But in front of Chu Xu, the patriarch of the moon demon toad felt like a bug that could be crushed to death at will. The extreme fear made it dare not resist at all, and gradually formed a special steel seal that was deeply engraved in its mind. This is exactly the ability that Chu Xu has developed by using the Overlord's talent. It concentrates the pressure on an individual, almost touching the depths of its soul, thus forming a permanent steel seal. Even if Chu Xu is not around, the target implanted with a steel seal will feel his pressure at all times, and life and death are also in his mind, and he will never be able to resist. Chu Xu named this move Overlord Steel Seal. Next, Chu Xu implanted the Overlord Steel Seal into several stronger moon demon toads, and then handed over the moon demon toad clan to them for continued management. Finally, Chu Xu also learned more detailed information about the moon and even the starry sky giant beast civilization from these moon demon toads. It turned out that the huge starry sky giant beast civilization died tens of millions of years ago, and the moon demon toad clan did not know the specific reason. They only knew that from then on, the remaining surviving starry sky giant beasts had to start wandering around the universe. The civilization of the star beasts is a typical biological and biochemical type. All star beasts are satellite level from birth, and the growth limit is determined by their blood. Star beasts with strong blood can easily reach the star level, galaxy level, and even the cosmic level after adulthood. In addition, all star beasts are very adaptable to the harsh living environment of space, and can feed on high-energy particles and cosmic rays radiated outward by celestial bodies to continuously grow stronger. The moon demon toad clan has also wandered in the universe for many years, crossed many star systems, and changed many places of residence before migrating all the way to the solar system and settling on the moon. It has been tens of thousands of years. Their nests are built deep underground under the moon's surface, where there are large magma tunnels left by the moon's extinct volcanoes, which can withstand the impact of meteors and meteorites and maintain a constant temperature day and night. There are hundreds of millions of star beasts like the moon demon toad clan in the vast universe, and the total number is difficult to estimate. This is only a small number of the original star beast civilization that survived, which shows how prosperous and powerful it was in its heyday. After conquering the Moon Demon Toad clan, the exploration of the moon is almost over. The moon is the first step for the future development of dinosaur civilization towards the solar system. Chu Xu ordered the Moon Demon Toad clan to stay here and be responsible for expanding the underground nest on the moon. Finally, before leaving, Chu Xu set up 2 space jump points on the front and back of the moon. This is exactly the super skill he upgraded from the advanced skill of teleportation, space jump. This is the same principle as the space jump technology of the humans on Blue Star. You only need to set up a space jump point at a certain location in advance, so Chu Xu can use it to complete an ultra-long distance space jump in a very short time. Currently, the farthest distance that can be achieved is the jump between adjacent planets in the star system. With the improvement of proficiency, the distance of space jump will be further improved. Space jump points cannot be seen or perceived by the naked eye or mental power. Only enemies who master space abilities have the opportunity to discover and destroy them. With these 2 space jump points set up on the moon, Chu Xu can travel back and forth anytime and anywhere after returning to Earth, even if he brings the Royal Dragon Riders or a dinosaur army. Let's go. After leaving the moon, the next stop for Chu Xu and his party is Venus. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Venus Civilization Museum. Comet clusters in the Oort cloud. Subscribe. Venus. Among the 8 planets in the solar system, Venus is the second planet outward from the Sun and is also a terrestrial planet, similar to the Earth. Venus has a very thick atmosphere, mainly composed of carbon dioxide, which makes its atmospheric pressure very huge, nearly 100 times that of the Earth. Even on the surface, it is under the pressure equivalent to 1,000 meters deep in the Earth's ocean. In addition, the presence of a large amount of carbon dioxide also makes the greenhouse effect on Venus extremely strong. The average temperature is 480 degrees Celsius, and there is basically no difference between regions, seasons, and day and night. It is the hottest planet in the solar system. Its surface is an endless dry desert landscape with dense volcanoes. Not long after Chu Xu and his party arrived on Venus, a huge lightning and thunderstorm came unexpectedly, making its orange-yellow sky extremely gloomy. The dull thunder became louder and louder, as if it was going to break out of the shackles of the thick clouds, tear the clouds apart, and break free. Dazzling golden flashes of lightning flashed by, followed by the roar of thunder. The strong wind brought heavy rain, which was acid rain condensed from sulfur oxides and other acidic substances in the atmosphere, covering the whole world in a mist of withering everything. Venus has such a harsh and extreme environment that it is estimated that it is difficult for life to be born here. There seems to be a building there. Suddenly, Chu Xu and his party, who were walking in the thunderstorm and acid rain, saw a large group of buildings vaguely appearing in the rain curtain at the end of their vision. Buildings? Could it be that there are also biological communities on Venus? However, when Chu Xu and his party arrived at the location of the building complex, they found that these buildings had collapsed and turned into desolate ruin. The broken walls and ruins were embedded with traces of time, as if they were relics of an ancient land. The Royal Dragon Riders searched around in a scattered manner and did not find any signs of biological activity, but found a kind of silver-white metal fragments everywhere, with rust on the surface, buried under the ruins for who knows how many years. Chu Xu, who used telepathic perception to search carefully, also found a relatively well-preserved underground building hidden in the ruins. The location of the underground building is very hidden. If it weren't for telepathic perception, it would be really difficult to find. The entire building is embedded in the hard and deep rock layer. At the entrance, some words are engraved on the stone stroke by stroke. Chu Xu immediately tried to use the World Mother Tree program to analyze the words. Not long after, the analysis result came out: Venus Civilization Museum. Venus Civilization. Chu Xu was shocked. This Venus civilization was obviously not like the Moon Demon Toad clan that migrated from an alien star system, but a life civilization native to Venus. However, this Venus civilization has been destroyed, and it is still unknown why. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Xu temporarily reduced his size so that he could enter this Venus Civilization Museum. After breaking open the door that had been sealed for who knows how many years, Chu Xu and his party entered a narrow tunnel leading to the underground, until the end suddenly opened up, and what appeared before them was a spacious and bright cave. Searchlights made of some kind of ore were placed on the walls around the cave, naturally emitting a fluorescent light, allowing Chu Xu and his team to see the densely packed text and various graphics and paintings engraved on the walls. Apart from this, there were no other objects. These texts and pictures should be exhibits of the Venus Civilization Museum. Chu Xu analyzed these Venusian texts one by one. Best wishes to the civilizations that visit the exhibits in this museum. Through the following information, you will have a basic understanding of the Venusian civilization. The Venusian civilization originated 10,000 years ago, and its main race was the metal people. Billions of years ago, PN junctions accidentally formed on the rocks under the action of the radioactivity of the core of Venus. This was the earliest silicon-based life form on Venus. We are accustomed to calling it crystals, which are equivalent to the cells of carbon-based life forms. After that, it took a long time to gradually evolve into us metal people. Our muscles and bones are made of metal, our brain is an ultra-high integrated chip, electric current and magnetic field are our blood, and our food mainly comes from radioactive rocks in the core of Venus. We metal people have gone through the ancient origin period, and it took thousands of years to gradually come to the surface from the core of Venus, and establish the glorious and splendid Venusian civilization. The population exceeds 5 billion, and we have mastered advanced mechanical technology. We have been able to make full use of more than 70% of Venus' natural resources and planetary energy, and can initially realize space navigation and conduct simple exploration of the solar system. Seeing this, Chu Xu couldn't help but marvel. Metal people on Venus, silicon-based life forms. It turns out that before this, Venus, next to the Earth, gave birth to such a brilliant life civilization, and the metal fragments they found outside are likely to be the bodies of these metal people on Venus. According to their description, the level of Venusian civilization is not low, probably reaching level 0.7, which is equivalent to the human beings on Earth in the 21st century. If the Venusian civilization can continue, I am afraid that in the future, the Earth will probably become a colony of these metal people. However, the end of everything happened in the year 10,532 of the Venus calendar. He appeared, the gold that tore through the night, like the fall of a celestial body. He descended into this world, and everything perished with him. He is called the Hellfire Venus, the wings of fallen heaven, Caesar Ghidorah. He is a high-level creature from the star-devouring dragon civilization of the Milky Way. When he first descended on Venus, he was still a minor individual of the planetary level and was expelled by our army. Later, he stole the stellar energy of the sun and broke through to the stellar level. When he descended on Venus again, it took only 3 days to destroy the entire Venusian civilization. Even the will of Venus was annihilated by it. Caesar Ghidorah? Exclamation mark. After seeing this familiar name, Chu Xu's eyes suddenly became sharp. I didn't expect that the huge Venusian civilization was destroyed by Caesar Ghidorah. This Caesar Ghidorah that destroyed the Venusian civilization is naturally not the Ghidorah on Earth, but it is undoubtedly from the star-devouring dragon civilization of the Milky Way. Chu Xu had also briefly learned about this civilization through the internal program of the World Mother Tree. It can be said to be the mortal enemy of the human civilization on Blue Star. Interstellar wars would break out between the two almost every once in a while. The scale of the war would spread across several or even dozens of star systems, involving trillions of creatures. The main race of the star-devouring dragon civilization is the Ghidorah clan, which is divided into King Ghidorah, Caesar Ghidorah and even Star-Devourer Ghidorah according to different growth stages. It is said that all Ghidorahs will be expelled from their home planet when they are close to adulthood, wandering among the star systems in the Milky Way, looking for planets with life and civilization, and completely destroying them as their own dragon ceremony. Only Ghidorah who has completed the dragon ceremony is qualified to return to his home planet, otherwise he can only wander outside forever. The vast universe also follows the law of the survival of the fittest. It is a common thing for a strong civilization to destroy a weak civilization. At the last moment of the destruction of Venusian civilization, only one spaceship escaped from Venus, carrying 1,000 frozen crystals. After thawing, they can naturally breed metal people, which is also the last spark of Venusian civilization. The spaceship will escape all the way out of the solar system and find a suitable habitat outside the solar system, where it will restart a new epoch of Venusian civilization. In the end, this underground museum is also the only surviving building of Venusian civilization. At the end of my life, I used my blood, electricity, to carve our civilization relics on the stone, stroke by stroke. I don't know how long it can be preserved. I just hope that there will be life discoveries from other civilizations later. The text information in the Venusian Civilization Museum ends here. The picture on the other side of the cave wall briefly depicts the morphological characteristics and civilization development history of Venusian metal people, as well as the scene of the destruction of Venusian civilization when Caesar Ghidorah came. Seeing the end, Chu Xu suddenly realized that although the Venusian civilization was inevitably destroyed, it still retained a little spark and escaped from the solar system. Although the hope of continuation is slim, there is no lack of miracles in the vast universe. Perhaps that spaceship can really find a suitable habitat planet, let those frozen crystals give birth to new metal people, and establish Venus civilization again. When Chu Xu repeated the information recorded in the Venus text to the Royal Dragon Riders and Bai Hong, they also made them sigh. The Venusian metal civilization is of the same origin as their Earth dinosaur civilization, and both are civilizations born in the solar system. It is also a very rare example among the countless star systems in the Milky Way that two life planets can be born in a star system and two completely different races and civilizations can be born. It's just that such a brilliant Venusian civilization was destroyed so easily. On the large scale of the universe, it is as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. If it weren't for the Venusian Civilization Museum that happened to be preserved, and Chu Xu and his party discovered it by chance when exploring Venus, I'm afraid no other life would know that such a civilization once existed. Brother, look! There is a complete corpse here. Suddenly, Liu Xing's exclamation sounded. Arriving at the scene, Chu Xu saw a corpse of a humanoid creature. Its body was made of silver-white metal and was now severely rusted, which was equivalent to the rotting of the corpse of a carbon-based life form. Because the properties of this silver-white metal are still unknown, the specific time of death is difficult to estimate. It should be the metal man who engraved these words and pictures of the Venus civilization. Lord Dragon God, can you let me deal with this corpse? I want to study it. At this time, Thunder Dragon Rider Ben Lei stood up, and it can be seen that he is very interested in this metal man's corpse. Ben Lei, who was once a highly intelligent Troodon, is a rare scientific research dinosaur in Hell Creek City. In addition to training the dinosaur standing army in the military zone, he also leads many tribes of dragons to engage in various scientific research activities. For example, papermaking, compass, printing, and other technologies were all developed and reproduced by Ben Lei after Chu Xu explained the basic principles. Now seeing the body of a metal man from the Venusian civilization, Ben Lei was naturally very interested. If they could study it, they could better understand the Venusian civilization, and it might also bring unexpected gains to the Earth's dinosaur civilization. Chu Xu nodded and agreed to Ben Lei's request. Although he also respected the metal man who was dedicated to preserving the remains of the Venusian civilization, his body did have considerable research value. In order to thank this metal man whom he had never met, and to commemorate the glorious Venusian civilization of the past, Chu Xu planned to build a larger civilization museum for these Venusian metal men when the Earth's dinosaur civilization came to Venus to develop in the future. The thunderstorm acid rain on the surface of Venus lasted for a whole day before it finally ended. After leaving the Venusian Civilization Museum, Chu Xu and his party continued to explore the entire Venus in the following time, and there were no more valuable discoveries. Finally, Chu Xu also set up 2 space jump points on Venus, and then took the Royal Dragon Riders away and headed towards the next planet, which is also the planet closest to the Sun, Mercury. Horizontal ellipsis. In the vast and empty universe, in addition to various stars, planets, comets, asteroids and other celestial bodies, it is not a complete vacuum. There are also countless cosmic dust composed of numerous tiny particles floating in space. Whenever these cosmic dusts gather together densely like clouds and mist, they form colorful nebulae. The Oort cloud is a spherical nebula cluster surrounding the solar system. It is the remnant of the protoplanetary disk in the early formation of the solar system 4.6 billion years ago. It is also the junction of the solar system and interstellar space. It is about 50,000 to 100,000 astronomical units, the distance between the Sun and the Earth, from the Sun. The maximum radius is close to 1 light-year, and the space occupied is very vast. The Blue Star Human Space Reconnaissance Formation, led by the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer, finally arrived at the outer layer of the Oort cloud after more than a year of interstellar voyage. Oh my god, there are so many comets in this nebula. Inside the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer, the crew members were dumbfounded when they saw the real-time images sent back by the space probe. There are actually a large number of comets in this nebula. There are hundreds of millions of comets with a diameter greater than 1 kilometer in the outer layer alone. This is a fatal obstacle for any space fleet. Each comet moving at high speed is comparable to a powerful supernuclear bomb. Once it collides with a space battleship, the consequences will be disastrous. Even a stellar-class star destroyer will have to retreat. All ships activate the deflector shield defense system, temporarily reduce the speed by half, and continue to move forward. Captain Ross's order was issued in time. Yes. Chapter 124 The 8 Royal Starry Sky Beasts. Stellar Energy Baptism. Subscribe. At the command, the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer and the other 4 planetary space battleships all activated the deflector shield defense system at the same time. This is a translucent energy field generated by the deflector shield generator, which can effectively block damage from high-energy lasers, projectiles and various small celestial bodies in space. Boom. Boom. Soon, the fleet, which had reduced its speed by half, forced its way into the Oort cloud, which was full of comets. The smaller comets along the way were pushed away by the deflector shield. As for those larger comets, they had to use laser cannons to forcibly smash them, otherwise they would directly hit them, and the deflector shield would consume more energy and could be destroyed at any time. As they moved forward, the comet group in front of them increased instead of decreasing, forming a natural barrier that separated the solar system from the interstellar space outside. No wonder this star system has never been discovered. With such a closed environment, any space fleet would be deterred from coming here. Captain Ross couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded in the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer. Report to the captain. Signs of life activity have been found ahead. It is likely a group of space giants. A crew member hurriedly reported. Show the real-time image of the space probe immediately. Captain Ross's face changed and he shouted loudly. When the real-time image was projected on the big screen, everyone saw that among the comets in the Oort Nebula, a group of giant beasts as huge and majestic as mountains appeared. Shenzhen giant beasts. Everyone recognized these famous space giants, and their faces were full of shock and fear. The Shenzhen giant beast clan is one of the 8 royal bloodlines in the space giant civilization. Its attribute is Earth, which corresponds to the gen in the Bagua rune. Space giants with the 8 royal bloodlines are satellite level in their infancy, planetary level in the growth period, star level in their mature period, galaxy level in their complete form, and can even reach the universe level in their ultimate form. Moreover, they are born with some kind of cosmic law, which may be Dianjin, Dikun, Leizhen, Feng Sun, Shuikan, Holy, Shanzhen, or Zdui. Their combat power is almost the ceiling in the same level. Although the 8 royal families that were once glorious and powerful suffered heavy losses and almost died out due to the destruction of the Star Beast civilization, there are still survivors who fled to every corner of the universe. The Shenzhen beast is the largest existence among the 8 royal bloodlines. Their bodies are completely made of mountains composed of earth and rocks. Their strength and defense are extremely powerful, and they have a terrifying appetite like a bottomless pit. They can devour everything in the world and quickly convert food into their own mass and combat power. Captain Ross and others did not expect that there was actually a surviving group of Shenzhen beasts living here. Although there are not many, there are only about 30. But there are already mature star-level Shenzhen beasts among them, with a body length of at least 3,000 meters, which is more than twice as large as the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer. The leader of the Star-class mountain beast clan let out a penetrating roar, causing the eardrums of all the crew members on the ship to vibrate and almost tear. Then, the clan leader of the mountain beast grabbed a comet beside him and crushed it easily in his palm. Finally, he stretched out his arms and threw it towards the location of the fleet like a baseball. Retreat quickly. Increase the speed to the speed of light. Captain Ross shouted as soon as he saw this group of mountain beasts. The fastest Bald Eagle Star Destroyer quickly adjusted its speed and retreated, and the other 4 planetary space battleships followed closely, but it was too late. Boom. The scattered comet fragments, blessed by the terrifying power of the clan leader of the mountain beast, turned into a high-speed kinetic energy cannon that swept everything at an astonishing speed. The last spaceship, the Vulture, was hit accurately. The deflector shield defense on its surface was useless and broke instantly, while the remaining comet fragments penetrated its armor. The second-best spaceship, the Owl, was no exception. In the dim space, a dazzling light burst out. It was the spectacular scene of the Vulture and Owl spaceships being penetrated. The parabolic gray cloud caused by it covered a large area. The violent explosion caused a raging sea of fire, and thousands of crew members were killed without a single body. With a casual blow, 2 planetary spaceships were blown up, and at least more than 3,000 Blue Star human crew members died in an instant. This scene made the remaining crew members, including Captain Ross, shudder. Fortunately, their warships were fast enough. After adjusting the time to jump to the speed of light, they quickly distanced themselves from the Mountain Gen monster tribe. The speed and agility of the Mountain Gen beasts were their shortcomings. Seeing that the invaders had already fled far away, they did not pursue them, but came to the location of the destroyed Vulture space battleship and devoured its wreckage one by one. For them, who are used to eating all kinds of comets, asteroids, and dust particles, this was a rare delicacy, but it was a pity that they did not keep a few more ships. On the other hand, the crews of the warships that had escaped by chance were all in fear. If they were a step slower, they would probably have followed the footsteps of the Vulture space battleship. Captain Ross, what should we do next? Those Mountain Gen beasts are too terrifying. If we go forward, we will die. Inside the Bald Eagle Star Destroyer, there was no time to mourn the comrades who died heroically. The crew members asked one after another, and the pressure was concentrated on Captain Ross. Adjust the direction of advance and continue to move forward by taking a detour. After pondering for a long time, Captain Ross still gave the order. There are giant beasts in front of them and no way to retreat behind them. If they fail to complete the reconnaissance mission of the solar system, they will definitely be severely punished by the space military law after returning to the Blue Star Human Federation, and their families will even be implicated. If they had known that the interstellar voyage to explore the solar system was so dangerous, they should have applied to the Federation to dispatch a real Star-class star destroyer. However, at present, the administrative districts of the main constellations of the Blue Star Human Federation have entered the first-level combat readiness state, and almost all the Star-class star destroyers in the space fleet have been dispatched and deployed at the border with the Dragon Clan and the Shura Clan. A large-scale interstellar war may break out at any time and anywhere. Even if they applied at that time, they might not be able to be successfully dispatched. With the situation in the Milky Way so tense, their reconnaissance mission to the small solar system is actually nothing. But now Captain Ross feels that this small solar system hides too many unknown secrets. Perhaps in the near future, it will become the focus of the huge Milky Way. Solar System, Mercury. Mercury is the smallest and closest planet to the Sun among the 8 planets in the solar system. It is also the planet with the largest temperature difference between day and night on the surface. Its atmosphere is extremely thin and cannot effectively preserve heat. Chu Xu and his party explored Mercury for a while, but they did not discover any biological populations or life civilizations like on the Moon and Venus. After exploring Mercury, Chu Xu set up a space jump point as usual, and then looked at the Sun that was already in front of him. That is where he really wants to go. Only with the help of the Sun's stellar energy can he really break through to the stellar level. You stay on Mercury for the time being and wait for me to come back, Chu Xu said to the Royal Dragon Riders behind him. With their current level and strength, they are still unable to explore stars at close range, so Chu Xu only plans to go alone. Yes, the Royal Dragon Riders and Bai Hong also knew the danger of this trip, and did not force it, but they were also a little worried about the safety of the Dragon God, especially the Dragon Mother. A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles, not to mention that this time Chu Xu is not just going 1,000 miles, but more than 50 million kilometers from Mercury to the Sun. Don't worry, I have set up a space jump point on Mercury. If there's any emergency, we can retreat anytime and anywhere. Chu Xu comforted Long Ma, and then without wasting any more time, he turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the Sun. With Chu Xu's current planetary level 9 level, he is 500 meters tall, weighs more than 3 million tons, has a physical strength of more than 100 million tons, and has a flight speed of 10,000 Mach. The more than 50 million kilometers from Mercury to the Sun is only a 5-hour journey for Chu Xu flying at full speed. As time passed and the distance approached, the image of the Sun in Chu Xu's eyes became larger and larger, and the intensity of the solar radiation and the temperature it hit were rising sharply. The original Sun number 1 in Chu Xu's body also began to operate violently, driving the other 8 microplanets to become restless. It really worked. Chu Xu's level has been stuck at the planetary level 9 for nearly a year, and now this solid bottleneck has finally loosened. 5 hours later, Chu Xu finally stopped and faced the Sun that was so close. This is the outermost corona of the Sun's atmosphere, composed of high-temperature, low-density plasma, with a thickness of millions of kilometers and extremely high temperatures of millions of degrees Celsius. Roar! Such high temperatures are also a severe test for Chu Xu. The gold digital alloy equipment he is wearing is overwhelmed and shows signs of melting. The skin, muscles, and internal organs seem to be burning, and the blood seems to be gushing out of the blood vessels, making the body swell red and tormented. But at the same time, Chu Xu also felt a continuous influx of stellar energy, which made the miniature solar system in his body undergo a radical transformation. Continue. Chu Xu did not stop, but accelerated again, constantly going deeper into the Sun, accepting the extreme high temperature and the baptism of stellar energy. If you want to accept the baptism of stellar energy, you will fail and become Ren. Chapter 125 Breakthrough to the Star Level. Solar Flares, Stellar Energy Crystallization. Subscribe. Corona, Chromosphere, Photosphere. Roar, roar, roar. Chu Xu roared at the top of his lungs. All the gold digital alloy equipment on his body had melted away. His body was burning with super high temperature fire from the inside out. His skin, muscles, internal organs, and bones were all melted under the super high temperature flames that could not be extinguished. I'm afraid that if this continues, he will probably be burned to ashes alive. But even so, Chu Xu still bravely moved forward, climbing to the extreme speed, and rushed straight to the surface of the Sun. Boom! Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Chu Xu had passed through the atmosphere of the Sun and reached the photosphere on its surface. Like a candle, the temperature of the Sun's outer corona is higher, while the temperature of the photosphere on the surface is lower, with an effective temperature of 5,500 degrees Celsius. The temperature at the core will reach a maximum of 15 million degrees Celsius. At this moment, the miniature solar system in Chu Xu's body finally ushered in the final transformation. The original Sun number 1 burst out with brilliant light and scorching heat, becoming a real star. The internal core is always undergoing hydrogen nuclear fusion, bringing magnificent stellar energy. Breakthrough. Such a scene similar to the evolution of the combined body undoubtedly represents that Chu Xu has truly broken through the bottleneck of the planetary level and reached the stellar level. At the same time, Chu Xu's appearance has also undergone earth-shaking changes. His height has exceeded 1,000 meters and his tonnage has exceeded 5 million tons. The skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs of his body have all been strengthened and tempered geometrically under the baptism of stellar energy, as if he was reborn from the ashes. The gold digital alloy equipment that had melted completely was actually restored, as if it was a liquid muscle blessing on his body surface. The gold digital alloy originally has muscle-like properties. It can grow infinitely through continuous exercise, otherwise it may degenerate if it is slack. After the baptism and training of this stellar energy, the digital alloy armor equipped by Chu Xu has obviously completed a leap-forward transformation, and the whole has also ushered in a leap in the level of life. Open my attribute panel. Name, Chu Xu. Age, 5 years old. Race, WarGreymon. Male. Growth stage, ultimate. Level, first order stellar level, 1/100W. Source energy points, 10W. Skills, subspace claw, super, space jump, super, deadly dragon fang, advanced, ultimate impact, advanced, special moves, corona storm, Apollo energy cannon, data manipulation, achievements, overlord's talent, super, telepathic perception, super, fluid armament, super, subspecies templates exchanged, Flash Greymon, Battle Greymon X, Lightning Greymon, Ancient Greymon, Caesar Greymon, Victory Greymon. The level has successfully reached the first order stellar level, and Chu Xu has also learned 3 new special moves. Corona Storm, an upgraded version of Battle Tornado, burns with millions of degrees Celsius of corona flames all over its body, and launches an attack on the enemy by high-speed rotation. Apollo Energy Cannon, an upgraded version of Gaia Energy Cannon, concentrates the stellar energy in the universe at one point, releasing ultra-high density and ultra-high heat energy bombs, The last data manipulation can even allow Chu Xu to gain the ability to self-evolve into Agumon. Evolution through fusion. This time, there is no need for steel Garurumon as a fusion accessory. Chu Xu directly extracted the data of the subspecies template of Lightning Greymon and self-evolved into Agumon. Boom! The digital alloy armor transformed into noble and flawless silver-white color, and the red and white cloak danced in the air with the wind. The left arm is the Tyrannosaurus sword, of the characteristics of WarGreymon, and the right arm is the Tyrannosaurus cannon, of the characteristics of Lightning Greymon, with data codes for all deletion and all restoration. The level also jumped to the 4th level of the star level in one breath. The combat power is not as simple as 1+1, but a geometric increase. Not only Lightning Greymon, but all the subspecies templates Chu Xu currently possesses can be combined and evolved with WarGreymon, which will also be one of his trump cards in the future. Finally, Chu Xu's 2 skills and 3 achievements have also evolved to super. The super skill of subspace claw can tear the opponent together with the surrounding space. The super skill of space jump can jump between planets at super long distances. The super achievement of Overlord's talent not only forms a substantial deterrence and pressure, but also evolves into an attack on the mind and soul, which can form an Overlord seal effect on a large scale. The super achievement of telepathic perception has expanded its perception range to cover a medium-sized planet similar to the Earth. It is not limited to the macro and micro, but can easily understand the mind of living beings, read consciousness and memory, and even directly control thoughts. The super achievement of fluid armament has greatly increased its strength, and any part of the body can be transformed into a high-strength armed fluid body, which is further strengthened by the 4-dimensional attributes, immune to various negative effects, and recovers from injuries anytime and anywhere, almost immortal. Invincible. Feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Chu Xu also felt extremely refreshed. Even if he was on the surface of the sun, the strong solar radiation and extreme high temperature were no problem for Chu Xu now, and he even felt close to it. After all, the energy that Chu Xu used to advance to the stellar level came from the sun. The two had the same source and flow, so there would naturally be a sense of closeness. Moreover, if he practiced on the sun, Chu Xu could also absorb and refine stellar energy anytime and anywhere, which would greatly improve the efficiency of practice. It seems that the Dragon God Temple will have to be built on the sun in the future. Chu Xu smiled and said to himself. Although he had successfully completed the advancement, he was not in a hurry to leave, but took this opportunity to explore the surface of the sun. After all, the sun is the core of the solar system, accounting for 99.86% of the total mass of the solar system, and the energy released is far more than the total energy of other celestial bodies in the solar system, so its value is the greatest. The super telepathic perception release room, which is enough to cover the perception range of the entire Earth, only covers a very small area of the sun. Chu Xu wanted to explore the entire sun carefully, which would probably take a lot of time. However, Chu Xu only planned to explore it roughly, and when the dinosaur civilization on Earth really developed towards the solar system in the future, he would consider further developing the resources of the sun. Flying above the surface of the sun, the surface under Chu Xu's feet was not smooth, but could be divided into countless small units, called rice grains. Each rice grain has a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers, and the largest can reach 3,000 kilometers. It constantly shows intense ups and downs, like hot bubbles rolling on boiling rice porridge, making the entire sun look like a pot of rice porridge that is constantly rolling and boiling. This should be a sunspot. Not long after exploring the surface of the sun, Chu Xu discovered a large area of dark areas, where the temperature is much lower than other areas. This is the sunspot in the solar photosphere, where the magnetic field on the surface of the sun gathers. Any medium-sized sunspot is comparable in size to the Earth. Boom boom. Chu Xu had just entered the sunspot area for a short time when he suddenly felt a surge of extremely intense and vast energy in the distance, which made him feel a little panic and palpitations. Large areas of dark areas under his feet were illuminated, and the temperature rose sharply. The invisible electromagnetic radiation formed a strong magnetic storm, and there were also large mountains of continuous and spectacular ultra-high temperature solar prominences roaring and forming, engulfing everything and spreading wildly around. It's a solar flare. Chu Xu reacted immediately, his face full of shock. Solar flares are one of the most violent activities on the sun. They are the process of highly concentrated release of solar energy, which often occurs above the sunspot group. A regular solar flare lasts only a few minutes to tens of minutes, but the energy it releases is equivalent to the total energy released by 100,000 to 1 million strong volcanic eruptions, or equivalent to the explosive power of tens of billions of giant hydrogen bombs, which can easily destroy the entire Earth. With such power, even if Chu Xu happened to be in the center of the solar flare, he would not be able to withstand such energy. And such a solar flare only accounts for 1/10,000th of the total radiation energy of the Sun. You can imagine how huge the energy of the Sun is. As long as it is fully developed, it will be enough for the Earth dinosaur civilization to directly ascend to the second-level star civilization. Chu Xu was really envious, but now the Earth dinosaur civilization has not even reached the first-level mother star civilization, let alone the star civilization. It is better to take it step by step. About half an hour later, this violent solar flare activity finally ended, and Chu Xu carefully went to the center of the solar flare. The center has become a bright spot that is completely opposite to the dark sun spot. In addition, Chu Xu also found that some huge crystals were slowly precipitated in the spot. This is. Although Chu Xu didn't know what this crystal was, he could feel the energy contained in it. It came from the same source as the energy in his body. It was undoubtedly the star-level energy from the sun. Name: Stellar Energy Crystal. Level: Stellar. Introduction: Energy crystals originating from the nuclear reaction zone of stars, condensing the energy released by stars in a short period of time. Soon, a line of information was presented to Chu Xu under the analysis of the World Mother Tree program. Stellar Energy Crystal. This should be the crystal formed by condensing the energy released by solar flares. Although its specific use was not introduced, Chu Xu also knew that this must be an extremely precious interstellar strategic resource. Even for those advanced civilizations, it is very popular. Horizontal ellipsis. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.